Ho, ho, ho! Wake up, gamers, because you're listening to the Big Dimension with Dan and Bob Video Games. I think it's time for all these game publishers to take another stab at rhythm games, all at the same time.
Wait, no!
Dr. Aggro.
Plastic guitars are back, baby!
And Chris Wolfhart.
Can you short a genre?
Here on GigaBoots.
Pump and dump! Pump and dump! Pump and dump!
God.
Yeah, I feel like since we've decided that gambling just doesn't need to be regulated anymore, I should really get on. There must be some sort of scam I can run. Except I'll be doing it through an LLC, so it definitionally cannot be a scam. Those are immune to the law, as we're finding out.
As we're finding out. Crimes aren't crimes when they end in LLC.
Yeah?
Yeah, when's the GigaBoots LLC coming online?
Running a syndicate to let people bet on how well games or genres will perform is just so evil it can't not make money.
Yeah, it's evil enough that should be profitable. That should be above board because it's profitable.
Right? That's all that really matters.
Jesus. Hello, everyone. Welcome to, I believe, the final Big Think Dimension of 2024.
Oh my god.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Mark Cerny. Who sealed Mark Cerny in this giant amethyst crystal?
Dan, no one knows why you did that.
It all makes sense. Ganondorf's been running Sony the whole time.
Is this from the new Superman trailer? Do they go to his like Arctic home and it has Mark Cerny in a purple crystal?
That would be pretty funny.
His fortress of certitude. Hey, what's up? We played video games. Did you know that we do that? It's true. But before we get to that, we got to review. I swear, we were, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, Aggro Bob. We were really close to doing this last year, and there was a schedule slip. So we ended up doing Kirk Cameron Saving Christmas this year.
I think so.
Yes, last year there was something that came out in December that we did cursed content on instead. What was it? I am trying to fucking remember what it was.
Yeah,
I'm sure chat will provide it.
I can't remember what it was. I don't even think it was Christmas related.
Yeah, I think we ended
No, it wasn't.
And that honestly was, we planned on, at one point we were going to do both.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we were like,
then,
2 cursed contents in a month is
and then the schedule
hard.
went insane.
Right.
So we ended up not getting that done last year. I'm glad we got it done this year. Kirk Cameron Saving Christmas was a really important film for us to watch.
It was literally nothing like what I expected.
Was it?
It is a fantastic tool for me to give other people the impression of how it feels to be raised Christian in modern America. That thing absolutely captured the air and atmosphere of many Christian meetings I was in as a child. Also, Aggro, did you want to say something before I continue?
I was going to say, it was also important that, like, I'm not the kind of person who follows celebrity news outside of their works. Mm-hmm. And I haven't seen Kirk Cameron and stuff in a long time. So sometimes I would sit around and wonder, should I respect Kirk Cameron as a person? I just don't know. And this movie definitively answered that question.
It sure did.
No more mysteries.
The thing we did last year was Good Burger 2 because it came out at the start of December.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
I would say that was worth it.
Much better movie.
It was
That's
actually
true.
a good movie.
Yes.
That is sadly in the top 30 percentile of cursed content things we've done.
I think
Doesn't have that much fucking competition.
No. I think that, Kirk Cameron Saving Christmas is really important for presenting a really salient argument that's really core to how Christians deal with the modern Christmas traditions of this is pagan and kind of goes against our core belief system versus shut the fuck up, I enjoy this.
No, you see, presents are rectangles.
Uh-huh.
And buildings are also rectangles.
Is
And
this going to
God
tie into
created
9/11?
building.
What moment?
Which means that God wants you to be as materialistic as possible, because if you have money, you earned it because God loves you.
Right. Yeah, that
And you
is how
make
that-
God love you by worshiping God harder. Those cuck Europeans say you make God love you by doing good things, but that's wrong. You actually make God love you by sucking his dick constantly.
Wow. I'm learning so
And
much.
the
Thank you, Kirk
important thing
Cameron.
about sucking God's dick is that he doesn't really care he doesn't really care what you do as long as you say Christ is king. So any beliefs you have whatsoever can be pro-Christian as long as you say Christ is king at the end.
Yeah, it's a lot like the whole it's not a crime if it ends with LLC. It's not a sin if it ends with Christ is king. Speaking of which, Bob, what are you currently betting on the Christ King's mobile app?
Every so often I just
on Christmas trees.
every so often I just think of this Simpsons joke from more than it has to have been 30 years ago at this point. I forget what season it is. It's the one where they build the casino. And somebody's like, and they're talking about whether or not gambling is moral, and they're like, Reverend Lovejoy, what does God think? And he stands up and says, once the government approves something, it's no longer immoral, and everybody starts cheering.
Oof. Oh. I'm kind of speechless. Anyways, I think it was a very fun commentary track. I think that was a great review.
Yeah, it's probably the best commentary track we've done in a long time.
You know, it's going to be a good Curse Club commentary track if the movie just is insulting and infuriating to most of us. But having talked about that, I highly recommend people check out the Curse Content Club. Yes, we haven't done that vocally. I suppose we should be saying that movie, because calling it a movie is really overselling it.
It really is.
Most video essays are
that,
more
that
cinematic.
film strip.
I
mean, it was a video essay. It's a video essay.
It is. It's a bad one. It's the worst one. It is really, really just the qualities of the worst ones are all present in it, and it somehow cost $500,000.
God. Hollywood sure can waste money.
Yeah, well.
I guess
This is
really
a para
just
structure.
Yeah,
really.
really just random rich people can waste a lot of money.
Yeah.
I love
especially when that's their especially when they're associated with Christianity, who the churches just burn money.
I love when they cut to the shot of the two fridges and the wine cooler all next to each other, built into the wall.
Right, it's just immediately Columbo villain accusations were thrown.
Columbo's gonna just walk out any second now and be like, I know you did it. You killed our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I was there.
He unmasked him as being Jewish. It's like, is this bad?
They pull the
What
mask off and he just looks different, and everyone's like, he's a Jewish guy. He killed Jesus Christ. And everyone's like, okay, he just looked like a guy. Like, what were we supposed to be able to tell from this mask off Scooby-Doo moment? Columbo should have pulled more masks off of people. I think that's really the takeaway here.
Jesus.
That's really the takeaway.
If they made a Columbo like live action movie released in theaters, it would have been that.
If
it
they
would
made
have been. It would literally been a Tom Cruise movie.
If they made a Columbo that was a Saturday morning cartoon, they also would have done that.
Uh-huh.
Did the Scooby-Doo gang never meet Columbo?
They never met Columbo.
Oh my God.
I know.
Huge missed opportunity, yeah.
I feel like there are a lot of, like, why didn't blank collab with Columbo missed opportunities? Probably has a lot to do with the fact that by the 90s, the original people who created Columbo was off making, I believe, Murder, She Wrote.
Oh, yeah.
So I think it was Peter Falk was the executive producer on Columbo in the 90s. And that was like the only people from the original, I believe. Yeah, so after I'm done, They met Batman several times? Oh, you mean Scooby-Doo. I was like, no?
Yeah, where's this Columbo Batman team up? I need to see it.
It would have been good. So anyways, that's why the internet just keeps drawing Columbo crossovers with like Frasier and shit. Oh, that one's real good. And Death Note? The Death Note one also really good. That was, in fact, a voiced YouTube video, so feel free to check that out if you got a spare. I think it's 20 minutes. It just goes. Anyway, we're not here to talk about Columbo or Christmas. We're here to talk about Star Wars Outlaws. Because last Friday we did the Star Wars Outlaws versus Slitterhead Flop Swap. No death stream.
No.
What? I don't get it. Where's the slop? I go to the slop factory and they don't even have any slop. Can you believe it?
Chad, you've been
What's the
following
deal
us.
with not having any slop?
You've been following us long enough. You would know that we generally are critical of Ubisoft games being slop factories.
Right.
You know, they just have tons of.
Yeah, they're the open world slop that
Yeah,
you do pot. You take your console out of sleep mode, you play it until you go to bed, and then that's what you do every day after your shift at Walmart.
Yes. So would you believe it when we say that would have been better? No wonder this game didn't fucking sell.
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
What was
aggro.
it?
Okay, aggro.
Nothing.
Let me talk about the core problems from the get with Star Wars Outlaws. They forgot to write compelling characters that do things that are motivated at any point.
Okay, it's
So-
a modern Star Wars product.
Yes,
It's worse than it's worse than Boba Fett TV show.
it's dire out here. So,
I think the name of that is The Book of Boba Fett, Bob. I know it only got one season, but they made season 4 of The Mandalorian, season 2 of The Book of Boba Fett.
just to recap the beginning, you apparently live upstairs, K-Vess, you know, as we talked about on our gamer premonitions. You live upstairs from a bartender who's kind of like keeping you safe from the authorities, but then you do one last heist in order to get a ship to get off the planet to escape the authorities, but now you're wanted seemingly intergalactic scale. So now you're on a planet and you crash landed the ship, and it was an important ship, and you didn't realize that, but you still stole a jacket from the ship and decided that was your new look and you would wear it everywhere, making you stand out like a sore thumb, a thing I could not have put in my predictions. And the motivation for everything else is, well, I have to do this quest for this person so I can get a part to upgrade that ship. Oh, I need to do a quest for this person so I can get a part to upgrade my bike.
This is... I genuinely sat there as I watched this fractal flow chart of like, well, I need this part to do this. And to get that part, I need this part. And to get that part, I need this part. I'm like, is this what the people who... Is this all that the people who come out of those game design courses, which might as well be renamed Ubisoft employee training courses, can come up with? Like, this isn't a story, this isn't progression, and none of those parts seemed to improve your capabilities in some meaningful way. It's so strange.
Yeah, you're basically doing a quest to unlock a key card for one specific thing.
Yeah, at every step of the way. Every cutscene is just so poorly performed and written, in the larger problems, the writing,
Yeah.
that we got to a point near the end of our stream playing that specific game, and we were like, now, was this a flirtatious thing between her and the mechanic lady, or was this just another awkward cutscene that was so much more awkward than the others that we took it as a sexual tension thing? We still don't know. The jury's out. Someone who beat that game will have to tell us. That's right, no one. Because I don't get it.
Yeah, like all of these are all main storyline plot quests too. These aren't like we're doing side quests. There don't seem to be side quests.
That's the weirdest part. The weirdest part is like when I played Far Cry 6, which I was pretty critical of when I played, and during this, I was like, that's a much more enjoyable game. There are just shitloads of things to do on the map. You get the freedom. When they pitched this game, they said it was like GTA.
Right.
It is literally nothing like GTA, and it's also nothing like the movie After Hours.
Yeah, like it should have been like GTA. Like, do you know how much the story would have been helped by the motivation of the main character being, let's make money.
Uh-huh.
And then instead of this endless wave of getting parts, it was like exactly like a PS2 GTA game where you go to a place, you see a cutscene where somebody who gives you jobs is like, go fuck these guys up and I'll pay you money. And then you go fuck them up and you get money. Imagine.
But yeah, they advertise this GTA game. You can't steal cars in this. You can't steal anything.
Yeah.
You have your one bike. That's it.
And that's like so counter to the notion of GTA that it feels insulting that they even drew a comparison. Like their brain just went crime,
Right?
because it's not open world crime. It's not freedom of you committing crimes. It's the story has crime in it,
Right. You can't even shoot random pedestrians.
Which
you
is-
can't do anything.
which is weirdly completely different from the comparison to After Hours, where there's not even that connection, and there's also no rampant misogyny. So I don't get the director saying it's like After Hours either, because for people who haven't seen the movie After Hours, really fucking stunning film. Our main character is clearly misogynistic at some level, but in his defense and somewhat the universe's defense of how they treat him, it goes both ways. All the women in the story seem to be almost literal monsters.
Yeah, and even if you take out the angle of it being women, it's like, no, everyone he meets is in some level insane.
Yes,
Yeah,
no, it's true.
like a screwball black comedy.
But like most of the men are less
Yes.
like I don't even like demonically.
Yeah, they aren't
pitched
just
up,
out
right?
to get him specifically.
Right.
They have a weird just tone about them, but they aren't specifically after him.
But again, our main character's misogynistic, so he kind of deserves it because every woman is either fuckable or his mom in his brain, I swear to God.
Yes, or both.
So he's Chad.
Yeah.
Chad's like, whoa, hey, sometimes it's both.
What was the last game that you could genuinely look at and be like, that's trying to be GTA? I guess Saints Row, the Saints Row.
Yeah.
What before that?
I
Though.
guess that one Microsoft owns, right?
Oh, Crackdown?
Crackdown, yeah.
Yeah.
That's not really anything like GTA though.
But you
Like,
can still go around a
it's-
big city, steal
yeah,
cars.
it's a big
and stuff.
open
you
city.
can, but
steal
I'm
cars.
thinking of like more direct than that. But I guess that's close enough.
I
but
mean,
it's like,
that's really close. It's the same genre at
It
all, which
feels
this isn't.
Yeah, no, this
it
is
feels
not
like
close.
we've you know that thing that comes up every so often is like we have forgotten how to produce space shuttles because it's been so long since we did that all the people who knew how to make them. We're now doing that with like the biggest genres from 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
Yes.
This is less like GTA than Far Cry is.
We're yes. 100%. That's
How?
why that comparison kept coming up. Even weirder, a lot of the areas Bob went to do missions in, because Bob played almost all of this. I only played a little. They almost seemed like they had open structures to the areas. And in Far Cry 6, that would enable you to do absolutely unhinged shit.
Right.
Like drive a vehicle over a thing, crash a plane into the place, land a chopper, and fly out the person you're trying to evacuate.
Right. Like that's what the fun of a GTA is. Like actually having any sort of
Tools.
adaptability to stuff.
System, space, gameplay, and tools.
Yeah.
This had none of that. It's like bone dry Uncharted.
This
Like
game,
so many of these missions, real quick, I just want to clarify that and then I'll throw it to you. So many of these missions are just the climbing in Uncharted. Like, remember when you got the part for the bike? It was just you in an empty underground thing doing the climbing from Uncharted, and I feel like there was nothing else.
Yeah, it's the climbing from Uncharted or the stealth things from Uncharted. And that's it.
But of course, none of this is as good or as compelling as it was in Uncharted.
No. Because Uncharted
Man,
has
if you
systems and characters.
if I could like League of Legends strike a mechanic from the board for the next couple years, like you can't have it in your game, it might be Uncharted climbing. Like that just became a default game mode for big games, and I'm like, I'm fucking tired of it, man.
In this case,
fucking old.
In this case, this is the one where I really just go, you have nothing else going on at these moments. You can't have played Uncharted and gone, oh, well, the climbing's like the main gameplay in it. It's like, no, you're climbing during things. You're climbing on the way to things.
Yeah.
You can't just climb through the climbing level where there's more climbing and climbing's all you do.
Yeah, like often games will just put it in so you're not walking.
Yeah, like
It's
Jedi
just
Survivor uses that same sort of climbing,
Yes.
but then they add a bunch of mechanics to the top, like you air dashes and all sorts of
like
grapple
hook shot
hooks and
stuff.
teleporting
Yeah, it
and all this
ascends to
stuff.
platforming,
Right.
which is different and a compelling form of gameplay.
I'm seeing in chat the Batman VR game has Uncharted climbing, but it's first person in VR, so that's different.
Yeah, that's
That's true.
inherently
That's
can't be
very
the same.
different.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about VR. Something that might look completely asinine when you do it in VR actually is gameplay on a scale you cannot imagine.
Or you could be Atomic Heart, which had it in first person and was not a VR game.
Okay, I need to say this now. Am I the only one who thinks Lost Soul Aside is going to be the Atomic Heart for Devil May Cry instead of BioShock?
I think it'll be a lot less janky than Atomic Heart.
I think it'll allow us to
I feel
do
like
that.
it. I feel like it might be. Honestly, I feel like that's going to be almost like Mitsurugi Hikei,
Kamui,
Mitsurugi
yeah.
Kamui Hikei, but like with really expensive looking cutscenes with two characters in them between the arenas. That's kind of what I expect that game to be.
I expect, like Atomic Heart, there will be some cool Uncanny Valley cutscenes.
Yes.
That'll happen way too distant from each other. And you'll just be doing this gameplay and go, I feel like this was generated by an AI. Why am I driving a car down a road? Why is there nothing? It's like, there are gameplay silos. Do you want to do those? And I'm like,
I don't think there's going to be an open world in this game or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't at all. I think it's literally
so
just going to be combat
level cutscene, like.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
I hope you're right. I hope
like
you're.
I've seen one like action set piece run away from a thing, and then everything else that's seen is a boss fight or fighting a couple enemies. So I don't think you're going to do a big world.
The scope of what they've shown me, in my opinion, of that game is so limited that I just have to imagine the rest is skeleton.
I mean, it's very possible.
I don't think there is anything other than what they've shown. I think every single gameplay type they've shown is all there is. Like there is fighting and cutscenes, and there might be like a hallway you walk down between fights.
Right.
Do you think Sony's going to force this to be 70?
I don't think so. That'd be insane.
No, I think it'll be 60. I think 70 is going to be reserved for their big studios.
Well, I mean, Stellar Blade was 70.
Yeah, and then Astrobot was 60 and won Game of the Year. I feel like they're going to learn a little bit.
Oh, there's a big budget difference between these two titles, but
yeah, Astrobot has way less money than probably. Honestly, I don't know. Stellar Blade was not a super expensive game, I don't think. Like it was mostly just open world slop. Like not open world, it was more like Nier, but yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't trust Sony. They charge 70 for Returnal and Stellar Blade. They pressured into charging 70. To me, I'm worried that they'll be Lost Soul Aside is another China Hero project. It's going to do great.
I mean, that is a potential. It's so weird when it's like this is clearly been promoted as like as an indie game for all these years. So
I don't think it's going to be 70. So now the thing I was trying to say is the game Star Wars Outlaws made me think of is like, what if Ubisoft made Star Wars Horizon?
Horizon has so much more going on with it.
It does. That's why I said Ubisoft.
Right. Like it does feel like they're trying to make it in that mold of Horizon. You're right.
Yeah, like even I can see the similarity in the shape of the thing.
Mm-hmm. Which again, nothing like GTA.
To me, this game came off as Ubisoft's like, we got the license and everyone seemed excited about Star Wars 1313. We're going to make our own. And then at some point, they made a giant open world. And then they're like, oh, well, you're doing crime and it's an open world, so it's GTA. It's like, that's not what you made, bro. You made really bad Uncharted.
Silence. The marketing department is speaking.
Yes. Oh, my God. I've talked about you only have that one motorbike you can ride.
Uh-huh.
What drove me insane, you can't take it everywhere. It literally like, oh, you entered this area, get off your motorcycle.
Oh yeah, you have to get off, but weirdly enough, the AI doesn't, so
Yeah.
they kept hitting Bob
Yeah,
with
they
their
kept running me
vehicles.
over.
I was like, you're not supposed to be able to drive here. And I'm like, and now you know why.
That'll teach you to try to take the shopping cart out of the parking lot.
I could not be more disappointed. I honestly was like, even if this game is trash, it might be fun because I get to play in the Star Wars universe in a GTA-like game.
Yeah, I was expecting, like Chris was saying, like you're saying, where's the slop, right?
Yeah, just-
like I genuinely believe Far Cry 6 is a much better game, and I understand why this game sold like shit. I can't imagine the person who comes out of this fucking thrilled and actually played it.
I have to wonder if some part of Ubisoft is like, no, we can't have her be an insane GTA protagonist outside of cutscenes. We made her a precious little, like, infallible little creature.
Like I don't tend to lob like this game is misogynistic very often, but it is weird how they had to be like, well, she's a rookie who doesn't know anything and everybody's kind of protecting her. And everybody's so and it doesn't seem like they're gearing up to she's actually smarter than they think and gonna fuck them. It just seems like it's so strange. Like, why everything about this game? No fucking wonder even journalists hated it.
Aggro, it's worth covering. As I said, the intro story, you're living upstairs from the bartender's place. He gets shot. You steal a ship. You escape. You crash land the ship. K-Vest does. And then immediately a mechanic guy is just there and repairs it for you. And you're now best friends. And his motivation to do that is tenuous.
Yeah, he's just like, oh, I think that your ship is really cool. I will now help you and be your friend.
My life goal is to repair this ship and help you, and we're going to work together on this. And I'm like, so he's going to fuck us, right? Doesn't happen.
The ship isn't cool at all.
No.
Yeah, it's worth saying this ship is really bad by Star Wars standards. Yeah,
no, I freaked out in that stream. Like, why do they keep making these new Star Wars ships? They're supposed to be the iconic main ship of the series for this. They're so lame. Like this Mandalorian ship, they're just boxes. They look terrible. They look nothing like a Star Wars ship.
Yeah.
Like, look at Slave 1 and then look at the Mandalorian ship.
God, the Slave 1 is so cool.
Yeah. So many Star Wars ships are so cool. And I'm not even just like, oh, only the original Star Wars had really cool ships. Like, no, prequel ships are awesome.
Oh, yeah, no, they're really cool.
Naboo starfighters, the Jedi starfighters, all those are really cool.
And so as we were just talking about the whole, like, maybe we aged out all the people and fired all the people who used to know how to make a GTA game, during that stream, I was talking to Bob about maybe everyone who did really cool industrial designs just hasn't gotten work in over a decade.
It's possible.
There has to be an explanation for why none of these Star Wars ships are cool.
Yeah, I think the closest new Star Wars ship I can think of that was cool is the one from Jedi Survivor, and even that's like, it's not as cool as the others, but at least it's got something.
But it has something. There's a thing there, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I like Kylo Ren's weird pointy TIE fighter knockoff, the one like the TIE dagger, I think it's called.
Yeah.
I think that was a cool ship.
Yeah.
Even like those are just so close, like that's so close to a TIE Interceptor from the old days. Like they feel
iterative.
Derivative.
Yeah, so I was kind of surprised playing this game. I was really, really surprised. I just did not expect any of what occurred. People were often talking about the game's overly punitive when it comes to stealth stuff and other things about it, maybe some glitches and some performance issues. I didn't expect the story is really, really unbelievably flat and uninteresting, and the gameplay is not open at all, and the gameplay sometimes is just Uncharted climbing. That was not in my expectations.
God, that last mission we did before we switched off was me just scouring a base for a notepad that's this big inside a gigantic Imperial base. Like,
right, and the
how
solution...
is this fun?
It wasn't a specific end of the base either. It was just at a part of the underground base. You needed to look through a window and then command, what is his name? Nix. You needed to command Nix to go in and unlock the door. But unlike most of the icons in this game, this one would only light up if you looked hyper specifically at the thing.
And if you couldn't just click it, you had to hold the next button to interact with it. Unlike
the
everything
other
else.
parts. Yeah, it's really it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
If we knew it was like this, we probably wouldn't have bought it.
Yeah, I'm thinking about returning that to Amazon.
Yeah, there's no game here. I stuck the disc in and it's just that's funny. Yeah, I genuinely surprised by all of this. So equally surprising, but in the opposite way, if you're okay with me moving on.
Yeah, sure.
I love Slitterhead. I had every sign in the world that game is a game maybe you should spend money on. I was terrified. We did a physical copy. I was so scared, even though digital would have been so much easier. It would have been so much easier to do digital, and it would have saved us $10 because the physical version at GameStop is a deluxe edition. It's out of your reach, but it comes with some stuff. I believe it's a poster, it's an art book, and a soundtrack, right?
That sounds right.
Yeah. Slitterhead has no money. This is the first thing you need to understand about Slitterhead. They spent 4 years, and I keep saying they survived on $20 to eat rice and beans and make a game across 4 years. Because that's how long he's been at the studio. He made the studio and the game. For people who don't know, I believe it's Keiichiro Toyama. I could be mixing up the two different creatives, but director of the original Silent Hill and Siren and Gravity Rush, made his own studio. And made Slitterhead across the last 4 years. This game is Third Birthday. And, you're looking at the gameplay and you're like, oh, yeah, you possess people. No, it's a time loop with causal reactions. This game is what Third Birthday wishes its story was. Because hot damn does it go hard. Third Birthday, they're like, you changed a thing, and then we just randomly rewrote the timeline. Shit's different. Oh my god. I didn't understand the sound of thunder.
Man, I think there's yeah, that killed aggro.
I'm sorry. There's a large swath of science fiction that is,
Yes.
oh man, I didn't understand the sound of thunder.
I am waiting for like the time loop game that has a really limited scope, but then the time loop element is insane. It's like, you killed that guy. He's deleted from reality. He's just not in any more time loops.
Uh-oh. Shouldn't have stabbed him with the time knife.
So it's complicated. This game was so good. After I played the bit I played on stream, I went and slept 2 hours the following day, after that, so I could beat the entire rest of it in one sitting. Exceptional game, really cool game. I'm trying to remember what parts I could talk about without it being spoilers, because again, the game has $20 and it's a tightly made time loop.
I didn't even know the time loop thing.
I didn't either. I booted the game and I was like, oh cool, we got things across 3 days. And then the loop happens and I'm like, oh, we have different things we can do across the 3 days based on we learned things about the events of the Slitterheads invading. Slitterheads, I'm going to say this is mild spoilers for the game, right? They're kind of Third Birthday. They're kind of like horrible organisms that seem to want to kill humans a fuckload. And they certainly have an idea for how they're doing that and why by the end, which is fucking awesome, and I love it. Slitterhead as a game should have had more than $20. There's virtually no voice acting. Notionally, there's voice acting because they say sentences occasionally, and there are like 4 cutscenes in the game with spoken dialogue. Aside from that, you'll just get like a and then the subtitle at the bottom will say a thing to the point where you're doing like one of the final battles in the game, and you're just getting that. You're just getting you're getting words written at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah,
I'm like, I'm a little busy.
Man. Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, no, this game, number one thing about this game, should have had more money. Number 2 thing about this game, this might be this year's strongest 8 out of 10.
Not 7?
No, it was lifted a lot by the end for me. Because I was, during that stream, I'm like, yo, this is like a 7 out of 10. This is really good. More people should check this out. And then I beat the game and I was like, holy shit, I loved this, and this will deter so many people. There are 2 parts in the game, possibly 3. I'm going to say 2 really big parts in the game that have real. This game was made for the PS2. We did not at all consider your ability to understand what we tried to convey in a moment. We did not play test it. You didn't figure out the mystery. And I'm like, no, your motherfucking ass Panda camera had garbage. And when I investigated the garbage, it had nothing.
That sounds like
what you were actually trying to look at was 6 feet to the left.
That sounds a lot more like not even PS2 jank. That sounds like explicitly Soul Reaver jank.
This is like Vampire Rain. I was scared. I was mortified about this game. I was convinced I was going to come in and just be sad and disappointed, kind of like I was with Star Wars. But instead, this was great. I could not put it down. I needed to see the end of that game. Throughout playing the game, I really need to cover the basics. So it's a horror sci-fi game that is a third-person melee/shooter game, depending on who you use. Different characters have different abilities. You are a possessing spirit that can jump into them, and the main characters of the story are called rarities. They, once you possess them, unlock their blood powers, which you gain blood by sipping it off the ground. So I kept going slurp, 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 slurp. You can bleed. The enemies can bleed. Civilians can bleed and die. And you can slurp up the blood in order to use more blood powers. They have really interesting things. Your main character's name, the first main character you unlock, their name is Julie. They have like restorative abilities where it's like, oh, I'm going to resurrect all the civilians now around me and also my allies and other things. They have other abilities kind of like that. The second dude you unlock's name is Alex. He's blatantly Bruce Lee. I believe it was Pleo Chromatic in chat who pointed out his name is like one character different in Chinese from Bruce Lee because this shit takes place in Kowloon. And he's a psychopath. When Julie first meets the spirit, she is like, you are too okay with killing civilians and you are too okay with killing these slitterheads. Doesn't the violence get to you? Alex shows up and he's like, hey, I'm up. Let's get killing. I want to feel. Let's keep killing. I sure have some trauma. You know what would help me deal with that? Some killing. And the fucking game is about that. It is so good. I'm like, this is great. They should have done this in Ghost of Tsushima. The game's entire plot should have boiled down to Murder Grandpa being so good and so in love with murder, or Murder Grandma. I fucking love how this game went. It is so cool. I mean, so
Murder
many neat
Grandpa
ideas.
was obsessed with killing. It was just his own guys by having them rush an unclaimable position.
Yes, Uncle Jin, or Uncle,
Sakai?
Sakai is really into honorably letting his own men die.
Yes, because that's honorable.
But Murder Grandma or Grandpa is really into just killing it. The game didn't like pivot to be like, let's think about that. Forget the what was it? Kubla Khan? What was the movie?
Kublai Khan, I think.
Yeah, Kublai Khan. Let's just ignore that for a moment. What the fuck is... And that was awesome. This game, however... Okay, so there's a demo out. It's out now.
This is going to bug me forever. Khotan Khan. It was not Kublai.
Oh, it was
Okay.
Khotan Khan. Okay.
That would make sense because I remember there was us like making jokes about it being Kotal Khan, which is for Mortal Kombat, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what the demo is. I have no idea what the scope of the demo is, but there is a demo out now on Steam, and by the time you listen to the VOD of this on PlayStation, I believe.
Okay.
Whatever that demo is, do this real quick. Play it through 4 times. And if you enjoy it by the 4th time, you're ready for the money that is in Slitterhead.
Jesus.
Slitterhead has no money, and I'm perfectly fine with that. I was fine paying the $60 for the fancy edition. I definitely think most people would want a lower price. Fun fact, it is at a lower price now. You can get it for $35 on Steam.
Okay.
That, I think, is an appropriate price for this.
Yeah, I think I saw it on sale for consoles as well, but not as much sale. I think
Yeah,
it had
not
like
as-
50 or something.
Mm-hmm. So you get a bunch of different characters. They all have different backstories and very, very different personalities. I really love it. Outside of the levels themselves, you you, the spirit, have conversations with the individual characters that goes into their backstory and explaining their philosophies on how they view the Slitterhead problem and life itself. It's really good and very interesting. But again, those dialogues just have really cool camera cuts.
Yeah, it's like
and 3D pans around them with super zoom in shots that it fades between as text pops up at the bottom.
I love that presentation, honestly. That is extremely PS2.
Yes, and it's like PS2 carried to a higher extent, right? Like you would see a less polished, less fancy looking version of that on PS2. It wouldn't quite get the transparencies and color grading and other effects
Right,
down.
no, it wouldn't. But for some reason, I just specifically it's like Mr. Mosquito.
Slitterhead. It's like Mr. Mosquito. David Jaffe, so buy it. I really enjoy it. All the abilities are really cool. Eventually, you get this boxing hobo who's amazing. His damage output is fucking insane, but he's a glass cannon. But he has this ability you can pop that makes your blood weapons have lower durability but crack out their fucking damage output. And you could do that as other characters. So I would go in with Alex, the shotgun-toting, motorcycle helmet-wearing murderer rampage guy, and the boxing hobo to buff Alex's shotgun damage and just get unhinged. There are also other characters like, what was it? The housekeeper has interesting things that she can set up blood turrets and also tether enemies to her, and you can change off of her while she does that. So she's got a chain on an enemy holding them back.
Oh.
And they're getting hit by her turret, and then I'm just Alex charging my shotgun. There's lots. Oof. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
That's fundamentally unhinged, having the same character be sets up turrets. You cannot leave the area of the turret.
right. I feel like they probably should have introduced more of those characters more quickly because for a lot of what we played, it was only Julie and Alex
and the prostitute, right?
The
She
very
joined us.
end, we got
Okay.
that after hours.
Yeah. The prostitute's a really interesting character. I like her a lot. Her abilities aren't my gameplay style. But, you know, there are story missions that you can only affect the timeline if you're playing as a specific character.
That makes sense.
So she gets her own stories and things you can do as her. Her ability is to summon people if there are no people around. What was it? She also... No,
Poison, right?
Yes, she has venom damage. She can do toxic damage. I'm trying to remember the other ability she had. Oh, mind control. So she can summon the mob and just have them attack someone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Then you get like a Tweedly nerd, and he's just got like an insane charge up lance attack and all these other things. And one of the few dialogues that happens between rarities in the game is at one point the Tweedly nerd is asked over to the prostitute's house. He's just hanging out there, and she's like, if you had the choice between marrying a childhood love or an heiress, which would you choose? And you, the player, get to choose which he says, and then he justifies your choice. Like he says how that would make sense for him. And she goes, yeah, see, I did that, and it did this problem in the thing, and yeah. And he goes, are you playing the pirated version of this game? And she's like, look. He's like, just go buy the fucking game. She's like, shut up, leave. I'm done with you. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? Because, of course, she doesn't go, I'm playing a video game and need help.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway. Yeah, so anyways, this game's really cool. For anyone who knows about Kowloon, that implies when it takes place. To some extent, obviously, it's not the here and now.
Mm-hmm.
But what if it was a different timeline?
The soundtrack's done by Akira Yamaoka.
Yeah, you can tell.
Yeah, it's good. I already wrote it in for best soundtrack.
Strangely, the audio design also is done by him, and I feel like a lot of those weapons and stuff have just the worst sound effects. It's like you got this metal bat. It sounds like you're swinging around a tiny little
That's true.
stick.
The melee weapons, all of them in this game, anything that isn't a blood power, you know, like Blood Fist, cool. Random because that's the thing. I guess I didn't even talk about this. These rarities exist, but you can also just possess any civilian, and they have the lowest rent model you can imagine. Like character creators haven't made models this bad in years. So just imagine you're so you remember the menacing lady from Kung Fu Hustle? Who just does the fist?
Yes, and
You're
hits with the
playing
sandals.
as her if she was in a PS2 game, and you're just beating to death this horrible Slitterhead. It's real good. Also, for anyone who maybe hates parrying, this game has a parry mechanic. You don't have to do it, but you really should, because it activates blood time, which is exactly what it sounds like.
Did they ever introduce more than 2 enemy types?
I will be taking no further questions about the $20 they made this game on.
Yeah, there's lots of different models for the 2 enemy animation loops.
So the top level
Man.
Slitterhead is like a giant mantis. Now imagine you then run into a giant squid with tentacles that is weirdly mantis shaped.
Yes.
And that just
Man,
keeps happening.
I can't even shit on them for that. There are games with 100 times the budget of Slitterhead that fall into that.
It's so funny. I think it's fucking hilarious. I can see why it would drive people insane. I really do. I get it. I thought maybe it would bug me by the end, but all the systems and all the characters you keep bringing online are so cool. The story was so fucking awesome by the end. I really wish I could talk about that. I feel like I'm going to have to talk about that during certain categories of Game of the Year, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's like coolest thing in a game and stuff like that.
Is there a plan?
Dun, da, 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 da.
There's a conviction.
Okay.
That's what I'll say.
Oh yeah, and a lot of people in chat were saying that this is extremely similar to Parasite, the anime / manga.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I feel it's
I
impossible
mean, yeah,
that it
that's
isn't.
a major Japanese cultural touchstone. Like I think
Uh-huh.
that the anime was pretty recent. Well, not recent, but like I think 10 years ago.
Yeah.
But the manga is like 30 years old.
Oh,
like,
is it?
It's fucking old.
I had no idea it was that old. Jeez.
So
Man,
like
I gotta
Make
look
sure
at that
I'm not
now.
insane.
Because it's got to have a very, very different
89
style.
to 94.
yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. It was when we were in
That-
anime club, it was
that-
established and out. Yeah.
That makes perfect sense considering everything else. Other things I've seen that are kind of like that.
So, yeah, imagine if Mind Jack wasn't a multiplayer game. And imagine if Third Birthday's plot had a fucking clue about what to do with any of its ideas. Because, oh God, it certainly didn't have that. And apparently Parasite. And there you go. That's the game. By the way, every rarity has a different melee weapon. I just figured I'd say that. It's pretty cool. Mild spoilers. I don't have the spoilers music set up on the stream deck. I'll cover why in the next segment. But to imagine there's spoilers music. Bob, can you just like do a dun 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 dun?
Yeah, the tone deaf guy. Here I go.
Yeah, you got- So, anyway,
spoiler.
There's 6 hidden grandmas that are mysterious around the game, and if you talk to them all, she joins your party. It's really fucking good. She's got a fantastic purple outfit and hat. She's got cool powers.
Yeah, she was one of the characters that they showed the render of. Do you actually meet that blonde dude? Like the blonde granite-faced American guy?
Yes.
Is he cool?
I honestly don't know if I unlocked him by the sheer amount of murder I did, because I think that's what did it. Because he just shows up and he's like, I was a part of the operations, but now I'm with you. And he explains stuff. He has whole backstories about trauma and other things. You and as the spirit just talk to him, and it goes back and forth. And I'm like, I fucking love this game. Holy shit! Someone, please give this man some fucking money to make a game with.
Right.
I would kill to see what the budget on this game was. I need
It's
to
got to
know.
be so tiny.
It's got to be so little. This game's dope. I was afraid the game was going to be bad, and now I'm like, I can't part with this, and I want to play it through again on the stream. That soundtrack's a real fucking banger, too. It's a real mood. I think that's another thing about this game that isn't conveyed by it has no money, but
Yeah, there's definitely a strong mood to
there's
the whole
a
thing.
strong mood to everything. The Kowloon setting in the rain at night really has a strong aesthetic, along with these vignettes where the rarities and the spirit and each other all talk and stuff. And also the theming of the game. It's damn good.
It was so, like, to contrast this directly with Star Wars, it was really a trip.
I
It was
know.
like such strong characters compared to literally oatmeal.
So much money, it's gross compared to no money. What? Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. I can't help but notice though. No one who talks about how much they miss Sony Japan played and reviewed this. I don't
Weird.
understand that they said they were wrong to fire him and then he made a game and they didn't play it. What does that mean causally? Go fucking buy this game. I'm guilting blood money out of you. Anyways, that's it. Define no one. I've seen their Steam charts.
Yeah.
It's not as bad as Pharmagia, but what is?
Right.
Concord isn't as bad as Pharmagia.
Hey, it's on sale now. Go play it.
Yeah, no, there's a demo. For the love of God, see if it's for you. Pharmagia is out. Oh, you missed it. The chat member missed it entirely. They came out over a month ago. Turns out, not a real game.
Yeah.
Go check out the Steam reviews.
Did it come out over a month ago? I thought it came out at the start of this month.
No, it came out in November.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus, November 1st. That shit died on
It
Impact.
hard bombed.
Maybe
Spiff
it's
and I were
sold
interested
in Japan on the Switch?
That would be the only place it could have sold if it did sell, and I wouldn't assume.
Right. And every single Steam
It
review
was-
is like, this game ain't like anything like they advertise. This basically isn't even a farming game.
Yeah, people are saying, yeah, no, it's not really a farming game. It's more of a really cheap visual novel. That's bad.
Well, it charted in Japan the first week, so maybe since it's just a visual novel, that was enough.
Anyway, Slitterhead's really great. It will absolutely be in my top 10 video games. It may have knocked Divisions of Mana out of the top 10, which is a real shame because that plushie, as I said before, that Ramco plushie really brought it up to an 8 out of 10.
This is reminding me, Kanitsugami, they bundled it with Okami. You can now basically get Okami free with it.
Really?
Go buy it.
What?
Yes.
Whoa. That's awesome. I didn't know that.
Yeah. And there's also DLC that's for Kunetsugami, so you can have Okami aesthetics on your character
Oh.
and in music.
I was on Blue Sky and someone drew Amaterasu as a human, and I went, wow, I think that's weirdly enough the only time I've ever seen someone do that.
You expect to see it a lot more.
I know, right? That was my second thought. My first thought was, how has this not happened? My second thought was, this is going to happen a lot more now, I bet. Slitterhead's so fucking good. It is excruciating to deal with the fact I have no one to talk to about the plot of this game other than Gil from twitch.tv/Giluria, GILOURIA. That's it. Just me and him. Is Thor High Heels going to beat this game? Not sure. Hope they do.
Yeah, that seems weird. It feels like they should have.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is on PC as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
As I said, $35 on
yeah,
Steam.
yeah.
I don't know if it works on the Steam Deck. Who knows? No one knows because none of you played it. Anyway, so the next thing I dealt with after rushing Slitterhead in a single gigantic play session after that Friday stream is I had to do a fresh install of Windows 11 because it broke a deep file. I believe it's MVS proc.dll. That is for Windows playing back any media codecs in any software anywhere, which broke video playback in VR chat. Also, Infinity Nikki wouldn't even install. So I had to reformat this brand new PC that was 2 weeks old, maybe 3. I'm pretty sure 2. And do a clean install, which has a GitHub to uninstall everything Windows wants to bullshitify your PC with. Let me go ahead and say, even if you're not afraid of some horrible broken problem with Windows 11, I highly recommend looking into that, because when I hit the Windows key, there aren't ads.
Oh.
When I set the PC up, it didn't demand a Microsoft account.
Oh.
It didn't try to sell me Game Pass, Office 365, or anything else.
Nice.
OneDrive isn't installed and ruining Windows Explorer. It's great now. Except for it still has that problem where if I join a Discord call, it might work with the mic, or it might not. I have to turn the mic off, back off or back on again.
It's great.
Somebody posted in the Tech Talk channel in the GigaBoots fan Discord, but I'll post it again when this is over. Yeah, that is an insanely important thing to do. I think everyone who installs Windows should be doing this, because basically what it's doing is Windows, for the sake of speedy deployment for IT people, made a way to make a custom script to tell it exactly what to install and what not to install. And then this person went, oh, cool, I'm just going to make it not install any of this horse shit. To the point where I do not have MS Paint. I had to go download the snipping tool. But the amazing thing here is I didn't have to install the Microsoft Store to do any of that. Mm-hmm. Which I was convinced Microsoft would force me.
Right, of course.
But no, we're good. Everything's peachy keen. It's great. My God. Why are PCs like this, though?
I don't know.
But having accomplished that and being able to play video games on my PC again, Bob and me and others played Marvel Rivals. A decent chunk of it.
Yeah. Maybe too much.
You're like level 17?
Something like that.
And I'm like level 15 or something like that. Yo. Say your team actually figures out how to group together and do things well. Moon Knight don't like that. If you cluster up Moon Knight's basic attack, just chain lightnings between people, and it keeps doing it. He will just throw one out, and he will just keep hitting every member of their team over and over. And I'm like, this character's broken.
That does seem insane.
What in the fuck? I did something like 3,300 damage in 1 minute. That includes the time to run over to the point that is blatantly Hanamura. Marvel Rivals is good. It's a good game. It unfortunately keeps crashing. It crashed on me a few times. It crashed on Masami way more times.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
It's built on Unreal Engine 5, so I can't help but assume there's some sort of memory leak going on with the graphics. That 1 extra gig of RAM you have on your 1080 Ti is really helping you compared to Masami's pitiful 10 gigabytes of VRAM on the 3080. You know, there was an interesting graphic I saw the other day. It's worth bringing up again. Let me go dig that up real quick. You know what? I'll just show it on the video, so that way our co-host can. You know, I feel like there's a real power in taking in the imagery, right? Not just saying it with your words, but I'll do that for the listeners too. Hey, Bob.
Hey,
Bob. What are we doing? Mid-range GPU in 2016, 8 gigs of VRAM. 9 years earlier, only 512 megabytes. 9 years later, still 8 gigs of VRAM.
Yeah, no, they're criminals. NVIDIA are criminals. They should be taken to court.
There are people who are still defending that the 5080, which we have countless leaks about, it is set in stone. We know what the 5080 and 5090 that are going to be unleashed next month are like. The 5080 only has 16 gigs of RAM. I'm like, wow, congratulations, you beat a console. Barely.
How much is it? Do we know that?
It's definitely at minimum $1,000. Because the 4080 was $1,000. Reminder, the new Intel cards have like 12 gigs of VRAM.
Those are probably $1,000 too, right?
No, they're $250.
It's almost like that part is kind of cheap.
Countless people are pointing out modern games need a shitload of VRAM. A shitload of VRAM. So NVIDIA knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
There's no reason. What is it? I think the 70 is going to have 12 gigs. So it's only going to be one more than your 1080 Ti. From 6 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they're obviously just running a scam. Like,
absolutely ludicrous.
Nothing else to it.
Absolutely ludicrous. Marvel Rivals is real good, though. I wish it would stop crashing.
I'm still just...
You're completely stable.
Yeah, I'm still completely stable, which is so funny. Like, you people with incredible... CPU,
I have 24 gigs of VRAM and the best gaming... I have the best gaming CPU and GPU in the world. And Bob's sitting here and like, you should upgrade to a 1080 Ti. And I'm like... I don't like it. What's up with Unreal Engine 5? Also, unlike Fortnite, this pre-compiles shaders. Fortnite? What's your excuse, Fortnite?
Yeah, that's what. Honestly, I don't understand why every game doesn't do that. Why isn't that industry standard? Are they just fucking brain dead? Like, this goes beyond being stupid or out of touch. It's like, there's a thing you can do to make the game, playing the game,
Good.
just objectively a better experience in every conceivable way. And you don't do it. It costs, the cost has to be negligible.
Yeah, no, there's all sorts of tools and stuff that you can use to scrape what sort of shaders you should compile at the beginning of boot. Those tools exist, and yet for some reason, nah.
We never had to do it before. Why should we have to do it now?
I really appreciate that the PS5 Pro doesn't somehow need different shaders than the PS5. Could you imagine devs having to prepare all of 2 shader packages?
Oh no.
Oh no. The PS5 Pro version has shader stutter compilation. Can you imagine shader compilation stutter on the PS5 Pro?
Be insane.
I mean,
get
considering
completely
how bad the
blackpilled.
PS5 Pro went already, I wouldn't be so shocked by anything.
Right.
The best part
That
is
thing-
so much of the Mark Cerny video, they're like, we literally tried to make it the absolute minimal amount of effort for devs to make a PS5 Pro version of their game. And I'm like, yeah. And how did that go? Oh, you trusted Ubisoft to use... and you fucked up. I don't even have to finish that sentence.
I mean, even Alan Wake 2 is like, here's our new update that removes Pisser.
As it turns out...
$800.
The funniest fucking shit in the world is I'm still on the fence because every time I see a problem with Pisser, it's not like it's not there normally. It's just so much blurrier. There's so much more ghosting. The TAA amortizes its changes over more frames, so it hides it a little bit more. I'm like, I can still see that problem. So it's like, it's almost weird in that I feel like we're being punitive to Pisser because it's showing us what they're actually trying to put on screen. We live in an insane time. Fuck all this shit. Lots of graphic engineers have graphics rendering architecture engineers over on Twitter and stuff that I follow. Have had lots of things to say about TAA, Thread Interactive, and countless other things over the last week. By the way, the person I mentioned last week on Big Thing to Mention, Thread Interactive, has gone pretty much full-blown grifter because he's now a third into his video talking about, so you need to give us $900,000 so that way we can fix Unreal Engine 5. I'm making a game, but I won't show it to you because you're subhuman slime. This is not paraphrasing, by the way. That is the amazing part. I'm not hyperbolizing what he said. He literally is like, they're less than human and do not deserve to see my game I'm making. I'm like,
That's a very normal reaction. Totally normal.
So anyway, maybe don't fall into that grift hole. That's all I'm here to say. I'm not here to attack them. I'm here to tell you, don't give them any money. Don't even subscribe.
If you think you should give him money, do it. You deserve it.
You deserve. Oh
My God.
but he doesn't deserve it.
So,
They could be giving
Obviously,
us more money.
It's not wrong.
yeah, I'll fix Unreal Engine 5 for $900,000.
Oh, yeah,
give it
of
to me and
course.
see what happens.
Yeah. No, it's true.
I'll use large language models and machine learning to create a new paradigm of game development.
Invest.
Money-
Look, all I'm saying is,
Money, paradigm, money, large language model, money, we have to beat China, money.
I'm just saying, if Unreal Engine 5 used a better management of its wavelets when it does the compute shaders across the RDNA 2 architecture, we could easily clamp down on some of the TAA artifacts by changing the refresh rate. $900,000, please. Thank you. You know what? I'm going to take from chat. Multimodal?
Here now here, try and follow along here.
Uh-huh.
You don't need to upscale a 1080 game to 4K.
No.
Why not?
You especially don't need to do that when the player goes, "Hey, I care most about performance."
I don't understand.
Yeah. Oh my god.
But then how does the number go up?
The number has to go up.
See, there's this number over here called a frame rate, and in this situation, that number goes up.
I'm not seeing that on the Unreal Engine 5 settings.
Oh, the frame gen button, got it. Turn that on. That number will go up, go way up.
Anyway.
Did you see that Reset Era banned somebody for posting "Mamma Mia" in a thread about Elon Musk being a dipshit?
Is that
Cowards.
what happened over there?
Oh yeah, they're like inciting violence, 1 month ban. So in case you were wondering why every journalist and developer stopped using Reset Era, because it just became this weird cesspit of morons.
Cowards.
Yeah.
Cool. Great. What a wonderful sight. Did Uncharted 4 have a Reset Era or a NeoGAF reference? Which one was it? I think it was NeoGAF
Probably NeoGAF.
on the Jeep.
Which-
Yeah, because that wouldn't have been Reset Error yet.
Yeah, I don't think any game has ever referenced Reset Era. A bunch of games reference NeoGAF, like fucking No, it was Reddit that Sunset Overdrive referenced, right? They're like, I went to Reddit to find out how to do this.
I mean, that's fine.
Uh-huh.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Making a joke about Reddit is like whatever.
No.
Making the NeoGAF logo a part of your Jeep design in Uncharted 4 because NeoGAF's so based is well, that aged like milk because I was right.
There
before
was
the
one
end.
of those Scribblenauts games let you put in NeoGAF and it would summon the logo and you could ride it around, I think. I forget which one. It was one of the console ones that came out near the end of 7th gen. It might have been the one they did immediately before the DC Superheroes one. Unlimited, I think.
Oh yeah,
I think that's the right
I forgot
one.
to mention the funniest part. And then I'm moving on.
Okay.
He said he was being censored. He literally went full right-wing what was it? So one of our replies on Blue Sky was like, he's going full right-wing grifter, but apolitically. He's like, I'm being censored. They don't want you to know. Give me $900,000. This is very funny. By the way, it's censorship when you don't let me in your private Discord because I'm an annoying asshole.
That's
If
true.
you were curious what that means. So I expect to be allowed into any private Discord now.
Yeah, just obviously.
Otherwise, I'll be censored, and then oh man, that video is going to be great. Anyway, let's move on. Bob, did you want to talk about Marvel Rivals? I think it's really fun.
Yeah, no, it's fun. I don't really have that much else to say about it.
Yeah.
Like, lots of cool designs.
The monetization / outfit shit is insane.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, it's taking me forever to unlock even one free thing.
Right.
At this point, I would prefer the loot boxes from Overwatch.
Right.
Because I would have gotten dozens of things.
Yeah,
by
you
now,
would have gotten
instead
sprays
of
and
not
stuff.
one thing.
Instead, I feel like I need to hold on my acorns for the one thing.
Right. Soon, I may be able to spend all of my player points on a banner that goes behind my name, because right now it's just a really depressing gray. They overly engineered it to be the saddest thing it could be.
Yeah. No, it does feel like there should be more stuff that just unlocks naturally from doing things instead of like, oh, I unlocked the points that I need to go spend to then get that thing by.
You got 20 points. You need 680 or something. It's like, okay. All right.
Well, yeah, that sure be free to play game.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just like normally I would expect to get a thing
Right.
by now. Like Infinity Nikki, we got shitloads of things.
Mm-hmm.
This,
Yeah, you do
I've
get
gotten
shitload
zero
of thing
things.
in Infinity Nikki.
So that's been maddening, but elsewise the designs are really good, and you know,
I like how many characters there are. There's so many right off the bat. I'm excited for how many more they'll keep adding.
Yeah.
We were playing with Masumi, and they brought up that a lot of the characters had move and like usage overlaps. I don't know. I'm kind of enjoying that. Of like, oh, there's this kind of character, but they're just slightly divergent,
Tuned different.
Yeah. Like,
yeah. I wish I could have gotten down any of the tanks other than Venom, because Venom's a troll tank. He chooses to not die, so his goal is to do a Venom swing to their back line and just start killing their healers and DPS. That's his whole thing. I couldn't get down Magneto. Magneto's weird. He's like a Zarya that I don't understand.
Yeah, he's really interesting. I played a lot of him, and I enjoyed it, but he does take a lot of getting used to. Like, it's so much, time your shield with this, and really just...
And that sounds like Zarya.
Yeah, no, it's a lot like Zarya, but it's not... He doesn't have a laser like Zarya that does damage. He's got, like, those little explosive shots that have a very strange range to them. And it takes a while to get used to their range. You have to get good at aiming his, like, super railgun shot. And then his melee is actually like a big sword, which does a decent bit of damage, but takes a long time to swing.
Oh, an incredibly long time. You'd think the motherfucker was like a near enemy, a near automata enemy with the floating sword next to them or something. Yeah, I don't know. It's a really enjoyable game. I'll figure out a normal tank eventually.
But yeah, for tanks, I played him and Captain America. And Captain America's a lot of fun because he can like run around and he does a big leap and then can smash down on stuff. So he can get in and out of areas quickly and do damage.
Which is pretty good. Luna Snow seems really ridiculous. However, since her name's Luna Snow and they have a Cloak and Dagger, and Cloak and Dagger's also like kind of blonde white lady, I keep calling them both Emma Frost to troll every person who's not used to my exact level of bullshit.
I feel bad I do exactly who you meant. No matter who you were referring to as Emma Frost.
When I said Emma Frost, you're like, yeah, of course, Emma Frost. And everyone else is like, fucking cut it out.
Then you kept calling Psylocke Lady Yoruichi, and I think that people found that too far a leap.
Psylocke is just Lady Yoruichi coded in this insanely.
Yes. They made the correct choice.
They made a good choice there. So yeah, I've been driving teammates insane with that. And it's been a good time. I like the designs in this game. They're all really good. I haven't seen one where I'm just like, no.
Yeah, I feel like the only one I think is weak is Captain America. I think they screwed up his helmet.
See, that's the thing. I don't mind him. I think he looks good. I'm curious what our co-hosts think about the Captain America design. As ever, we were really curious what Chris would think about a number of things in Marvel Rivals, but you know,
I think Captain America looks fine. Like if you're gonna do this, all the cyber armored greebled shit, I think that looks pretty fine.
Yeah, yeah, no, I really like the designs in this. The only thing I don't like is Magneto wearing white.
And you can pay to fix that.
Yeah, that's
they
insane.
put him in his white costume?
Yeah, they put it in his white costume, and it just bugs me. I don't know.
Oh, I think I'm with Bob. I'm not a fan of all this armor on Captain America. Like the design itself isn't bad. This is a wrong decision.
Oh no, we're split perfectly down the middle. This is some sort of GigaBoots civil war.
Oh no, that's going to be the next 20 years of all comic books.
We need to start writing hard arcs into podcast network content.
I'm really glad that C was there at the end.
We see we can do Civil War 100 times, and we can do the other favorite arc of every comics, which is the guy who runs the superhero CIA has decided he needs to rule the world to make it work properly. They love that. I think the Invincible comic alone does that plot point 5 times.
My God.
And it's only across 2 guys, so they each do it like 3 times.
Chris, a viewer of ours and long-term friend of mine, missed the part where you said May should have the Amanda Waller post-credit sequence involving a pork chop sandwich. And since they both missed that and had no context for that, I hate you. I had to explain.
What? What did you have to explain? I'm confused.
You
now.
forgot saying that? You're like, we should.
No,
they
I
should-
said that. I remember saying that, but I'm confused how they could not hear it and how this related to you.
Because I pointed reference to that part of the podcast. They apparently missed that specific part of the podcast, and even if they had heard it, they didn't fucking know what the Amanda Waller thing is. So this was so much of me unpacking shit. I was like, this
Yeah,
is the-
like
this
if
is the
if
dumbest shit in the
Overwatch
world.
wants to clap back and get some players back, they need to release the high fidelity Blizzard cutscene of May ordering the pulled pork, and then the next update, it's actual plus sized May. That's just how she looks now, and all the gooners flood back in, and Marvel Rivals is washed.
Speaking of which, I saw people on fucking Blue Sky who were just like, guys, there's no need to be toxic. Don't sit here and talk about how Overwatch is washed. I'm like, hey, what's up? I spent a little time in Overwatch. It's washed. What are you guys doing?
It's so
What are you
fucking cares? It's
what
one
are
of the
you
most
guys doing
successful
over
games
there?
in human history. Who cares that nobody doesn't like it anymore 10 years after it came out?
guys? What are you doing? What are you doing over there? Like seriously, the war is over.
Yeah,
Come
no.
down from the mountaintop. World War II's been over for a while.
Right? What's your problem? But yeah, no, it's so funny. The Marvel Rivals, that's like, yeah, no, there's no reason to ever go back.
Yeah, I mean, the funniest thing, and I may have mentioned this last week on Big Thing Dimensions, we were playing Marvel Rivals, and I'm like, because Overwatch 2 is still just Overwatch. Look at it compared to Valorant, Counter-Strike 2, and Marvel Rivals.
Mm-hmm.
It looks ancient in comparison.
It does.
It's insane. It feels so strange to just be like, and because they never made a sequel, and probably never will, because holy shit, Blizzard is a mess. But Phil, he's gonna fix it. He's gonna fix it. He's gonna fix Blizzard. They're gonna ship the games you like. Gonna do it.
That's gonna happen.
Any day now.
I do wonder what the next fucking thing Blizzard is gonna even do is.
They're also gonna get a Killzone crossover. $20 fucking. God. Yeah, I'm enjoying Marvel Rivals. I'm probably gonna put a little bit more time into that. But I'm good to move on.
Yeah.
Bob, your Steam recap was like you played 10 billion demos.
Yeah, exactly 100 demos. I could not even plan that. That's just coincidentally exactly 100 demos. But no demos, well, okay, I played demos this week.
You're like, I swear I'm quitting it. I won't do it again.
They weren't
Chat,
on...
I've done it again.
I was going to say they weren't on Steam. No, that one was. Uh-oh.
So the count was wrong. It actually should have been higher because it doesn't include things in the last 2 weeks. I
Right,
think.
probably. Unless a beta doesn't count as a demo. I think it does, but who knows?
Who knows? Bob, what did you play?
I didn't have time to play much because I was moving apartments this week. And that took up most of my time. Most of my time was either doing that or playing that bit of Marvel Rivals as it was stand. But before I started the move, I did play a few things. I played Virtua Fighter 5 Revo beta on Steam. That's to test out their online network and whatnot for when this game launches on Steam later next year, I believe.
Question mark?
Because I don't think they're getting out in the next couple weeks. That is sure hit and miss for as far as online matches go.
Oh.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure they have switched over to rollback netcode. Sometimes they had really great matches, and other times, no. Absolutely, it was all stuttery. We were bouncing back and forth between what had and had not happened frequently.
Oh boy.
Virtua Fighter 5 is still a lot of fun.
It's a fun game.
Yeah, no, it's still a good game. They added FSR to this for some reason. So that starts out on automatically.
Cool.
I was like, why does this game look like goop?
RGG. They're like, we love FSR. It's the best.
Yeah, so you can luckily go turn that off. And of course, this game is like, I know it's a remake for the RGG engine, but it's still like using 5 or 20 years old assets or something.
Yes, 20 is really close.
Yeah, I think 18 maybe, but
No, it like
20?
literally is an arcade something
Yeah.
like 19 years ago.
Right.
20 is really close.
So yeah, it runs really well without any of that.
Yeah, of course it
Obviously.
does.
It still looks really nice.
Yeah.
Like, this game looks great. Why do we need to go farther?
Because if we don't, then we can't justify only rendering a fourth of the pixels we want to put on screen.
I know, right?
God, it's like, yeah, this game looks great and doesn't need FSR. Well, if we added it anyway, I'm like, well, then you'd make the game look worse for no benefit.
It's like this is running exactly
Although that's already every single use case of FSR. I've never seen it work properly a single time.
Oh, yeah.
I've never known what it's supposed to be giving me.
FSR2 is really good for taking a still photo,
Right.
and that's it.
Oh, Verge probably does this thing where if the camera is in front of the character, the object in front of the object between the camera and the character will go transparent.
Okay.
Which is a really common thing because they have cage matches and stuff. That is just goo.
Yeah.
Now, like that's a fact that just does not work at all with FSR.
For people who don't know, FSR2 does, like, it's a temporal AA solution. It's not getting depth. The motion vectors from those pixels are all gone because that object that's obfuscating you but is transparent is still.
Yeah.
It's not you. It's not the character.
Yeah.
So it can't guess. Everything goes down to a quarter resolution. The funny thing is Marvel Rivals also does that, but it just decimates the apparent resolution instead of it becoming goo a lot of the time, at least on the settings I'm playing on.
Right.
Which with my 4090, I'm definitely playing on higher settings than most people in certain ways. It's really neat to turn everything to ultra and look at the game and go, I see why you think that looks better. That does look nice. I like how the lumens turned all the way up looks. I have a 4090 though. Did you know most people don't?
That's all I really got to say about Virtua
I'm glad you can
Fighter.
disable the fucking
Thank
FSR.
God. If you couldn't, then they'd be like, this version's washed. Don't even play it.
As I understand it, you can't do that in Infinity Nikki. On PC. You can't disable the terrible temporal AA.
Why?
I don't know.
Which is so insane because on console, I'm like, thank God it doesn't have this. It's playable despite being 30 because it does not become goo when I spin the camera.
Yeah, it's rather sharp on console. There's still some artifacts when you don't move and then the lantern's moving, but in the grand scheme of the majority of that game, it was fine.
Right.
And it's really pin sharp in a way that you never see.
I also booted up Black Myst Wukong because they did that big update.
They did a big update. Big update. Huge update. What's
Fixed literally nothing. All the frame rate caps are still exactly the same. The frame gen mode is supposed to be a little bit more responsive than it was. I couldn't tell. It still feels terrible. In frame gen mode, performance mode. That's
still
what they've
the same
labeled it.
thing. Those are linked settings.
Yeah.
You have to use frame gen for performance because reminder, synthetic frames just as good as generated frames.
Yeah.
They keep
These guys
saying
thought
this.
they would win the game of the year. These guys thought they were going to win the game of the year.
If you had asked me a year ago, like which game will you, Chris, enjoy more or be more amicable to? Infinity Nikki or Black Myth Wukong? I wouldn't have said Infinity Nikki.
Right.
But now that's just like this game seems like it kicks the shit out of most things that came out this year. Which may be reflected in where it is on my top 10 games of the year.
This will be an interesting game of the year as I go. I don't know. I can't install the game. Fun fact, every game I had issues with
PS5 Pro.
It still runs at 30.
I don't know. It runs at 30. But yeah, fun fact, the 3 games I was having issues with on the prior install of Windows 11 were all games with anti-cheat. Curious. It's almost like consoles can skate by and not have as many problems with software because there's one hardware SKU and they're not using anti-cheat in the same ways. This anti-cheat for Infinity Nikki, by the way, has been used in a few other games. It's only about 2 years old. Sounds like it's absolute dog shit because these people are having these issues with random shit like keyboards.
Oh my God.
Like, oh, I saw this keyboard and I didn't like it because it has macro keys. They disconnected it. It then worked. Didn't work for me. I undid everything on my PC and it still would not install.
That's so dumb.
Oh, wow. All right. The PC Arc is canceled. Oh, no, this is more fuel for the PC Arc. You don't understand the PC Arc at all, it appears.
We're going all in onto the PC Arc.
Yeah. We're doing a spoiler cast where one guy couldn't install the game.
I was thinking, like, what would it take to just make me a PC gamer? And it's like, if the console manufacturers get together and be like, we're only going to do digital games now, we're not going to do physical, and we're like, okay, I'm going to be a PC guy and pirate everything. Fuck y'all.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that is absolutely.
There's also
You cannot get $1,600 a year from me, motherfuckers. Die.
There's also, in this, I'll cover it more later. Mark Cerny said the words frame gen during his talk. So I have some pretty hard opinions on what might be a thing that could cause an ocean of problems on console next gen.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, my TV has frame gen. If I wanted it, I'd turn it on.
Right. God. I played another demo
Okay.
or beta.
Uh-huh.
Sin Duality Echo of Ada.
Sin duality is all one word, right?
Yes. And that's what's a sin is just a Y.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know the game. Echoes of what?
Ada. Spelled
Echoes?
just like ADA, like in Zone of the Enders. This is that Namco Bandai game we've been seeing forever with the giant robot and the hologram robot girl next to it that flies around.
Yeah.
I didn't know what to expect from this game. This game is bizarre. It will be $40 when it comes out.
Okay.
It feels like a free-to-play game in every other way, though.
How?
There's basically no story. You just get some animated, like, comic sort of cutscene at the beginning. Then you get to customize your robot lady who flies around next to you.
Okay.
And then you go out into this one map where you collect resources and maybe fight other players or maybe not. Like it's a PvPvE sort of situation where like, oh, there's monsters out in the world could have poison rain that melt your mech. And it's all dangerous. You need to collect resources and come back.
Yeah.
Do missions.
Chat pointed out it's an extraction shooter and they're pissed. And then you started explaining it. I'm like, yeah, that is.
Yeah.
Oh.
What?
Yeah. And that's literally all you got going.
You
And then you between each mission you get new missions and you get to build stuff for your base, which some of the stuff you do in the base is literally like it takes real world time to do.
Okay.
The tutorial all had like 10 seconds and stuff, but I can see that easily becoming like then you wait 2 real world days before you can actually do this.
You're scaring me, Bob. It sounds like Tosh may be into this.
Yes.
That's
But don't worry, I think the gameplay would probably like. I don't think that she wants to play a really junky feeling third-person shooter with not a good art style.
the Tomorrow Children's one of the jankiest feeling games I've ever played.
Yeah, but
So,
she's
I don't
doing.
know.
She's like going gathering resources. This is more like doing shooter stuff and then gathering resources sometimes.
I'm like, Tosh, no. And she's like, we are willing to accept forms of existence you would not believe.
It actually runs really bad, even though it looks not good at all.
And were you playing that on PC or PS5?
PS5.
Oh, wow. Okay, I'm saying it now. I'll say it again later. Mark Cerny was asked by Digital Foundry why they didn't buff up the CPU more in the PS5 Pro, and he's like, I can count the number of AAA games that didn't eventually run at 60 frames per second on one hand.
Thank you. Thank you.
Skill issue.
If you optimize your shit, this isn't a problem. The problem is all you dumb cunts are shipping your game a year early.
Yeah. And it keeps happening. This is why every time someone's like, the console's so weak, I'm like, no, it's a really good proposition. There's a lot of power in that. It genuinely is able to run basically every game I've played on it ever at 60.
Yeah, it's like the only things that I'm looking at, like, what is your problem is Dragon's Dogma 2. It's Capcom. It's those two Capcom
Yeah, it's
games,
the
Monster
AAA,
Hunter and Dragon's
yeah.
Dogma. And maybe like Starfield can't hold it, but it's a fucking Bethesda game. It was always fucked on console anyway.
Yeah, even Star Wars Outlaws, and admittedly we are playing it like 2-3 months after launch, is running at 60.
And that is on the Pro. I don't know
Oh,
about
that's
the regular.
true. So you get to see all sorts of cool effects that definitely come off as Pisser's fault and not they didn't even check
Maybe
the game.
maybe to play Black Miss Wukong on the Pro. Maybe that'll fix it. Who am I kidding? Those modes are still capped at like random things like 40.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that game's CPU bottlenecked on PC anyway, so that wouldn't. I don't even know why. The scope of that game really doesn't make.
Oh no!
I mean, a lot of it is Unreal Engine 5 features have been turned on with no understanding of how they affect it.
Right, like the scope is less than a Dark Souls game.
Right. Yeah.
Like-
Especially Elden Ring.
Oh yeah, not even thinking about Elden Ring. Like this is less scope than a Dark Souls 3.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm seeing chat say Final Fantasy 16 and 7 Remake could run better. I thought 7 Remake ran fine.
7 Remake ran pretty fine with
Yeah, it
as
was
far
just
as I
blurry.
played. Yeah, it was really blurry,
Yeah.
and there might have been a little bit of like frame drops, but it wasn't not as noticeable as other games.
So yes, Final Fantasy 16 should have been in a state where it ran better. I agree.
Yeah, no, they can't fix that. Like even after a year.
I'm surprised we didn't get a wave of people talking about it didn't. I'm guessing it didn't sell all that well on PC.
Oh yeah, probably not. Like nobody talked about it when that happened.
My brother was gonna get it,
right?
and then he realized his PC was old as shit, so he couldn't even run it really.
Mm-hmm. But that did come out.
Yeah, that's out. It's been
Okay.
out for months.
Okay.
I played the demo on the
that's what-
5900X,
so did
and
I.
yeah, it
that's
didn't run
what
great.
happens when you're like, well, we're having bunch of people from the MMO team make it. They'll just use the Crystal Tool shit. Like we don't want to teach them Unreal. So
Yeah, I saw the update where they're like performance mode exists on consoles for Monster Hunter, and they say 60 frames per second, but Monster Hunter Wilds
they said
did an update,
they said
but-
they're really going to try and get it down.
Okay.
So maybe they're like,
Well, that's great.
okay, maybe we need to. Maybe they looked at Dragon's Dogma and like, people really didn't like this. Maybe we need to tighten this shit up before it comes out.
I
instead of
like that.
8 months after.
I genuinely do not like that.
You should seriously consider unshipping your game. Yeah, well, that would be great. That's what I
Yeah,
want.
Right. And Capcom does seem receptive to that sort of criticism. And
Yeah, Capcom does seem to care that
Yeah.
that seems to be actually something they care about. The reason I was scared about Dragon's Dogma, and this is, it seemed like they might be moving away from caring about that.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see how Monster Hunter Wilds goes.
Yeah, I was intended to buy that game. If that game, it can be covered in goo. If it still mostly stays close to 60, I'll get it at launch because I do want to play a Monster Hunter eventually. I'm the guy who has never played a single second of a Monster Hunter game.
I'm trying to think if I did with World.
Yeah, I don't know.
I might have tried the
Yeah,
tiniest bit.
Right. Like maybe.
I don't know if I would get it on PC or console. I mean, I have the Pro. I guess I should just see what it looks like on the Pro closer to launch.
Right. Because I know that the PC version, even with high-end rigs, had serious problems on during the beta, but they might work on
Yes!
fixing that.
You know how I remember that?
Uh-huh.
Pat stares at it is like, in what world would I need a high-end console? And within 24 hours, Monster Hunter Wilds will not run on my PC smoothly. What is up? And I'm like,
When it comes at you fast.
yeah. Anyway.
But yeah, don't pay $40 for Sin Duality Echoes of Ada. I think that I think that's a scam.
It has the appearance of a scam.
I can't, like, this feels like it's been delayed for literally years, and now it's just finally they want to ship it out and don't want to think about it. Just like,
$40 extraction shooters with free-to-play timers.
yeah.
This is Bamco, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah, they seem to kind of be burning to the ground a little bit. It seems like they had fucking a lot of delusions. They had like the Sony delusion of becoming service kings, and then their Genshin Impact died on fucking Impact.
Yeah. Yeah, no, things clearly
God,
went bad fast.
we're in the sunken cost phase right now. We need a couple more of these big ones to just get their spines pulled up before everybody goes, we better back down.
They even did an anime tie-in with this.
Yeah, people
like
are
a year
saying
ago
just
or
watch
something.
that. Yeah. People in chat right
That's
now.
another
Yeah.
Bamco got big on that. I think there was also a Scarlet Nexus anime.
Yes, and that was also way before launch, and apparently didn't even line up with the game at all.
Really?
Yeah.
I forget if there was a Tales of Arise anime project. It might have been like an OVA or something. I don't remember.
Tales of does get animes sometime, but I think they didn't do one for
Sometimes,
Arise. I think it was just that way after way after
Berseria?
Zesteria.
Zestiria.
Zestiria had like an OVA around when it actually came out. Vesperia had like a movie. Abyss had an actual show, I think. Like they got a 26 episode anime season, I think. I don't think any of the things between Vesperia and Zestiria got like an anime project at all, though. But I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't think so. But that's all I had to say about Synduality.
Okay. What's up, Chris?
Apparently, Chad is saying Zestiria had a 26 episode series. I don't fucking remember that. I just remember the OVA where the fox dude ate a guy.
I really like this. Chat member says UFO table too busy with Demon Slayer to do Tales anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Bob, what else did you play?
I also booted up Zenless Zone Zero because it did that big update. I did not get to play hardly any of it though, because we started playing Marvel Rivals like immediately when I started playing that.
I hear that has a PS5 Pro mode now.
It does.
And they ripped out a lot of, if not all of, the TV. I hear the TV's a mini game that you do on the street.
Right, you can do if you want to now. So I'm excited to actually get and see what they replaced it with, because there's some new mode where you play as that their
Scrunko,
mascot,
the
Scrunko.
Bugaboo or whatever.
Yeah, that thing. So I want to see what that's like.
Can we get some emotes of that? Bang Boo? Bang Boo.
I got to play the new character because they have that in demo now. She's like a quick draw sword wielding fox girl.
Yeah, I've seen her.
Yeah.
I was like, Bob would like this character.
She's pretty neat, but she doesn't have any fun mechanics going on, so I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, she just seems pretty basic. It's like, oh yeah, she does
Your
this.
waifu? Basic.
But other than that, they added ray tracing. You can turn it off or on. I couldn't tell the difference. It just made the game run worse, as usual. The game just seems to run worse in general now. I know it's been a few months since I booted it, but it feels like the whole thing is running worse. Like in town, in random encounters.
It didn't drop frames at all before.
I didn't think so. Maybe the new girl just makes it run really bad because she has so many effects.
Her ass is so fat.
But that wouldn't explain the town.
Yeah, effects like thigh jiggle. I swear the West wouldn't be falling right now if they had the Gunnar division of technology like fucking Hoyoverse has.
Right? I don't know.
Thigh
what
jiggle,
thinking.
you fucking.
I mean, having a tech division that weren't completely soulless homunculi, only concerned with the concept of profit, not even actually making it.
So
help.
The tech divisions of a lot of Western game developers, to me, come across as kind of like the food scientists.
Oh,
derogatory.
Yeah. Like,
how much sawdust? Ketchup is a vegetable. So cool. We need to check that out on the PS5 Pro.
we do.
It did update. It's already installed. We can do that.
Great. Yeah, I hardly had to play any of it, but
Okay.
I was pretty disappointed by it seemingly running worse in every place.
Did you play anything else?
That is it. That's all I had time for.
Okay. Hey, Dr. Aggro, what have you been playing?
I recently purchased and downloaded a game called Corridor for the PSVR 2. It is a really neat looking puzzle game where you're a guy in a spacesuit walking down hallways. And there is, if you look over to your left, there's a second hallway identical to yours. It's like a full length mirror, and you're over there and you hit a button to switch between the regular world and the mirror world, and you move stuff between them and like tilt things and move stuff around and dodge stuff. And like, it's a really cool concept. I have never played a VR game that ran this bad.
See, I have a PC. So I've definitely experienced that. And I went to VCAT this last week. I definitely experienced that. How did that make you feel?
I booted this game up and did the first thing you do in a VR game. I waved my hand in front of my face and went, ooh.
And then you contacted Sony support and are like, take this off my account.
The like picking up and moving objects is hit or miss. Like the grip sometimes doesn't hit accurately, which is great when one of the things you have to do is hand over hand a rail on the wall and then switch into the mirror world and grab the rail over there before you fall. And sometimes it just doesn't grab and you fall into a pit.
Now, do you know if the mirror world has done ray tracing and that's why it runs so bad?
That's all I've been thinking.
Oh, God.
Soothing
It
Windows
didn't occur to
11
me.
sounds.
Weird thing about this is, like, I watched a couple reviews for this before I bought it, and so sometimes reviews for VR games have this problem where people who do them are very excited about VR and will talk up games that maybe have some problems.
Yeah, VR game reviewers are very similar to tech journalists in that exact way.
The weird thing about it is everybody I saw talk about this game described it as there being two hallways instead of there being a mirror, which was a weird thing to misunderstand about this game.
Or they beat the game. They're like, here's a twist.
You go into the mirror world and all the writing's reversed. It's a fucking mirror. This is the first VR
No,
game
I
I've
watched
ever played.
JoJo's. I heard that there is no such thing as a mirror world. You're insane.
The fucking notion that you got to the point where you review VR games, but you haven't figured out object permanence and mirrors is like blowing my mind right now. I'm imagining a 19-year-old lad who's just been grown in a vat. I'm gonna be honest. I stopped. I removed a huge capacity to trust VR reviewers when I played that thing based on the Foundation.
Oh yeah.
And the praise it got from people made me go, "You are all morons." This goes against every inherent joy of VR and is just the world's worst 7th gen video game in every way you can imagine. Anyway. Continue.
This is the first VR game I've ever played that had a jump button.
Really?
Yeah, that was super bizarre. Like, I'm completely immune to VR sickness, so it wasn't a problem, but I kept pushing it going, this feels reckless.
I'm trying to think. I know I've played many, but did Horizon and Star Wars not have jump buttons?
Yeah, no, I can't think of a single game I played with a jump button.
Well, I've put hundreds of hours into game with jump button. It's called VR Chat. And it was 51% of my time on Steam this year only because I left UFO 50 running overnight for the idle game.
Why does VR Chat have a jump button?
You got to jump on stuff.
I'm sure there's no other sinister physics-based answer to that question.
Nope. In the Ocarina of Time world, when you jump backwards, you get a different jump arc, and it makes the backflippy sound. Because fucking VR Chat's
Nice.
cool.
It does seem that.
Also, as a side jump, same deal. It does the side jump from Ocarina of Time, but in first person, and it makes the different sound for that too. Is VR Chat Dan's game of the year? They would riot.
VR Chat didn't
No, go
release this
ahead.
year.
No, go ahead. Oh shit. Well, Chris said it was okay.
All right.
In fact, considering what's probably going to happen in 2025, I feel like 2025 should be the year of the backlog, and as long as it came out in the past 10 years, it's eligible.
Yeah, no, it literally is getting that bad. I've been chat. This is such a deranged perspective to have an entire artistic medium, but I'm sitting here smoldering, angry at these game publishers for ruining my podcast network as they go, well, I would simply not. I would not release a game for you to speculate on.
Okay. I mean, that game's coming out. It's like, it won't be done for another 18 months. And I'm like, but you're letting me buy it. And they're like, that's the industry now.
Yep.
Isn't this convenient?
No,
No.
it isn't.
I would gladly have you pay me today for the possibility of a video game.
Oh, I should probably give Aggro my Quest 2 while I'm down. Just because I have a Quest 3. If I'm going to do Quest shit, I'll do the Quest 3. If Tosh needs to join in on VR Chat or something, she can use the Quest 3.
Mm-hmm.
But Aggro, he doesn't deserve a Quest 3. I think we all know that. He can get a Quest.
I can't wait to play Quest exclusive games on the 2 and drop them 4 points.
Right. Yeah, I was like, now they have that connector for the PSVR, so he doesn't even need to use it for his PC.
No.
So I will put up with a lot
Uh-huh.
to play a puzzle game
Uh-huh.
because I have that deep sickness in me.
Yeah.
So there's a thing this game does where sometimes stuff will kill you. Like there's a crusher wall or you fall down a pit because the grab detection didn't work. And when this happens, you don't know it because there's no sound effect or visual cue. The game registers that you have died, and then a couple solid seconds later, while you're still in control of your character, the screen fades to black.
What?
And you respawn. I was in a hallway where there was a boulder spawning at the top of the incline, rolling down and despawning at the end of the hallway. And there were alcoves on the side of the wall. And I'm like, I've played video games. I know how this works. But, there's the mirror. And in the mirror world, the alcoves are staggered to the real alcove. So, okay, you run up, duck in the alcove, duck out, go to the mirror world to duck into that alcove. That's a cute little thing. I couldn't figure out the parameters the game had for whether or not the boulder would kill me, because I was never quite sure when I died.
Yeah. God. That's horrible.
Yeah.
It was at that point that I just turned the game off and booted up Legendary Tales.
Cool.
Because I was like, no, I didn't get a half an hour into that. I'm like, no, I wanted to play VR, so I'm going to play VR. I'm going to hit a skeleton with a stick.
Yeah, we still need to do online co-op of that. Hey, Chris has PSVR 2 now as well. So Chris could join us for Legendary Tales. He sounded like he did want to beat up skeletons.
Is it? I do. Is it on sale on their Christmas sale?
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's on sale. You know what isn't on sale? Soul Covenant, that VR game I completely forgot about, made by people who worked on Soul Sacrifice, former Sony. By the way, former Sony Japan, where are the sales? You all said you loved them. Buy Slitterheaded. I'm kidding. This joke can't go that. You can't go that far. Don't buy Soul Covenant. I have heard literally nothing good about it. But buy Slitterhead.
Yeah, maybe the people who made Soul Sacrifice shouldn't make them another game.
Maybe the people who made Soul Sacrifice are literally the exact people I keep pointing at and going, why don't you talk about any of these games when you say you love Sony Japan Studio and you miss them so much? Is there a reason?
It's on sales. Jesus, that game was $55?
Yes.
Yeah, that's been a pain point for it. It was expensive.
What is it now?
32.
Getting it.
Yeah,
Easy.
No,
Done.
that's easy.
Okay, I also might get Creed because that went on sale, and I know people who like that game.
Yeah, I hear good things about it. I still haven't played it.
I keep forgetting I need to watch all those movies.
Oh shit!
You can't play it until you watch the entire Rocky series.
What's replacing Pokemon Go to the movies? Rocky goes to the finally watching it.
Yeah, have you seen all the Rocky movies?
Boomer World.
Boomer World!
I think I've finally seen all the Rocky movies. Now I
Okay.
just haven't seen the Creed movies.
Okay.
Actually,
here's the thing, though. We can't just do a Creed cast, and here's why.
Right.
We need to cover the first Rocky film, so that way when I go,
You don't have to kiss me. I'm gonna kiss you. Okay, so you don't leave.
people know I'm referencing a very real scene in Rocky 1 directly.
Right, that's the one where he kisses his robot butler, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Rocky
But
4.
he was a coward for editing out the butler robot. I don't
And
get
the
it.
love scene
Yes,
between
and
him and the butler robot.
We gotta, and then we can do a cursed content on Ricky 1. That is like an airplane movie, but
Yeah,
Rocky.
I was
It
like,
came out in
what?
1988.
That can't
I never
be.
saw that one.
I'm sure that aged well.
It has an 8% on Rotten Tomatoes.
So it's just as good as Kirk Cameron's Saving Christmas?
So I'm assuming it's like an airplane movie, but not the same producers or
writers or anything.
No, but the tagline is, it does to boxing what airplane did to flying.
So are we going to watch
it's terrible.
Ricky 1 and then Dracula Dead and Loving It back to back? What is with the yawning chasm of silence?
I don't want to go near that sentence. Like if I make a sound, that sentence might hear me and come after me.
God, who is that guy?
Rodney King? What?
No.
Leslie Nielsen. That's who I'm thinking of. Leslie Nielsen.
Oh.
When's the Leslie Nielsen podcast?
That's so dire. I mean, hey, wait. That means we get to watch 2 episodes of Columbo.
Right?
I'm signing up for it. Full approval
I feel
stamp.
I feel like we should probably stick to movies.
Columbo movies are movies. Look it up. It's true. They have movie posters. They are movies. Those are made for TV movies. They're still movies.
Probably movies made within the past. Probably movies post Naked Gun movie.
We have to at least watch Police Squad. That's not a movie.
Come on now. We gotta watch the Police Cut series.
Yeah, I almost ordered that the other day because it was really cheap during Black Friday.
That was a mistake.
Yeah, I know.
What the fuck is police? Oh, police squad. Okay, I know.
I was like, you gotta be kidding.
Because I've never seen that, even though I've seen, like, I really like the Naked Guns movies as a kid, 'cause of course.
So, okay. So, in a similar moment to what just almost occurred, Masumi was playing the Grinch game on Dreamcast, which is just a hard port of the PS1 Grinch game. The narrator is George Lowe, meaning it's Space Ghost.
Oh my god, what?
Me and someone else in chat, holy shit, that's Space Ghost. Masumi, I've never watched Space Ghost. And I'm like, that was possible?
Canada's messed up.
It's like, right? It's like you ran into someone in Fallout and they were just like, what's radiation?
So I started playing Legendary Tales again.
Oh, yeah? Really?
yeah.
You don't say.
And I did two things this time around that really improved this game's experience.
Okay.
One, I actually used the weapons this game is designed around instead of being a dick and just only casting magic the whole time.
Seems smart.
Because like this whole game is the weapons. That's what everything else is built around. Two, I already played this game for a few hours earlier this year, so I knew how a bunch of its arcane and obtuse systems work. So I got to cut out the learning curve and accomplished everything I did in my first save file in literally half the time.
Nice.
This game, I finally figured out what it is. It is the old school AD&D power curve. This game doesn't start until the second dungeon. In the whole opening, you suck and your stats are garbage and you do shit for damage and you're gonna die. Until you have earned the right to have higher numbers and better equipment.
That just makes sense.
I was honestly, I was gonna give up on, because when you look at this game, it looks like an asset store flip. It is not.
It's not
visually
Looker.
stunning.
No.
But, you know, the weapons are really well designed and moving them in the weight and like shifting your hand up and down. And like the core gameplay is really, really satisfying. So I was going through it and like I'd walk up to an NPC and click on them and they would just dead eye stare into the distance as a text box popped up and gave me their dialogue to go like, oh, you need to go find the merchant. I'm like, yes, everyone has played this shittily written module in D&D before. This is great. I go into the second dungeon where the goblins are, and the goblins are bastards because they're 2 feet tall, and if you do not bend down to parry their strikes, they are going to stab you in the shins to death.
That sounds terrible.
It's like fighting a bunch of like third graders.
I eventually found the crouch button. It is holding R3. You have to long press it to toggle.
Okay. All right.
So I was going through the goblin dungeon, and, you know, everything like zombie, skeleton, goblin. That's all I've seen. That's all I fought. And it's just fighting those 1 to 3 at a time until I finally hopped off a cliff because there's no fall damage in this game. Landed on the ground, and the ground gave way. It collapsed in, and I landed in a dark cave, and 3 skeletons jumped me. I'm like, that's the craziest thing this game's done so far. We're finally seeing life. This is amazing. As I'm thinking that, I walk through a doorway and 4 pendulum blades fall out of the ceiling on ropes and knock my ass into the wall. Holy shit, I think. A physical trap? This game is coming to life. And as I walk into the other room, there are 8 treasure chests in there.
Oh!
Just scattered around, seemingly. I'm like,
Oh,
and now that trap has activated my brain, I look around and realize 2 of these treasure chests have locks on them. The rest do not.
I'm sure they're fine. You should open them all.
And I'm like, this is a game that has the same stone texture everywhere. There's no, I've seen 3 enemy types, and I think that's all there's gonna be. There's no fucking way. So I pull out my sword and I poke one, and the lid pops open to reveal teeth and a bright red tongue as the mimic lunges.
I don't want to see that in VR. I don't. Oh.
Yeah, no, this game drip feeds you content, but when it starts turning on, it turns on the juice.
I'm really glad
like I
it's
said,
a decent price now.
Yeah. it definitely needed to be a decent price. Like most of the first game, you're fighting 1 to 3 guys at a time. And, like the fighting them is fun, but you're doing that for hours. And then this morning, I got into a hallway where there was 1 skeleton, 2 regular goblins, 1 with a club, 1 with a sword and shield, another goblin with a bow and arrow, 2 goblins throwing rocks, 1 goblin casting fireball, and a hobgoblin, which is a double-sized goblin that has an entire moveset. It's the most enemies this game has thrown at me so far. I spent, 5-10 minutes fighting them because I killed everything with melee, and then all the shooters hung back, and I was on 4 health, so I was just hitting fireballs with my sword back down the hallway.
God, that's awesome.
Which, again, works well enough because this game it's designed around its core gameplay mechanic and nothing else. That I was able to accurately aim the fireball deflection with my sword.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, that's really sick.
Like this, like where they put the work in this game. I think there are like 10 different skill trees. Like 3 of them are based on your main stat, 3 of them are based on your secondary stat. 3 of them are just based on, I think 4 of them are based on archetypes, whether you're going like full melee, 2-handed sword and board, open-handed, magic, bow and arrow, dex weapons. There are separate skill ups just for the legendary weapons you find to improve their activated abilities. Which, like, the first time I played this game, I was talking a lot about, there's all these cool, weird weapons in here, like, that you wouldn't see in normal games, like Talhofer bucklers and like, German executioner longswords, and, like, really specific, weird sword guy picks. Mm-hmm. And then I got an item crystal, because when you kill an enemy, sometimes an item crystal will drop, and then you got the white ones for commons, blue ones for uncommons, and the gold ones for the rares. One time, one of them spawned, and it was orange with a magic circle around it and a fire effect, and it made a different noise. I cracked that one open, and I got it was a sword that was vaguely Dao-shaped, had orange Guy Fieri flames up the side, and was named Tiger Slaughter.
That's awesome.
It is! There's so much cool shit in this game, but you have to get to it. And I unbelievably want to play this game multiplayer. I cannot imagine. Like, even, like I was saying before, it was kind of boring just slinging spells. Pew, pew, pew. Wait. Pew, pew, pew. Move forward. Pew, pew. That sounds amazing if I had a tank.
Yeah. Cool. I'll have to pick this up before it goes off sale because that sounds really great. Bob, you're going to have to go buy a full MSRP PSVR 2 right now to be our 4th player.
Just did my move, but
Wait,
I
is
have
it
so
4?
much money sitting around to go buy a VR.
Is it 4-player or 3-player?
It's 4-player.
Oh. Sorry, Bob.
Should have got it on that sale, Bob.
Should have gotten it on that sale. Oh, jeez. It's still on sale at Sam's. At Sam's? Bob, you could go to Sam's Club.
I was there the other day. I didn't see it. Mine didn't have it that I can buy it.
Yeah, I doubt it was next to the hot dogs.
Oh yeah, I have a product recommendation.
I'm so jealous of this man and his fucking hot dog. I'm like starving. What's your product recommendation?
You should get Tyson's buffalo chicken strips from Sam's Club. That's a really solid frozen chicken product.
Okay.
And since Sam's Club dropped their Chick-fil-A ripoff, Billions Must Die, that's a good replacement.
So I started actually poaching the chicken that I bought raw in order to make dishes. And I realized you really just need to just poach the fucking chicken. Make sure you use chicken broth and shit so it's flavorful, right? Don't fucking anyway. All I have to fucking do is throw the fucking shredded chicken in a bowl, massage it with hot sauce, microwave it for a bit, and throw it in my fucking egg burrito, and it tastes great. Why haven't I been doing that?
Yeah, life is just discovering, wait a minute, that was this easy to cook this whole time?
It's just, why would I even do normal YouTube style meal prep? If I could just prep the protein to a cooked status in advance.
Right, like that's the main thing.
Right.
You don't want to have this bizarre meal plan they set up because they're insane.
Right, where it's like
You want something versatile.
these egg cups are only 70% salt.
Right?
It's like, dude, what is it? 3 eggs, this fucking chicken, a low carb tortilla, 1 slice of American cheese split between 2 tacos.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking delicious. Barely costs anything. Takes no time to make.
Yeah.
I mean, it's no smash burger. Speaking of which, Bob, my dyslexia got me. You know how we use 65-gram size patties?
Yeah.
I fucked up. I did 75, and I'm like, these are the thinnest, largest fucking patties I've ever fucking seen. This is going to be a clown show when I get this on the bun. It sure was. It took a solid 30 seconds of eating the beef that was hanging off the outside of it to make it even look like a burger. It's good shit. Aggro, I promise I will buy that game.
Awesome. The last thing I wanted to say about it was this is the first VR game that really gave me a sense of vertigo. Because, like I said, there's no fall damage in it, and sometimes when you go through a dungeon, the loop back is just dropping down a hole because you missed the rope and couldn't slowly lower yourself. And my brain is still pretty convinced that my legs are broken.
You just have to keep talking it down for that. Like, no,
It's like that moment when you finish going down an elevator and your stomach just goes. It was like that, but I was standing still in the middle of my living room. So, I played I played nothing but VR games this week.
Okay, real quick. I just wanted to say for anyone who's interested, apparently, I haven't looked into this myself. It is crossplay. So you could get it on PC and play with people on PlayStation, seemingly. Anyways, continue, Aggro.
I downloaded my first Gran Turismo.
Oh, cool. Dope.
Yeah, that Gran Turismo demo that has its own name for some reason.
Yeah, it sure is weird. Kazunori Yamauchi's a weird guy.
Man, that is incredible in the headset. Just the sense of speed is amazing.
Yeah.
Oh man, I got about halfway through the A licensing tests before I turned it off. Because Gran Turismo is an incredibly well-crafted game of exceptional quality made by mutants who hate fun.
Sometimes, as a gamer, you need that.
No, yeah, I get it. I get why it exists, and I get why people like it. I had to turn it on for the first time in years to go, will I like this yet? No, the answer is no.
I'm curious. Does this version make you do the license test and not give you regular races?
I don't know. It opened on do the license test, and I didn't argue with it.
Okay, because the majority of Gran Turismo now is about these menus, and the menus give it a good structure and flow that older Gran Turismos wouldn't have necessarily as much. It does add a huge amount of joy to the playthrough.
I'm sorry. When I mean hate fun, I mean taking a corner in this game sucks.
Yeah, it's very real.
It's a realistic driving simulator.
It's like you're doing math with your controller is what it feels like. The menu shit's real good though. I'd be bummed out if that wasn't in the demo because that's what makes Gran Turismo 7 so good.
Where it's called has such a weird name, it isn't selling itself in demo. I bet that's not there.
Boku no Ichi Gran Turismo. Were you not impressed, Bob?
No. It was just I was so impressed.
Jozu.
So you're not Gran Turismo pilled? You're not rushing out right now to get GT7? Is that?
No, that is. I am waiting for one of the kart racers to actually come out on the PSVR 2.
That'd be neat.
Hey, Sonic. Yeah, you got that Sonic racing game.
So I also played a game called Max Mustard.
What?
Yeah, this is it is a 3D platformer made by Toast Interactive, the guys who made I don't know, like Richie's Plank Experience.
Oh, okay, them.
Which is that game
who?
you saw. It's that game you saw everywhere when VR headsets started coming out of people like walking out on a plank over a city street.
Oh, that.
Huh.
Yeah, those guys made a game.
Oh, okay.
So it is a 3D platformer that it's really like it looks. Yeah, there you go. It's very Ratchet and Clank pilled in a lot of its design. and you're, sitting in that omniscient space and platforming around the area.
Oh, okay. So it's not first person. It is like a third person's perspective as you move the character.
You were sitting up there, and like just out of screen are the controllers for a different VR platform that they didn't change for the PlayStation version.
Oh.
I mean, I think they're pretty generic looking, but they are very much. I like. I don't remember. I think Quest controllers.
There's
I guess a bunch of them kind of look like that.
There's your protagonist at the bottom here.
Oh yeah.
So Aggro, tell me, is this a really fucking good 3D platformer? You know I'm a slut.
I'm not sure yet. So it does this weird thing where as Max moves through the level, you're dragged behind her and cannot go back. And you can just walk her under you and off screen and off of a cliff because it's all floating islands. You can eventually buy the ability to turn the camera and like look left and right.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't know why you have to buy that from the power-up shop. So it's definitely a game designed for children.
Okay.
The levels are very short. They're very clear and linear. Like you're seeing all the coins, the boxes. You've got to free 3 little skrunkos from cages in every level, and they're just out in the open. They're not hidden at all. But it's still really fun. She does a Tatsumaki Senpukyaku when you buy it with a fire effect.
Cool.
So the sticks on the Sense controllers are not super great. I've never liked controlling regular games with them. So doing a 3D platformer over Endless Void with them is at times frustrating because I cannot tell where in 3D space she is. She has at all times a circle beneath her on the ground to let you know, but that only appears on the ground and not over the void. So I will often like jump at a box and fall directly behind it and think, I don't feel like that was my fault.
That's so weird. You'd think that with it being in the VR, you'd have a better sense of depth.
That's exactly what I thought before it started happening to me.
Right?
You know what would have helped?
I'll be the first one to admit that I've always been kind of bad at that, so that might just be a me thing.
So you might have a lack of depth perception?
I've never been great at spatial reasoning.
Like I now I'm thinking of like Mario's 3D Land on the 3DS. When I turned that 3D slider on, it did actually help.
Yeah. For me,
and like that is the vibe I'm getting from a lot of this level design.
Yeah. Looking at that a second ago, it did have that vibe for certain.
Like I straight up just did the level where there are red blocks and blue blocks that keep switching in and out of phase.
Yeah. Just like that really great Mario Galaxy 2 clip where I'm trying to make him spin in midair so I don't fall to my death, and then motion controls. Every
now and then, so far it's happened twice where you'll go through a level and hit a robot and it'll toss up like a big cartoony Ratchet and Clank looking gun that attaches to one of your floating controllers, and now you've got a vacuum to suck up vegetables in the level to get coins, or suck up an enemy and shoot it out at unbreakable blocks.
Cool.
The first thing it gives you is a plunger gun. And I've gotten to 2 bonus levels so far, which, you have to use the plunger gun to hit the targets in under 5 seconds. That plunger gun may be the most fun thing I've ever used in VR.
Really?
There's something amazingly tactily satisfying about rapid firing mini plungers at a surface and having them stick there.
It's the simple things,
It really is. So this game is charming as all fucking get out, as you might have seen from the screenshots. The level selection is a miniatures map, like Mario Overworld style, that is sitting on the table in the back of the flying van Max pilots. So you're just sat back there with like the interactable toaster and a coffee mug with the chemical symbol for caffeine on it, selecting levels. And when you go to the item shop, you're sat in front of a counter on a bench, and there are 3 boxes in front of you that you can choose from. And if you want one of those power-ups, you physically pick it up and huck it into a chute, and then a new one spawns in. Every time this game does something incredibly frustrating, the next moment it does something really cool or really charming, and I can't be mad at it anymore.
How much is this one?
I bought this like I think it was 20.
Okay.
Yeah, it was 20 because I had $5 left from a gift card. That doesn't sound like a causal statement, but that's why I remembered that it was 20 because it ended up being 15. One thing the one feeling that I got while playing this game was that exciting notion that, man, we're still in the growing pains era of VR game design.
Might always be, yeah.
Might always be, but like I need more. I need more 3D platformers in VR. It's such a good idea. But every now and then the game will do something and I'll think, oh, I can't wait to look back on that and think that idea was quaint. And I'm glad they tried it, but we shouldn't do that. But yeah, that's all I've been playing. Chris?
So I played the new game by Van Ripper. They are the creator of Helltaker, and if you don't know what that is, yes, you do.
Yeah, you do.
If you've ever seen a demon girl in a suit with silver hair on the internet, that is from Helltaker.
I wasn't
That game
aware that
has,
was
like-
a game for the longest time. I thought that was just porn some guy drew, and people really liked it and were copying it.
That would be the most powerful pornography ever, considering how much there is. But they released a new game. It's free once again.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It is called Awaria, Awaria. I think that's right. Let me make sure I'm not humiliating myself. That is correct. And that one was Demon Girls. This one is Ghost Girls.
What was the name of the game?
Awaria, Awaria. Not as catchy a name, and then you go through the concept art and they're like, originally it was going to be called Wrath Taker, but like Wraith Taker, but I decided to do something different. It beat my ass, for one.
Oh.
I had to drop it down to easy because it was kicking the shit out of me.
And the first game from these people was like a visual novel style thing, right?
No, it was a puzzle game. In fact,
Oh.
there's not really much dialogue in either at all.
Huh.
Like you have these little vignettes between levels, but the first game was a puzzle game where it's like you have this many moves and you could. It was basically a Sokoban game.
Hmm.
And so it's like solve this puzzle in this many moves and then you advance. This is you have free movement. You are an engineer in some shithole. They don't really go into the setting all that much. You're a repair engineer in the tunnels. That's about as much as you get. So in every level you have 2 to 4 generators. They're called shield generators, and they keep the ghosts from being able to kill you. And your job is to fix them, which of course means that while doing so, the ghosts are trying to kill you. So the way it works is you have 2 to 4 generators. They break down. You have like 40 seconds to repair each one. That starts ticking down once it breaks. You run up to it, and it's like, what fucking part do I need to fix you? And then you need one of 5 parts. The parts are cogs, fuses, water, a battery, and I don't really know what the last one is. It's like a square. So you can see on the 2 things on the left are generators. One is broken, one is not. The things on the right, you have at the top, you have the fabricator for the thing I don't know what it is. Then you have the fuse fabricator, the water tank, and then the cog fabricator. So the way this works is you run up to a broken generator. It's like, I need this part. And then you go take it, and you fucking make sure to double tap the fabricator so it starts making another one. Because it takes time for them to generate new parts. And then you fix the generator, and 5 seconds later it fucking breaks again because it's a piece of shit, and it needs different parts to fix it. And at the bottom is how many times you have to fix a generator without dying to complete the level.
I mean, this
it becomes
basically the same as running a live stream.
it becomes evil later on because that orange part that the main character is holding, To fabricate one at all, it needs a fuse. So you have to take the fuse from the yellow fuse thing, take it over to the orange one, put it in, and now it will start producing that part for you. The batteries also require water to make. And later on, they start requiring the generator can be like, I need 2 things. You can only carry 2 things at a time, by the way.
This sounds like an anxiety attack and a nightmare.
Right.
And all this time, whatever ghost in the level is trying to kill you. And they all have different attacks, and sometimes there's more than one of them. And you can't do shit to them, by the way. You have no options. Your options are move and pick thing up. Like the last couple levels give you a dash, like a short range dash.
Now I'm just like, are the Helltaker girls trying to kill you in those levels?
No, you're just trying to get. One of them is the boss. The boss is, but the others are just like you get to them and then you do like a. Helltaker literally opens with this dude saying, "I'm gonna go bang some demon girls," and then going to hell. So all the between level things are him propositioning them, and you can get wrong and they rip you apart. But then you just get to do it again. You just get to do the other option. Yeah, fuck this ghost girl in Pacific. She leaves fucking mines on the floor. That shoot up giant pairs of pliers that try to snip your fucking head off.
Ugh.
Your drone protects you from 1 hit, but it takes 10 seconds to recharge. So if you get hit in that 10-second window, you're dead. Unless you get your ass beat so many times, you switch to easy where it regenerates in like 2 seconds like I did. Because I made it to the point where you get the dash, and then I'm like, this is too fucking hard. I can't do it. And it's like, if you want all the concept art and development notes, you have to beat the game on hard. And I'm like, no, I'll just look at a YouTube video. I can't do it. It's too difficult. It's really fucking hard. It doesn't help that I don't think it works right with a controller. Like, I don't know, I had issues with movement with a controller that I did not have when I switched to the keyboard.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe my DualSense is dying, or maybe it did not sync up properly, or maybe having DS for Windows open made it give double input somehow, because some games that naturally register the DualSense will do that if you have DS for Windows open. They'll be like, you have 2 controllers, you want us to do weird things with both inputs, right? I'm like, no, I don't. Yeah, it was fun. I had a great time for the hour it took me to play it. I probably like Helltaker more. It is funny to see people posting like, yeah, the designs aren't as good because they're all green. And then you go into the concept art and he's like, I tried so hard to justify them having clothes, but you couldn't see them well enough if they did. So they had to just be solid green apparitions. Like they have clothes, but they're all green. Like it's just they're a ghost. It's like I tried so hard to justify, like I resisted as long as I could, just making them green. But then for readability, I had to just make them green. So yeah, it's free. Just go try it. Can't beat free.
I have a quick question.
Yeah, what's up?
I feel like you're the only person who can answer this. What is this?
Oh, that is from one of those demos of a Russian game.
Oh, is it
that I played
this one? But the menu's weirdly different.
Yeah, that is the same game allegedly, but
allegedly.
everything
I'm deleting these. I just needed to know what was lurking here. And for people who are curious and got interested in that halfway through and forgot the name, it's Awaria. Awaria.
Yes. I also played some Anton Blast, only a couple levels. I'll beat it pretty soon because it's not that long. I didn't expect the villain of that game to just be the red guy from Cow and Chicken.
Yeah, it's overt. It's just him.
And I don't mean it looks like him. It is the devil. I mean his ass is prominent. And he talks like this.
Yep.
He talks in that way where he has a very deep voice, but it's somewhat flamboyant. I also didn't expect the plot of this game to literally be Mirror, mirror on the wall, am I the reddest one of all? And then he gets pissed because Anton is more red than him.
It's honestly, these are the most endearing parts of the game to me. It is cow and chicken, Ed, and Eddie core, and that's the
He's like,
motivation.
Go fuck this guy up so when he comes to beat my ass, I can siphon his redness.
Yeah, it's a good plan.
What? All right.
But yeah, that game's real fun. It's sure different from Pizza Tower because you die in 3 hits, and Pizza Tower is like, it's like Peppino can get hit 1,000 times. Who cares? He doesn't give a shit. He's immortal. It's like Wario Land 2. Meanwhile, I've died several times because Anton only has three pips. I presume you can upgrade that at some point because I think the demo had 5. But yeah, there's a lot of movement tech. I can see why some people have already gotten into speed running it. I've only played like 5 levels. It's pretty neat though.
Yeah, Podlord Digital Basic is actually the 2nd best speedrunner in the world.
Yeah.
Wow.
So there you go.
I also beat Yik. However, I was not aware that Yik also includes Yik 2. Benevolence, Yik 2 Benevolent Psychosis, which technically I guess is New Game Plus.
Come on.
Well, they call it New Game Plus, even though it's entirely new content with entirely new characters. Yeah, like that game, like it's pretentious as fuck, but I'm having a great time streaming it still. Like, just removing all the bad mini games, really, it's hard to overstate what a buff that gives it when it's just like, oh yeah, this fight took Dan and Bob like 8 minutes. You beat it in 30 seconds.
Yeah, this is simply not the same game in any way.
And they replaced all that with like entirely new authored content with like new things and interesting ideas. Regrettably, I kind of like all these people. If anything, I kind of wish there was more of them just being horrible to each other.
Oh my god.
Like, I don't know, maybe the expanded content just gives them greater context to the way they all behave. Or maybe I just dug into it more and found more things. But yeah, like
all I'm hearing about
I find all these horrible people.
All I'm hearing about
all these awful people endearing.
All I'm hearing about on nonstop is entirely added things, not only to gameplay but to plot. So it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of the shit added later to try to justify how things happened or people act makes them more solid, fully realized.
Yeah, like Michael being Kira Death Note and just rolling around in his weird bedroom with a bottle of scotch and a gun.
Yeah,
really recontextualizes everything he says and does.
Yeah, no, that's simply not that character before.
There's also stuff that this update that was in the base game. If you dug into it really hard to find it, like Rory being Alex's half brother, which is only barely in the original game.
Where was that in the original game?
Okay, so if you get deep enough in the mine dungeon, you get one of those vignettes with the puppets with one that is obviously Alex's dad.
Uh-huh.
And he's like, I'm leaving your mother, son. Here's my record collection and this plaid shirt. You should always hate women. I'm going to bang this nice pair of legs now. That is almost exactly what he says.
Yes. Yeah.
And then when you see Rory's mom in a cutscene, she's a pair of legs.
Oh.
And they make that a lot more obvious that they're related.
Now, when you say when you see her in a cutscene, you mean like a fully realized 3D one?
Yeah.
And that was in the original?
That was in the original. That was one of the few things that was in the original. That's what people told me. I didn't play it.
Oh, okay.
But they told me that yes, that scene with showing her as the legs is in the original.
Okay. Yeah, the all legs joke was in the original. That I remember, but I can't. Oh, right. Yeah, no. Now I'm remembering the exact cutscene. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's bizarre.
They added a cutscene if you try to kiss Rory, which that's pretty funny. Yeah, you can try to kiss Rory in the diner.
We
you
did.
have the option to try to kiss Rory.
We
tried.
tried.
To kiss him.
Yeah.
God, I lost my mind how it hard cuts from that immediately to his inner monologue of, I've never loved a woman romantically. Yeah, I think I lost my mind laughing. But yeah, like if you like interesting games, I think I could recommend this now. I don't think I'd recommend it to a normal person who wanted an RPG, but if you're like, I want like weird shit, I'm like, here's some weird shit. They also redid all the music so it isn't the same song over and over and over for 22 hours.
What a shame.
All this could have been avoided if you just got a fucking job, Alex. You just gotten a fucking job.
No.
I love how it's like how his mom's like, Alex, go get a job. And then you could, through barely any dialogue, you can feel him sandbagging everybody you ask about a job.
Mm-hmm.
No, please. I got a bachelor's of liberal arts. It took me 8 years. Please. I don't want to get a job. I just need to keep posting. But yeah, I'm gonna beat that on Saturday. I don't know where it's going because how could I? It's real surreal. I'm in another dimension that is also Dragon Quest. I'm playing as Hatsune Miku, who is also a nun. A truly horrific little bird man is my sidekick. I really don't know where this is going.
Mm-hmm.
Tomino, the director of Gundam, is there. He's there now. He's in the game. He's a famous Japanese director named Kisage X. He looks exactly like Tomino, so I assume it's supposed to be a reference to him.
They did you do?
Yeah, they sure made another game.
Do they still have the funeral for Aerith in the game?
Yeah.
Okay.
They didn't remove very much, which is probably the biggest mark against it, is that they were probably because they couldn't fucking get the main character's voice back, obviously.
Right, yeah.
And recasting it would have been pretty expensive because he talks a lot. But yeah, there's shit they should have cut like that, like half that mountain dungeon. That is so much worse than every other thing in the game. It's kind of insane.
They still got the gravestone for Iwata?
Yeah.
Okay. Man, those would have been really simple to cut.
Yeah.
It's not like any of that's important to the story or voiced, even.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
why
it's
would you?
just there.
What's the problem with the Iwata tombstone? Like,
I think it's a
cringe,
little
but who
tasteless in a
cares?
game that just has all the shit about the real life tragic death of the girl right before that. It feels weird, a little cringe.
I mean, it's like hours later, and it's
Yeah,
like, I don't know. I don't really get the.
I mean, you're asking me what's wrong with putting the Iwata tombstone right next to Burial for Aerith from Final Fantasy VII, and I feel insane being asked this question.
They aren't next to each other, I don't think.
In the same game.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying this is a weird mishmash of Aerith from Final Fantasy VII, Iwata, an entire plot line about a real fucked up tragic death of a real girl, where all the details are identical. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying these two really, really could have been cut. That top one, though, that's the entire game. You can't remove that. You can't do anything with that. Like, that's inextricable. But that's why I was asking, because those two bottom ones are super easy to change. Because they really, truly didn't matter in the grand scheme of the game. Did you run into Dick Masterson?
Yes, you actually can't avoid him in this version.
Okay.
Because in the version where because when you go to the van with the flasher, I guess you can avoid him if you go to the correct van first.
Oh, okay.
But in this one where there's the flasher, it's just the podcasters, and you beat the shit out of them, and that's it.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't even think they have dialogue outside of their barks inside the battle.
I want to see that just to know what that's like. As far as I know, he didn't actually exist in prior versions. I think the dev was just yanking people's chains for fun.
Yeah, he was just yanking people's chains. I think he posted fakes. There's a lot of stuff that wasn't in the final version, to the point that I think somebody was like, yeah, that new content has new archive audio of the main character that they just didn't use in the original version of the game.
Okay. So the problem was they cut too much.
Clearly.
The new I am going to have to get a sound clip from this game because DC Douglas plays God. One of the characters
yeah,
is
golden
God.
alpaca. Yeah, the golden alpaca.
He is also the golden alpaca, but he is also God.
Oh, okay.
As in a giant stone head on top of a mountain that you climb and seek guidance from. And he has this really great read where he's like, "Go forth and partay," in the DC Douglas voice. So, yeah, there's a whole series of like, God, what's the like intermissions where you're a new character that's in hell.
Okay.
And like you're traveling through hell, and they're also one of the characters you play as in the new game shit, in the new game plus shit.
Huh.
So I'll finish it on Saturday. It's really pretentious. Most of the time it's fine, but sometimes it really is like, fucking move on. I get it. Go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I understand that Alex is an empty windbag with nothing of value to say, and that he's long-winded and self-absorbed.
Well, that's unfortunate because you finished paragraph 1 of 36.
Yeah, that's like I understand that, and I find some of his inner musings funny, but sometimes it really is just nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Please, Allenson brothers, make a game that has nothing to do with Yick. You clearly got a lot better at everything doing this update. Make a new game, please.
Also, relist your last game you keep making references to in Yick.
They're remaking it allegedly.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Just keep remaking things for the rest of time. That's actually.
I mean, they kind of have to remake it because it was all broken to shit. That's part of why it got delisted.
That's what I heard.
And I feel bad for them because it came out. It was a tiny indie game, and it came out like it was called Two Brothers. It came out, I think, in the same quarter as Brothers: A Tales of Two Sons. So it got fucking annihilated. It got wiped from history. I think you can actually do some gimmick with manipulating the Steam registry to let you get it.
Huh.
I don't really know the specifics. I own it.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure I bought it a million years ago. Let me make sure.
Oh yeah, that's right. Chat saying it was broken to shit and one of the songs was plagiarized. I forgot about the song thing. Somebody else mentioned that during our Yick playthrough.
Yes, I do indeed have it.
I forgot about that.
So maybe I'll stream that at some point. That'd be interesting. And it's like, look, it had the horrible bug that keeps you from progressing. I guess we're done now.
I guess we're done now. Time to go home, kids.
Yeah, I think the best advice I can give the Allenson brothers is, firstly, don't make something for a demo and then also put it completely untouched into the final game. That's not that isn't a Yick exclusive criticism. That's almost every single indie game that releases a really unpolished thing you see first now. Freedom Planet, Mighty Number 9. I'm sure Dan can think of more things where it's like, here was the demo, and I'm like, that's bad, and then it's untouched. Because that's what that horrible mountain dungeon was. That was the very first demo for Yick.
Oh yeah, that's right. People were telling us during that, yeah.
Huh.
They didn't change a single thing about it.
Yeah, it really comes off as a Pokemon cave in first gen. It feels like it's one of the roughest
had to use
sort
rock
of cave
break
dungeons.
every step to progress for no reason.
Yep. Absolutely deranged.
2, err on the side of brevity.
Never.
It doesn't even have to be. I'm not even saying don't have characters run their mouth. I'm fine with that. I'm saying err on the side of what you think brevity is. That's probably fine enough.
What if they did?
Right.
I don't think they did.
Be pretty funny though.
And just have an editor, like, maybe, like, I don't think you needed to suck your own game's dick. Like, I don't think you needed the part where Alex meets two brothersmen. That really didn't add much of anything. It was just kind of confusing because you can't even get that game, and we're 6 years past the original version of Yick, and that remake still isn't out. You probably just shouldn't have had that. You probably should have cut it in this, honestly.
Yeah. That's the sort of thing I assumed they would cut, but
Right.
it sounds like they didn't cut basically anything.
The funny thing is that dungeon where you're with the robot girl, first of all, they completely cut her energy system.
What?
So now she just functions like a normal character.
Okay.
They renamed all the stores that they didn't take out the items that restore energy, but they renamed the stores that sell them as stores of useless shit.
Okay.
But they apparently removed an entire section from that dungeon. I don't know what it was,
I have some theories.
but people were like, yeah, that section was bad, so they took it out. I'm like, oh, okay. They also
I do remember
like,
that dungeon being pretty long, but the only thing I remember is that boss fight just wouldn't end.
yeah, I killed that boss in 30 seconds. I whipped his ass because you can kind of just you once you get that record, Alex just one shots everything. Especially if you know that Pierce is the most important stat, because now there's all these shield systems and you can just be like, here's a stat where your attacks will randomly just go through all that shit and hit their core health and kill them instantly. Yeah. I want some sicko to go through both of our playthroughs and just calculate time in combat.
God.
Yeah.
Because I'm willing to bet it would be something like 8 hours versus 2. Because I'm pretty sure I beat the game in almost the exact same amount of time as you guys, with crashes, with me going out of my way to do side quests, with all the new shit they added, with me running around and talking to every single tester NPC, because they added tester NPCs. They give you a special item for them. With me doing all this shit. Man, you really let like Mario RPG just cause you to make like a horrible combat system. At least they eventually landed on something I think is fine. It has some cool parts. Like you can do exploits to it, which is certainly more than you could do to the original game, from what I saw.
It feels like it was made in an era where a bunch of people were like, yeah, turn-based JRPGs are just boring. They need funny gameplay gimmicks on top of it to make it engaging. It's like, no. It's complex to balance the economy and interest levels and mechanics of turn-based gameplay. So you would all fuck it up. So you made Paper Mario instead. It feels like that was a real fucking era that maybe even scared some Japanese developers away from making turn-based RPGs.
I think people need to accept that when you make a turn-based game, that centers the story more than if you made an action game. If you make an action game, your combat's at the center of the game because the combat takes so much resources to make. If you're making a turn-based game, you can spend a hell of a lot less money on the combat, so you can spend more money on environments, characters, voice acting, cutscenes, stuff that's like that. That might be why Final Fantasy shouldn't be a fucking action game.
But what if instead it was an action game? Did you consider?
We tried that. We tried that. It seems the answer seems to be it sells less than any Final Fantasy that was turn-based.
I do wonder what the sales look like in the grand scheme of 15 and 16.
15 has really high sales, but it was given away for free a million times, and I don't know if those are counted. Because it was one of you have a PS5 and PS Plus, it's just free games.
Yeah, I remember that.
And that does have the buff of like, people didn't know it'd be that yet.
Right.
Like they can't. They're coming off 13 and whatnot.
Yeah, and it's like it's the first open world Final Fantasy, and they promoted that game way more than than they promoted 16. It feels.
Oh
like.
yeah, that thing was like it feels like it had
I
countless
mean, it had a
marketing
fucking
cycles.
tie-in movie and all sorts of
Right.
other shit.
It
They
had a
went way
tie-in
hard
movie.
on it.
It had the Stand By Me cover.
Yeah. Also, I think there's a core appeal to the scope and open worldness of 15 that maybe 16 doesn't get. There's just a scope thing with it that people can see and internalize, but it's hard to articulate when you watch a streamer play one versus the other. I don't know.
Also, and try and follow me here. 15 has the largest female fan base of any Final Fantasy game.
Oh, that's weird. I thought 15 hated women because they weren't playable in it. Why would women
I
love
can't believe the
something
game that
hates
plays
them?
butt rock while you go down to run on the beach with your buff bro. First thing in the morning,
Yeah.
and then you play grab ass a little bit in the sand.
Yeah.
I can't believe that that's the most popular one with women.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I thought that was for dudes.
Yeah, that was obviously for men, just like Top Gun.
God, do you remember when people were like Final Fantasy X-2 is the Final Fantasy for women?
Yes.
What a stupid. Please come Saturday to see the end of Yik. It's I don't know how much longer there is. I think somebody's like, yeah, there's like 2-3 hours left.
You
and then
know,
you're done.
Aggro, a lot of people want you to play it so we can do a spoiler cast. The main character's Ginger. I guess this RPG's for gingers. Would you like to play?
I think Aggro would kind of get a kick out. He either hate it more than any of us or he'd kind of like it.
And I can't guess which based on the new version isn't the old game, basically.
Right, yeah,
Not at all.
You don't know. We don't know what that is.
Doesn't Alex say you can't say ginger? That's our word. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's in that game. Yeah.
Yeah, that's in that game. I think him saying that is immediately followed with somebody saying, shut the fuck up, Alex.
He is the most insufferably human in a game, basically.
Yeah, it's a hard competition.
I love him. He's great. He's very Don Quixote-esque to the point where the first area you go through in the game is full of fucking windmills.
It's true.
You know, the Don Quixote ends with him like regaining sanity on his deathbed and being like, "Don't let my niece marry a guy who read books about knights," because that's what ruined his life. And I feel like it would be appropriate if this new version ends with Alex on his death and being like, "Don't let my sister marry someone who posts on the computer."
Oh, I thought this was going to be, don't let my niece play Earthbound. And then they die.
I don't think they even mentioned Earthbound. I think they mentioned Final Fantasy VII and Lufia 2. And,
they mentioned Lufia too.
Yeah, they do. That's one of the games that Michael really likes.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Huh. But yeah, it's very Onet core. Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly think the NPCs are really fucking close to Earthbound NPCs, down to being fucking hideous.
Yes.
Did the version you guys play have when you're in the store, you have a really zoomed in shot of Alex's face as he contemplates the item?
No, I don't think so. But maybe it did, and I just blocked it out because it's horrible.
And his expression changes based on how he feels about the item. So you mouse over to like Supreme Pizza, and he like does an ooh face and gets really fucking close to the camera.
Yeah, I feel like we would have remembered that.
Yeah, we probably would have made that the viewer icon,
right?
Honestly, if nothing else. Anyway.
Yeah. Okay, that's it. I'm done talking about Yik. I got my DS set up again because I found my DS in a drawer like a week ago, and I'm like, okay, well, let me go to AliExpress R4DS 450. Okay, that's an acceptable price. $4.50. So now I have my DS working again for when I play those Dragon Quest games.
Cool. My brother was like, hey, I want to play Dragon Quest 7. And I go, you do not want to play the PS1 version? He goes, no, I do not. And I'm like, so there are two choices ahead of you. You homebrew a fucking 3DS to boot a game off of the SD card, assuming your 3DS still works, or you can find out what some people call tolerable from an emulator.
I would just play the PS1 version in an emulator with speed up.
He did not last one day, Bob. He was like, yeah, I can't do that. And I'm like, I know.
I intend to do the PS1 version because the 3DS version rips out all the sprites and replaces it with bad-looking, cheap-looking 3D.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a lot of added features, though.
Yeah, but if I'm seeking knowledge,
Mm-hmm.
I want to know what their 180-hour-long PS1 RPG they released at the end of the gen after being gone for like 6 years is.
On a very related note, I've been playing Dragon Quest III HD 2D.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I got about,
hell yeah.
I don't know, four hours in, not a ton, but it was a lot of grinding, a lot of fun. But there's this gnawing sensation inside of me that just makes me go, I should beat the Game Boy Color version and then come back. I don't know why. I just sit there and go,
that seems insane.
This isn't the exact game from my childhood with a different color palette and slightly polished sprites. I want to go beat that game and then come back and do this. And I really do regret Dragon Quest Day not getting through the first 3 now. I didn't know I would have this feeling. I had no idea.
Honestly, considering Dragon Quest mostly uses the same monsters from game to game.
Yeah.
And they really only change bosses. I genuinely won't be surprised if once that 1 and 2 come out, they're like, yeah, of course we're doing 4, 5, and 6. Why the fuck wouldn't we?
Because they're 4, 5, and 6.
I thought 4 was popular.
4 and 5 are
4
great.
and
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, maybe people have a new appreciation for 6.
Somebody said, and I think this was during last Friday's stream, Dragon Quest 6 sure is somewhere between Dragon Quest 5 and Dragon Quest 7.
Which is also how people seem to feel about 7. So,
well, but here's the thing. So like 7. So we put these numbers on a chart. Okay. So we got 6, and then 5, 6, and 7, and then 6 is right here in the middle. 7 could mean anything, but we know it's to one extreme, and 5 is to the other. People praise 5 a lot. 5 is like 5 and 8 are 2 of the highest respected ones in the series. That and 9 people loved when it came out. I thought
I didn't,
because that's the DS one. Right?
I expect that's the DS one that's like a weird, almost Monster Hunter type game.
Yeah,
I expect to play it and be like, wow, this is nothing like a Dragon Quest.
It's really weird because I played all the way through that one. Because that was right after 8, so I was in Dragon Quest.
Yeah.
But that dang game does not have much story going on because it is all just custom characters.
That's right. I remember you telling me about that.
I enjoyed it a lot. There's a lot of fun systems, but it is weird.
It feels like it's from that era of portable games where it's like, get your friends and load into the level, beat on the guy. Okay, now that was a fun 10 minutes. Do it again. And I'm like, do you have any authored content? No.
Yeah,
And the thing is, like, for
Chris, a turn-based game and stuff. It's not like an actual literal Monster Hunter game. So we know.
Oh, it's turn-based.
I'm almost certain. Yeah, I don't remember. I feel like I would remember it being a weird action game.
I only played it for a second. I recall seeing everybody beating the shit out of something. I just didn't know if that was action-based or not.
So for Chris and myself and Bob, I absolutely understand the urge to play the PS1 version of Dragon Quest VII. My brother ain't us.
No.
I would say most people ain't us, and that's a good thing. I would say I can't imagine anyone who's just looking to have a great time would have a better time with the PS1 version of Dragon Quest VII than the 3DS.
But even the 3DS one needed.
The emulator was fucked up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's why
3DS emulation is
exactly. It's like stuttering constantly.
Yeah, it's not.
3DS emulation is not solid. Okay, I'm looking at this. I was full of it. It just has normal turn-based thing. I don't know why I thought it was action-based. Maybe I just saw top screen footage, which has no UI at all, basically. And it's like, obviously, this is an action game.
Without saying,
maybe I was just totally full of shit.
Without it saying anything at all beyond this statement. 2 days ago, maybe 3, I had the epiphany of why Dragon Quest XI is the way it is on the 3DS.
That's fucking brilliant. And that's all I'm going to say. If you got what I'm saying, then good for you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do about Dragon Quest 3, though.
Right.
I'm already at a point where I'm not positive it would land on my top 10.
Okay.
Oh, you haven't gotten to the part where it encourages you to get strong yet.
I mean, for me, that was the moment I stepped down to the first town
No.
because I'm fucked up free. But here's the thing. Here's what I'm saying, though. I don't know what I'm going to do about playing it, even.
Mm-hmm.
Time is limited.
It is. It's finite.
We're here really deep in the the Game of the Year grind.
Mm-hmm.
I have to finish Like a Dragon 8. I should finish Romancing Saga 2. I've got at least 4 VR games now between Behemoth, Skeleton Punch Simulator, and Batman. There's one more. Oh, Max Mustard. I want to play it.
Oh, Max Mustard.
I want to play 3D platform in fucking VR.
What was that new?
Aggro, that was new, right?
Was that new?
I thought it was new. Is it not new?
Feel
Am I
like-
safe? Am I
I don't know.
safe?
Every now and then I'll be like, wait, what the fuck is this game? It's been
That came
it's
out
been
this
how
year.
long?
Okay.
Yeah, that came out this year. So
Oh
Max
yeah, it was
Mustard is
definitely this
eligible.
year.
Okay, well, that's
Right.
relevant to Game of the Year, relative to
okay.
Game of the Year. Of course, it goes off sale 2 days from now.
It better be
Of
quick.
course.
God, the Steam sale started up again. I'm like, okay, which ones of these do I need for Game of the Year?
Yep. Legitimate questions. So yeah, no, it's scary. I got to beat Metaphor and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. That's gonna happen.
That's not going to happen.
That's
Yeah,
gonna
no,
happen.
Neither
you
is
should-
happening.
That's gonna
I hope
happen.
Metaphor does. Metaphor probably needs
And that's
to
the
happen.
thing, right?
Metaphor is the
So-
one that I will die before I let go unplayed.
So here's the thing. How the fuck could I justify finishing out Dragon Quest 3 right now?
Right.
Instead of going back to play the original and then really appreciating all the things that have drastically improved about the remake?
Yeah, right. If you like, it's okay if it doesn't make it the Game of the Year if you just have to play it in the best way.
Exactly. And that's the thing I'm really coming to terms with that game, because part of me is convinced it wouldn't land on my top 10, even though it is really damn good. Like, it's a real solid fucking game. Game code provided by Square-Enix. Flop swap. Flop swap RPGs? Are you mentally
insane?
ill? Get out of here. Your name's Bloober Truck. You named yourself after the developer. Get out of here.
I think a stream series where you were flop swapping 2 RPGs would be really funny. Like, it's always the same 2 until you beat one of them.
Well, obviously, we would flop swap all of the Oracle games. So they could be
Isn't
like,
there only 2?
yeah, we would just do the entire game of both at the same time. And people are like, I'm tired of seasons.
I think that literally prevents you from doing the shit that requires you to have both. Because I think that requires you to put in a code from one at the start of the other.
What if
but
we
maybe
cheated?
I don't know how that mechanic works.
What if we
exactly.
started both playthroughs with the code from the internet?
Hmm.
And then,
Maybe.
Yeah, might work.
yeah.
I also tried to play Mega Man X on the Analog Pocket. Don't try to do that.
Oh, really?
What was bad about it?
So imagine a Game Boy with 4 buttons, because that's what the Analog Pocket is shaped like, a Game Boy Pocket. I have to hit the shoulder button to dash, the lower button to jump, and the right and the leftmost button to shoot. That is a really awkward thing to hold on something this shape, because it isn't shaped like a normal controller.
Yeah,
it's shaped like an original
it's
Game
not
Boy.
spaced enough to make it easier to come up with the index finger to hit dash and then.
I was a weirdo who did double tapping for the dash and didn't also left it on the face
Wait.
button for the longest time. So I
Could you double
Yeah,
tap
you
to
can
dash
double
on the
tap.
SNES?
Uh-huh.
I never knew that. I thought that was a Game Boy Extreme only feature.
Yeah, and I was like, Bob, double tapping to dash sucks. And Bob's like, I don't know, it's convenient. I don't have to hit that button. I'm like, how do you do a wall dash jump? And he goes, a what?
Has anybody made some fucked up version of Extreme 1 and 2 that puts the dash on a button? I don't know how you would make that work. Maybe it's like, okay, it's on select. But then I assume that select does something.
I'm sorry.
I doubt my brother's listening to Big Thick Dimension, but he just texted me out of nowhere. Would it have killed Square to put Dragon Quest 3 on even a 10% sale? Fuck.
No, that shit's selling unbelievably well. That's going to be the
Oh man,
That's going to be my
best-selling
Sims
game.
company.
that's so fucking.
no. That's always Final Fantasy 14 now and
so
forever because it just gives them $1.5 billion a year.
I'm really excited for them to do those updates for 1 and 2 as well with HD 2D.
Yeah, that'll be cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm,
I kind of want
I'm
them all.
torn between whether I just want to wait and buy those or if I want to play like the Game Boy Color versions of them first.
I feel brain damaged. I want both. I just want to play through all 3 of them with the original Game Boy Color or NES. Well, not the NES. And then,
Because
do it again on the HD 2D. I don't know.
because the big thing that sells me on these remakes is they have the autosave, which for the record, warning, if you're picking that up, you can't load that autosave.
Oh.
That is a if you die autosave. If you want to turn the console off and come back, your ass goes to a save point.
What?
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm
Autosave is for protecting you if you die.
I'm just going to turn on my PS5. No reason.
Oh my god, I hope you didn't boot like Helldivers or something.
I'm just going to turn on my PS5. No reason. Continue with the podcast.
Oh,
I like the mic floating in front of Mark Cerny. Mark, do you have any comments?
Yeah, when you stepped out earlier, that was perfectly cutting the mic out and just like, yep, it's just the mic. No issues.
Here, he can talk. I'm sure he's got some thoughts on this. Damn.
Yeah, I do know somebody who's like, yeah, I dropped it because I lost 2 hours of progress because of that.
Yeah, that'd do it.
Yeah, no, you need to be
Yeah, and they
clear.
don't
to
say
not call that
checkpoint.
an
They say autosave.
Right, you
Yeah.
shouldn't call that an autosave.
No. Well, it looks like it's booting it.
Yeah, it looks like it's booting it. I think we're fine. Yes, because I wanted to do the cute thing where you save and then they ask if your journey will continue and you say no. And then they say the
Oh.
message and it takes you to the title screen. Nostalgia.
Okay.
So,
We're good.
Bloober Truck asks, what if DQ3 sells more than Rebirth? I'm pretty sure that already happened.
That already happened. It sold 1 million in Japan alone.
Mm-hmm. But maybe they'll learn that people like turn-based games. No.
No, it's clearly just the brand strength of Dragon Quest. Okay, what about
Okay,
Final
it has
Fantasy's
not happened.
brand
It has
strength?
not happened yet. But a week ago, it was already past 2 million, so it's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, no,
absolutely going to
that's-
happen.
As it should. Final Fantasy VII wouldn't exist if Dragon Quest III didn't exist. Ocarina of Time wouldn't exist if Dragon Quest III didn't exist. Pokemon Gold and Silver would not exist if Dragon Quest III didn't exist. Pokemon in general wouldn't exist without Dragon Quest.
Yeah, because let me tell you what Dragon Quest V is.
But specifically the part where you go back to Kanto in Gold and Silver would not exist without Dragon Quest III.
Dragon Quest
Here's
is a really good video game series.
Here's something I didn't know. Around the time Final Fantasy III came out, Sakaguchi went to talk to then editor-in-chief of Shonen Jump and is like, what do we have to do to get you to feature our game? Because they had just featured Dragon Quest 3. And he's like, make a game that doesn't suck shit. And then they had like multiple meetings where the editor in Jump was like explained using like narrative, like what those games needed to have story-wise going on. And I think people from Jump worked on Final Fantasy IV.
That would not surprise me at fucking all because of how the story is told in Final Fantasy IV. It might as well have been a shonen series.
So next time somebody's like, well, the old Final Fantasies weren't gay anime, I'm like, they literally were. Shonen Jump and RPGs are inalienably linked forever.
Motherfucker, you're looking at Cecil and goddamn Edge and you're like, what straight manly men?
Yang's a big manly man.
I'm just gonna ignore the rest of the cast.
Is it like your periscope?
I got my paper towel cardboard tube. Thinking about
Yeah,
how
I actually
Fantasy is.
never knew about Sakaguchi having like meetings with an editor from Jump and getting all this advice on how narrative should be structured in these games to make Final Fantasy better. Man, can you imagine that happening now? like some director going to a expert outside of gaming and being like, what can you teach me to make my game better?
Yeah, they did that a few times in 7th Gen with Spielberg, and all he did was cum his pants.
I saw that this isn't even here though, but it is Spielberg where somebody's like, have you played Half-Life? He's like, fucking of course I played Half-Life.
Yeah, no, that was good.
It sucks you can't skip the cutscenes.
Chat, stop trying to shoot me to death. Chat goes, Silent Hill 2 remake went to YouTubers. Experts outside of their field. Just
Look,
the same.
Hiring a consultancy firm that's only purpose is to ensure that nobody feels too strongly anyway about your game is not what we're fucking talking about.
No, totally is.
That's the mindset that gave us Concord and Star Wars Outlaws and Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League.
Dragon Quest is a great franchise, and you should all play those games.
Yeah,
We
go
should
play Dragon
play
Quest
those
3 HD.
Or just wait till it's a better price. I understand not wanting to buy that game for $60.
I
Yeah,
understand.
60 seems like a
It's-
lot.
It is a lot.
It's a full-featured game that has a huge post-game too, so like don't let the fact that Dragon Quest 3 and 4 may be things that defy what they're more advanced than most PlayStation 1 RPGs. Isn't that psychotic? I have plumbed the depths of PS1 RPGs.
Did you play the original version of Dragon Warrior 3 and 4? Because I even feel I'm like Beyond the Beyond kind of has like some parity with, because you have to select stairs. You have to pop up your
that part's
menu.
not so fucking
yeah,
hot.
no, that's why no one should play the NES versions of these games. Game
Yeah,
Boy Color,
those are pretty
Super
bad.
Famicom, anything else. But they are great games. Like, don't get me wrong. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Again, I played a bunch of these in my youth, and my grandfather kept his copies, so I haven't played them in a while. The opening of 3 is the one where they're fighting on the volcano, literally the lore of Dragon Quest 3, right? It was really crazy. In this game, in the opening of Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D, they don't show it. When that's like an amazing visual fanfare on the NES of all things, where you're just like, whoa.
I don't remember.
On NES,
There
they
is
show
something
it.
like
Chat's
that.
confirming. Because 4,
There is
weirdly
something
enough,
like that.
Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. 4, weirdly enough, doesn't have a hype fucking battle sequence on the NES. It just shows the really impressive walking from the foreground to the background to the foreground with the fading and shit. Speaking of which, I cannot stress enough, having a day-night cycle on the NES for the overworld is like
Insane.
some really impressive
Yeah,
shit.
no, that's crazy.
It started doing it
Yeah,
in the HD 2D version. I was like, but I'm just thinking about how much more impressive it was on the NES. Shit.
Yeah, I think they maybe put it later.
In HD 2D? The Ortega
I think
fight?
so, maybe.
Okay, good. Because I sound like a dumb baby. That's fucking cool. I want to see that. Okay.
Dan, how do you feel about my stance on these sprites look better because they don't have like the HD 2D outline on them that other games do, like Octopath and
I don't know. If you paid attention, I didn't play a single other HD 2D game other than Live Alive.
Oh,
That's the only one. Weirdly.
huh.
Yeah. Yeah. Because a lot of the time, not all the time, but a lot of the time, like, your Star Ocean 2, your Live Alive, your whatever, they're remakes.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel less pressed to have to play them. Kind of like
Maybe
this is. And that thing I just said of maybe you don't get prioritized because Metaphor's right over there and so is Rebirth.
Oh, what did the game call you a piece of shit too?
Well,
What was your
define the terms-
personality?
What if I don't want to answer that?
Did you have it go on an 8-paragraph long takedown of your personality?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Did you get the exact same one as me? Where
I'm
you
worried.
have the
What did they tell
Where-
you?
is it the old? Did you get the old man telling you to go get the thing from the drawer?
No.
No, you didn't. Oh yeah, the final personality test chunk where it's like a go do this and then they judge you after that. There's like 4 or 5 of those,
That's interesting.
and there's like 3 or 4 different personalities each one can give you based on what you do.
I thought it was really funny at first what it said about my personality. I started screenshotting it, but once we got to paragraph 2 or 3, I'm like, I don't need these receipts. I'm no longer screenshotting this. They said some rather mean things. What a mean video game. It was kind of nice at first.
It's funny because they do like the basic one, and then there's like 2 more paragraphs where they're just nasty to you.
It's really funny. Would never expect that in an NES game.
I'm worried they based it on my horoscope, because horoscopes often slam me in the same fucking way.
And it's determining your stat growth is also really funny.
I guess I have one story to tell about Dragon Quest III HD2D that I find funny. Of course, I have a well-rounded team, heading out of the first town. We're good. Guy in my team, he reaches level 4. He's like, yo, I have this 4 MP spell that can wipe out every enemy. And I'm like, your turn order is basically last. And they're almost all dead by the time you go. Stop doing this. You only have 16 MP. And he's like, no. Whoosh.
Well, why are you letting him do what he wants?
Because I believe in his autonomy as a person.
That's not how a boss is supposed to work.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. Speaking of which, we're done talking about video games. Let's talk about what's coming up. Tomorrow, Bob and I will be playing Shadow Generations and Sonic Generations as God intended on the Xbox 360. So we're going to be jumping from the PS5 version of Shadow Generations all the way to the original release of Sonic Generations on a real 360.
The way you said that, I was like, wait, is it like Hunter x Hunter where you don't pronounce the X? I don't know.
No, you do.
Well, I just said the
That's
Shadow
true. You just said
Generations
Shadow
because
Gen- you
that's
just
what
cut
that
out the-
part's called.
Right.
We're playing that campaign.
Cross Shadow Generations.
That might imply we play the normal Sonic Generations part on this.
Right. Why would
No.
you do that?
No. God, no. I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but good stuff about this
Yeah.
new Shadow campaign.
I hear lots of good stuff about Shadow Generations. And I will be excited to put on screen how Sonic Generations looked when it came out a billion years ago. And I go, you were defending this. Why were you doing that?
People were so upset when you did that at the end of Sonic Unleashed. They're gonna be. This is an actual 360, so it won't even be solid 30.
No.
I know.
They will be in such agony.
They're lucky I don't have the PS3 version, or maybe I do. I'll see. But yeah, no, I'm like, what the fuck is this? Looks terrible and it's ready. It's so choppy. What the fuck? It's okay. Now that we have Shadow Generations, like always, these people can stop feeling like they have to defend Sonic Generations.
Right. No, now that doesn't matter anymore. They have the good one.
Yeah.
And they can't imagine
Yeah,
this good one version existing before immediately when it happens.
Right. Exactly. That is often what we trade in.
I'm finishing Yik, and maybe on Christmas, if I finish all my shit early, I might do a stream of an unbelievably inappropriate, repugnant game. Please try and guess what game I am thinking about streaming
Spiritual
on
Warfare?
Christmas. No,
Damn.
you can play it on modern platforms. There's your hint. I've also streamed it before. That's also a hint.
Sounds like a pretty big hint.
Podlords.
Oh fuck.
They're here.
Podlords. Yes, that's right. The Podlords. Podlords such as BN12, Red Blaze 27, Suzu Shiro.
My God.
Rado. I may not get those backer rewards, but I can take solace in watching Platinum burn down.
Man, I'm sorry. If you don't have them yet, it ain't fucking happening.
No, he's not even there. And it's over.
Contact your state's fucking like consumer protections and get them to shake Kickstarter down. They will do that.
Jesus.
WTF, Spider-Man? Mister, I like spam. Did you try that Korean barbecue spam
I have
yet,
not
Bob?
had a chance yet.
Okay. I'm
My
very
kitchen's
excited.
only barely operable. There's no room in it. I have to go buy a table to put my rice cooker and air fryer on.
But Bob, you have the illustrious closet shelf. I forgot to send that to Chris.
Oh my
I'm gonna
God.
post that on
Yeah,
the
you do
Discord
need to show that
podcast.
insanity.
DFW 3K. Lot of sessions this year.
Whoa. That is a lot.
Jesus.
That is a
Is that just
fuckload.
every time you boot a game?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or maybe it's just me and VR chat, unclear. Congratulations to Dan for winning the hardest he ever has. We love that for him. I'm telling you, you want to save this industry. Give Astrobot Game of the Year.
I hope
do it.
Astrobot turns out as impactful as God of War was. I would love just a resurgence of 3D platformers and also games that are 10 hours long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be great. Chris C. Uncut and unrated Juicifrost. That means the pan shot of down the hallway is a second longer and you see an actor's penis.
Whoa.
Cooper Tank. The plan is out. Indigo Sykes. Indigo Sykes. Foul Growlith. Gaijin. A raccoon that's super excited the holiday season is here. It is totally a real, actual raccoon.
Oh,
believe
please
both
keep
of
him
these
warm.
A raccoon really excited for a new Okami game.
Hell yes.
That whips ass.
Yeah.
Evil Lucario. It's not just the games industry burning down. Sarlene. Timothy Fisters wishing everyone a happy holiday season. Please enjoy Aisha's Clan Clans.
Yeah.
So here's
Wow.
Chris lore. Here's Chris lore. The very first video I ever downloaded from the internet was a video of this scene. I got it from
it's
Yahoo
censored.
Clubs.
They didn't air the episode Tsunami. We had to go download it.
censoring
Yep.
us.
Guys, I'm not even kidding. My Blu-ray set is sitting on my couch right now because I was going to start rewatching it tonight.
Always a good time.
It's all part of the Lord's.
No. The fact that you put you put the fucking Jokai crest on it.
Oh, this is quality in every metric.
It is.
Oh my god.
This is really good.
You know, Podlords isn't a competition, but hosting the flagship Monsters Until Wilds this year, here is Zynoger, the Thunder Puppy.
I'm trying to figure out what's head and leg.
Yeah, that's not
I think
easy.
you got striped horns on the far right there.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
and
right,
then a
I'm
tiny
seeing
face
it.
beneath that, yeah. Krunglespun, Matty Mo, Pleochrome. During a work-along stream with an artist I follow, I may have been a bad influence and put this film in the queue. I think you're doing the Lord's work.
Jesus.
I think Jesus loves you now.
Look, all experience
Yeah,
is
personally,
valuable.
I think the best Lumelin film is Summer of the Chew Toy Soul. relatable.
I don't know. I think now of all times, There Once Was a Bitter Bastard is a really, really fitting film. We should watch it sometime.
Does that have dope?
No, it doesn't, but has the next best
Damn.
thing.
Oh no, I missed dope.
Happy 4th of July, everybody!
Man,
Why?
I'll always think about the guy who got so incensed that someone didn't figure out C2 was watching Lelouch until the last episode, like the entire time, even as a kid. And he's like, I'm gonna come back 3 years from now with the number of your post and yell at you with a slowpoke. And then he did it 3 years later.
Marvel Rivals accomplished one of the rarest feats around. They made my boy Peter look cool. Virmvarm. Charles Henry Sanson.
He's so tubular.
He is.
I really like him. He's like he's an executioner, but he's like weird about it.
Concord yourself. Bob Video Games. Big Dimension
can't
number
even-
301.
Jesus. Careful, Reset Era is gonna fucking ban you.
I guess.
Oh, no.
You can't say anything that means anything on that website.
I've heard about people not cleaning out their PCs, but this is ridiculous. I don't know what this
What the
game
hell
is.
is this?
I don't know
Yeah,
what this game
either.
is.
For a second, I thought it was fucking AI art.
Yeah, that's fair. Ring Schwarzer. Cryptid Bird. Digital Basic. Oh,
You get
the
that
rat.
#1 Anton Blast record.
Hell yeah. Fun fact, Digi had it for a moment.
That counts. We count those.
I mean, yeah, it's like I say I was the #1 Resogun player in the world.
Right.
I just don't specify how long.
No, it doesn't matter. You were.
It's still a true statement. Just say you were the #1 speedrunner of Anton
Time
Blast
is a
in the
social
world.
construct.
It's true. And Gofre Forma de Perito. Thank you very much to our podlords. Or
Podlord.
dog lords?
Thank you, Podlords.
Thank you, Podlords.
Thank you, podlords!
And if you'd like to become a Podlord, you can go to our Patreon at patreon.com/gbpodcast. For as little as $5 a month, you get many benefits such as early access to Chugging Bleach and Pokemon Go to the movies. It's going to be weird not saying the Pokemon part in 6 weeks, probably.
Right.
Yeah.
You also get extended content for other shows we do, such as Gamer Premonitions and Armchair Devs. You also get an entire movie called Isolation 119, a full feature-length film about a man going to Thailand to get a tax write-off on his vacation to Thailand. You also get patron-exclusive content, such as commentary tracks for each episode of Cursed Content Club, and the ability to vote on and actually consume Blessed Blontent Blub, a show where we watch a good thing as a treat. Please look forward to Jackie January.
Please.
Yeah, it's so close.
Patreon.com/GB podcasts.
So we've got some news.
We do, not a whole lot.
No.
Not a whole lot, which is why we got
Can
to
you-
really talk
Can
about
you
whatever.
believe it? The industry is fine.
Yeah, the closest thing to not fine is platinum, which is honestly inevitable and kind of fine anyway.
They haven't been nobody was a total piece of shit and fired 100 people the week before Christmas.
It was really expected.
They might still do
They
it the
might
week
do it
of.
the moment we're done.
They might do
Yeah.
it. They might do it tomorrow because tomorrow
Yeah.
is the last Friday before Christmas.
Mm-hmm. It's very possible.
Monsters. They're real. Let me go ahead and talk about my news. Did you
Okay.
know there's a Slitterhead demo out? That was pretty cool. You should play a Slitterhead demo. Ask your doctor if Slitterhead is right for you. Dr. Aggro?
I am not your doctor. Don't tell people I'm your doctor. This is not a legally binding contract. This is neither legal nor medical advice. Play the Slitterhead demo.
Thank you, Dr. Aggro. Helldivers 2 got some Killzone 2 content. So far, let's go ahead and talk about it. Helldivers 2 content has been war bonds, where you get to do these battle passes. They cost $10 each, and you get like 3 pages, maybe 4, of things you unlock by playing and generating the credits you get in the game.
So they had a different idea. They were like, hey, let's get this Killzone stuff over here and we'll just sell it a la carte. And I'm like, okay, that prevents me from having to grind a shitload of it. What's the problem? They're like, it all costs $20 for this wave, and there's another wave coming next week. And everyone went, yo, that is too fucking much. That is the price of the game. Again.
Mm-hmm.
And Sony went, oh. Well, Wave 2's free. Is that... Are we good now? Are we good? Is that fine? Will you stop being as angry? I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with this.
Yeah, finding out that whole second wave is going to be another 20 is insane.
Isn't it like, yeah, you have 5 days to get it?
Yeah, they literally 5 days from now, Wave 1 would have ended, and then Wave 2 would have come out.
That is every bit as predatory and should be illegal as a gacha game. That is not okay. Being like, here's this thing that's expensive. It'll be gone in 5 days.
Yeah, no,
you want it?
It's just super FOMO. It sucks.
This digital thing has scarcity.
Yeah,
you have to get it now.
Disgusting.
Like, at least Fortnite has the excuse of, well, our licensing partners won't let us just have that thing shit permanently on the store. They totally would. You're fucking Fortnite. Mm-hmm. They get a cut of every skin you sell. Why would they give a shit? But this is even more like, you're Sony. You already own Killzone.
Yeah. Now, counterpoint. I'm going to play the role of Kirk Cameron here. This shit looks cool, so shut the fuck up. No, the Helldivers 2 Killzone 2 shit looks really cool. They could have done any other Killzone and I wouldn't have cared, but it's literally the iconic Killzone 2 gun, like Helgen fucking flag, or Hellgas flag, and all these other things. I'll be honest, I'm buying it. I intended to never spend any money on Helldivers. Like I haven't bought a single war bond yet, but I would like to look cool as shit, and it looks cool as shit. You can buy it a la carte too, so really just buy what you want. But yeah, no, it was fucking insane that their plan was no war bond. What is it? 10 pieces of content costs $40.
Mm-hmm.
What I guess year is it?
Technically 12 pieces of content because each of those pages had 6 things, right? Or was there only 5 on each page?
That was only 5 if I saw that correctly.
No, you're right.
Yeah,
it's 5 because it's too big and then it's 3 on the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyways, we got Wave 2 for free. The problem is Wave 1 was the cooler shit, so I'm still spending my in-game currency that I didn't buy with real money that you can get through grinding the game. Mm-hmm. And then if there's more I want after I spend that, I'll spend like $10 or something.
Yeah, it turns out cool. the designs from Killzone are way cooler than Helldivers.
The rest of the game.
Yeah, and then the rest of Killzone as well. But it's hard to beat the Killzone, like...
Hellgas Mask.
Hellgas Mask, yeah.
Yeah, because Jinro invented it.
Right?
So, Killzone 2 sucks ass.
Okay.
It's a bit strong, but okay.
Okay, I haven't played it. I was going off the way you all talk about it.
Oh, you would give it a 1. I feel like you gave Killzone Shadowfall a 2 or a 3. I think I
gave it a 4. I
feel like you would give Killzone 2 a 1.
Is Killzone just like Sony's worst franchise?
No, Horizon's right there.
Aggro
would kill you.
One moment, I can think of something else to punch. Bob and I haven't played Siren, and after playing Slitterhead, I'm really interested in playing Siren.
Yeah, no, Siren, I didn't like it much, but I didn't beat it. The beginning of it was just insanely slow. So I'm like, maybe that gets good. Maybe.
I'm trying to think, what is Sony's worst franchise? Because the funny thing is, the more I think about dead ones, the more I think of good ones. Like, MotorStorm
Ratchet,
was fucking awesome.
Right.
MotorStorm, all the platformers are pretty good. Jack has one bad game, but the first and third are both fine.
And so is the racing game. And so is Daxter.
Resistance 1 and 3 are fine.
In chat, I see Drawn to Death. I feel like we need it to be a franchise, and not just a game.
Not just like a single
Which
game.
is my way of saying maybe Fat Princess is nominated.
Siphon Filter.
Maybe Fat Princess is able to be
Siphon Filter
nominated.
Bad.
Yeah, probably so.
Do they own SOCOM as well?
They do, yeah, of course.
SOCOM. I don't know. I need more. I need to interact with more.
We need. When's SOCOM month?
Oh, no one would watch. It'd be like 50 viewers.
That sounds like a
when
challenge.
SWAT month.
SWAT months?
Like,
Yeah, like SWAT 1, SWAT 2, SWAT 3, SWAT 4.
those are PC games, right?
Oh, are they?
I'm
What are
worried
I thought
I'm
some of them
mixing
had
up
console
games.
versions.
Yeah, like what is?
No, they're on
Okay.
PC. I just thought they also had console versions.
Yeah, that needs to go in Propaganda Month.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, you could play Battlefield Hardline about the
Yeah.
guy who intends to merge police and crime into one entity. His plan was very smart. Yeah, his plan was he would get all police in the United States replaced with private security he controlled. He would also become a crime lord and make sure that drug dealers and police never intersected, because people want drugs. You just got to let them do drugs. But there's all this violence because the police and the drug dealers meet each other. So you just make sure that never happens.
What's the difference here?
Real quick,
like,
I'm
from-
assuming this is a different timeline where the world works differently,
Right.
and that this isn't already.
Right, it's like, is there a difference? Like, has there been a change that occurs in the universe?
Yeah, I feel like Siphon Filter's it.
Yeah, probably. Yes,
Yeah.
there was.
Amy Hennig wrote on that game, by the way.
Oh yeah, Battlefield Hardline.
yeah,
Yeah,
of course.
yeah. Because their careers just eternally cursed after Uncharted 3. Man. You know what was funny? I was watching the No Clip documentary on Soul Reaver,
Oh yeah,
and
Oh, I
they
need to
just
check
don't
that out.
even really acknowledge Blood Omen, Legacy of Kain for the first 12 minutes.
That's
They
pretty good.
say like one line about it maybe, and then they have to be like, well, first we need to go back and explain. I'm like, yes, explain how her game was something else and she got fucking robbed. And it's all Dennis Dyak's fault.
Mm-hmm. We need to play Killzone 3 because I remember
We
that
do.
playing a lot better than 1, 2, or
Yeah.
1, 2. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just didn't play it, so need to get to it. I'm hearing some people out there, chat's kind of influencing me bringing this up. I'm hearing some people out there who are even in the game journalism circle who are like, yo, I don't want to play another game written by Neil Druckmann.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, I'm surprised to hear people in the industry saying this.
That shit he said sure just made me roll my eyes. It's like we're really ambitious because we're gonna have a fictional religion. Which, first of all, knowing your fucking proclivities, Neil Druckmann, that's a scary fucking thing to say. Point two, it's either gonna be an allegory for Christianity / Trumpism, which isn't ambitious or new at all, or it's gonna be some other religion, which is just you turning the racism dial and looking back at me like, you like this? You like this? Like, or you're so far up your own ass, you're like, I will create a wholly original religion from nothing, unlike anything ever seen before.
Space Catholics.
Whoa!
Yeah, I'm trying really hard not to be like, it's gonna be space Palestinians. I fucking get it, Neil Druckmann. I fucking understand. Everybody gets it. You're not slick. Fucking keep your head down. People, somehow you haven't been obliterated already.
I feel like a rapture is coming at Sony. Anything can cause it, right? Will Neil be left behind? I genuinely believe all these budgets getting insane and things not going as planned with certain things like Concord and possibly, who knows, Fair Games.
Uh-huh.
I feel like there might be a huge shakeup coming just over the horizon from Sony.
Yeah, like I'm really curious. Like, okay, you've been making this since 2020, and it's like you're not even willing to commit. You're not even willing to shoot for 26.
Yeah, you can't show a date at all.
No.
We have no concept
Like
of what
I
a
get
game
that
looks
nobody
like.
I get that nobody in the industry wants to work for Naughty Dog anymore because you're one of the worst project managers in industry history. But Jesus.
Yeah, I can't believe that they just kind of let him stay in charge there. Like the thing didn't get shuffled
he went
around.
up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which seems crazy. Like,
Yeah.
I get that the HBO show is successful and everything now, but Last of Us 2 didn't even sell as well as it should have. And obviously,
Especially
there have
for
been
how long it
problems.
took and how much it cost.
Yeah, no, they're
Uh-huh.
just all this massive managerial problems we know about. Like, I can't believe they just let him stay up there, and that's going to
Like-
reflect on sales. Like, there's no way that
Like-
this hasn't affected people.
Like, reminder, part of the reason Last of Us 2 took so fucking long is they churned through so many people who work in gaming. They were hiring VFX people from Hollywood and training them how to make game assets,
Yeah.
how to do game animations. It's like, that is not a studio that is functioning properly.
No. And the funny thing is, like, the reason they were crunching this so hard is apparently things kept getting thrown out and added and added and added and added. Which, yeah, I played that game. You bet your ass a bunch of things were added. You can play it and
we
feel
really
that,
needed
where you're
15 hours of rope puzzles, right?
I wish it was 15 hours of rope puzzles. It's like 2 rope moments. And I'm going, come on, man. This is the coolest fucking thing in the game is that you got a rope to work. 2 highlights of that game. They got a rope to work and a shirt got taken off and it was realistic. What a fucking... Anyways, I'm really looking forward to... correct me if I'm saying this wrong. Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophecy?
The Heretic Prophet, yeah.
Heretic Prophet.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, no, the game still looks cool, but it just Neil Druckmann being attached is what is the worrying part.
It is the worrying part. Indiana Jones does a better rope animation with the whip. Well, I don't know. I do the whip animation, and then I turn to a wall that's like 1 inch away, but the rope's still there, and that just convinced me. My rope is like really tiny, actually. It's just really big, and it gets really small within like 6 inches.
Did they not play The Last of Us 2? That rope physics is insane. Comparing it to that weird
it's
pre-canned
fucking
animation.
nuts. Also, every time I think about the climbing in Indiana Jones using the whip, I just think of the time we were climbing in the fucking Vatican and everyone's just staring at us blank-faced. Yeah, that's a normal thing to do.
The rope climbing is so slow and funny that every time, because you brought it up, I just think of the Clerks moment of
We're
why are we
almost
walking
there.
like this?
Down.
So,
down.
I'd like to shit on Sony for something else that's relevant to what I'm doing right this second.
Okay.
I went to buy Legendary Tales.
Uh-huh.
I tried to put it in my cart. Went, do you want to upgrade your PS Plus? Because you can play a game trial of it if you upgrade your PS Plus. We have now moved past just the it's free on the Fucky Wucky tier. We've now moved to it has a trial on the Fucky Wucky tier. Please give us $160 a year.
To try the game.
I have a friend who was in a Twitch chat where someone was like, Windows 11 doesn't have ads. Even though when you sign up for it, it's like, do you want Game Pass? Do you want Office 365? Do you want all these other things? And I'm like, this is like if you set up a PS5 and it was like, you want a Sony Ericsson phone? Remember them having Sony Ericsson phones?
Well, that's the thing, Dan. If I upgrade, it comes with 3 Sony movie credits.
Awesome! Get your Morbius on!
Jesus.
Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus. Okay, well, there we go. Man. Anyways, let's move on. Mark Cerny did the PS5 Pro architecture video instead of 8 months before the console release, 2 months after?
Jesus.
A month and a half
Why?
after? I don't know why. Someone at Sony of America's marketing division needs to be shot with a gun. Because obviously that's why.
Yeah,
This shit leaked at the beginning of this year. All the hard specs, the internal dev documents. They could have easily done this exact same video then. Or even 2 months ago. Or even 4 months ago. But instead, they launched the fucking console and then did it? Sony's marketing is so fucking bad, dude.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Anyways, this video was interesting. There are a lot of points Mark Cerny made. Also, he got out ahead of the whole, like, people keep saying the PS5 Pro is 33 teraflops. It's not. Because if we adopted the technology in RDNA 3 or whatever that would allow for that math to be correct, it would break compatibility with PS5 games. So please stop saying that. Thank you. It was weird how much he had to address the leaks that were wrong.
Right. Almost like they should have released the video somewhere near the leaks.
It's almost like they should have released the video 9 months ago.
Heck, they might even record this 9 months ago.
Another thing about this video that drives me insane. Cameras here, they clearly set up an additional camera off to the side, teleprompter somewhere in between. So often he's not even looking on camera. He's looking like, when we did the PlayStation 5 Pro, we decided, and he'll occasionally look back at it, but he spends most of his time looking completely off camera. And I'm like, who did this?
Right?
This is fucking insane.
You're Sony. I think you should know how to do this.
Oh yeah, no, I think Sony might have a visual arts group or a pictures division who might know how to film a person reading a script. But yeah, no, there are lots of fascinating things in it. They talk about how Mark Cerny, this actually was the thing that shook me. This was the strongest statement in the entire fucking thing. For people who don't know, Mark Cerny engineered the Vita, the PS4, the PS4 Pro, and the PS5. And he literally said, PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution, pisser, is the hardest project he has ever undertaken. That's how fucking hard this shit is. Unfucking real. So anyways, as a direct response to that, because they started engineering that 4 years ago, you know, they started even before the PS5 was out, they started working on what the PS5 Pro would be. As a response to that and the difficulty of that and them launching this version, they talk about they're now making a technology joint operation between AMD and Sony called Amethyst, where they're co-engineering all of this shit going forward. So you know how AMD just had FSR 2 and it sucks.
Yeah.
And Sony has Pisser and it's way better. But they are literally going to pool resources, hardware, and everything else so that way they can make actually better versions of this going forward. And this is, in my opinion, important. He talks about like machine learning shouldn't just be about filling pixels and generating frames. It really should also be horsepower accessible by the developers to using code, to use for programming games. I'm like, yes, no, that's true. If there was, I can see a number of different things you could do with TOPS that would process more efficiently certain things like AI logic and other things in video games, not just content generation. In fact, there are papers from a number of different companies about texture compression done via, machine learning processing. So that way you can get a much more visually apparently high quality texture out of the same size file. Which is really cool because in theory that would drastically reduce the size of, games like 7 Rebirth or Call of Duty. Because their size on disk is like 155 gigabytes. God, what game was it? That was Star Wars Outlaws, wasn't it? That was
no, I don't think so.
Something in the last couple of weeks was.
I think that you were.
Was it?
You thought it was Star Wars, but it was actually just you were looking at Rebirth again. I'm pretty sure it was that.
Maybe
because we went to look at Star Wars.
Yeah.
It's like it was like 50 gigs.
Yeah, and then Avatar was not. It was larger than Star Wars, but it wasn't. We didn't even talk about playing Avatar.
We didn't. Because we just booted up the end of that stream.
It was an interesting counterpoint, though.
It was.
Because the opening of Avatar actually had characters. And then it gave you a motivation. And it had a lot of cinematic events. And I'm like, for Avatar, the game where people would be like, holy fuck, I'm on Pandora? And that would have been enough for them? But not Star Wars? That was an interesting point of comparison. But yeah, no, he talks about a lot of that stuff. He talks about... instead of having the entire operation for temporal AA happen at this part of the pipeline, it would be interesting in the future to do different elements of the game via that. Like he even brings up using machine learning to denoise ray tracing, which is like, yeah, that's literally what NVIDIA does on PC. It looks pretty nice. It doesn't look perfect. Nothing does. Oh my God.
Yeah.
But at least them acknowledging that makes me go, okay, so the PS6 will have a thing it does, right?
Man, it really sucks. It's like, yeah, we sure have 5+ years of technology that should all just be thrown away. Just throw it out. Try again. I'm sorry.
What if, okay, for what? Temporal AA?
Temporal AA, ray tracing, all of that. Just, it was wrong. It was the wrong choice.
Ray tracing, I have a larger issue with. Because we're nowhere near capable of running it yet.
Yeah.
Like at all. Temporal AA is mostly shit upon because of really bad solutions made by AMD. Because I don't mind the default Unreal Engine TSR nearly as much as FSR2. And all these fucking games went, well, if we use FSR2, we'll save horsepower. So we can have a prettier game. I'm like, problem, you won't. Because the whole thing's melting and ghosting. But yeah, when it comes to the Pisser stuff, I honestly still am not sold on Pisser itself is bad. I'm sold on the pixels they're throwing at the screen are literally bad. Because they expected temporal AA to be so blurry and change so slowly that it didn't matter that they were painting with radiation. It didn't matter to them. They were like, well, it's Pisser's fault. It showed what I rendered.
Right. It's like...
It drives me insane.
And that is part of the graphics pipeline now. Like the thought that you're making the graphics for this technology that blurs it, you're insane. That was wrong.
Yeah,
go back.
Like a number, I don't know how Pisser deals with this. In fact, in a lot of the cases we've seen, Pisser deals with rain a lot better than FSR2. You can actually see it and shit. But a lot of these solutions, you literally can't see certain things.
Yeah.
Weirdest thing though, when we changed between Pisser and the normal TAA in Star Wars Outlaws, the doors stopped. The energy doors, like Star Wars energy barrier doors, barriers, stopped being as red.
Yeah, that was
weird. Basically became invisible. It looked more like the edge of it literally had red LED strips that barely lit it up, instead of it being a full red energy barrier. I do not know. Like, that to me just comes across as that cannot be entirely Pisser's fault. That seems impossible. What is happening here? Please explain. But yeah, anyway, I found it a really interesting talk, and basically he said the thing no one here is going to appreciate, but he said rasterized performance has basically hit its ceiling because to scale it from here is fucking infeasible. That's how you end up with a 4090. We're already pissed at an $848 console.
Right.
So you have to find other solutions.
Or, accept that that's just the limit of technology.
So no more PlayStations?
No.
None?
None.
Never again?
Maybe in 20 years?
You get to keep making, new designs for the PlayStation.
Like Silicon Valley, like we keep talking about, like has become almost our fucking catchphrase of "Oops, the finite boundaries of a physical universe."
Oh yeah, no, Moore's law is fucking dead.
The only things left to invent in like any tech industry, and this is why they're all burning down and clinging to large language models, because that's the only thing they can even perceive as a life raft. It's like, what can the only things left to improve that you can improve meaningfully from you can make it more reliable and you can make it cheaper, and those are the two things they don't want to do because they think that makes them make less money.
The problem is making it cheaper isn't happening because the Moore's law thing means we're going deeper and deeper into technologies that are incredibly hard to do in order to make the smaller processes. We used to just naturally get that. You fit a whole PS2 in the PS3 easily. It just did the I/O. Same for the PS1 into the PS2. Now, admittedly, they cut that part of the PS3 out.
Yeah.
To save money back then. But that's the thing. You literally can't do that with the hardware anymore. The fucking 8 gigabyte VRAM on the GPU thing. It's exactly that. It's all that. Where it's like, yeah, if Moore's law was alive, that'd be cool. But, oops.
I mean, they could focus on making things more reliable.
No, fuck all that. Google said they got their quantum computer thing up and running, so we can just go back to brute forcing it, and that'll be ready in 2 years.
Okay, cool, great.
Yeah, sure.
We don't need a crash. We got this. We're just the quantum computing is gonna save everything.
Yeah.
Your phone's gonna be able to cool itself down to near absolute zero, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. That's good.
My fingers fall off.
just put it in rice.
So quantum computing is one of those things where they decided an existing term we had that meant something had to mean something different so they could market it, right?
I don't know. Qubits are fucking scary. Quantum entanglement is fucking terrifying. I won't sit here and pretend I understand quantum computing, but I will say it's fucking terrifying.
I'm not a quantum physicist. Most of my research into quantum physics seems to be that it's called quantum physics because it doesn't follow any of the fucking rules of normal physics, and we don't know why. Most things that have quantum in the front, you can basically be like something that wasn't supposed to happen did. Like that's what quantum tunneling is, where
Yeah.
a particle that's supposed to be in one place is just somewhere fucking else, and we don't know why.
Well, everything I know about quantum computing means that's an accurate title, because literally every time I've heard it described and how it would differently process things, it's like, well, see, a normal computer would have to search through 17,000 entries to find the one that matches what you're searching for. A quantum computing approach would literally take it and go, it's not in this half. It's not in this half. It's not in this half. And I'm like, what do you mean? And they're like, yeah, and in most approaches, that would actually be drastically faster for at least the bulk of the work. If you can throw away 8,500 entries instead of searching all 17,000, then you can immediately get half the work done on step one. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Yeah, quantum computing's fucking terrifying. It's so fucking galaxy brain. I understood crypto pretty well. I understand this TAA shit pretty well. Quantum computing is fucking mortifying, and the fact it's like, oh, the memory got too warm, it doesn't store the qubit. I'm like, when you talk about this, you make it sound like a pellet is traveling down the tube. What are we talking about? And, and that's part of why, like, you hear about the things of like all cryptozoological shit when it comes to like passwords and shit meaningless the moment quantum computing becomes remotely accessible to anyone, because they'll just undo it like it's your fucking shoelace.
Yeah.
It's nuts. Yeah, overall, I found the announcement of a technology initiative there good and smart, because AMD should not be left to their own tools. And I would like to see, like, he said frame gen, and I'm like, no, dude, I know it exists and you're going to acknowledge it, but if I buy the PS6, if I buy this PS6 and it's like, don't worry, we have built-in frame gen technology, I'm going to be like,
I'm not buying a PS6 of that.
Yeah, no, if they put that shit in the box, I'll be like, no, I'm over here with the Switch and I'm fine. Fuck off.
Yeah, no, that's not a bridge I'm willing to cross.
Again, I will become a PC gamer and just pirate everything that isn't an indie game. Go fuck yourself.
I'm already at the point where I'm thinking about transitioning to be a PC gamer. I'm thinking about transitioning to be a PC gamer. I spend a lot of time in VR chat. Anyway, to turn off the TAA or inject better TAA. If you put frame gen in on the fucking console level,
yeah, no, that's the reason I didn't finish Wukong.
God.
You know,
if a single other game uses it, I'm just like, no, we're not playing that.
Here's a fucking fact. There are fewer people playing on top-end consoles this gen than last gen. I personally would not move to these technologies that I don't think lay people like. Don't think they can articulate what they are or why, but I think they can look at these games and go, I don't like how that looks. I don't like that it's melting. The assertion that people just don't notice that shit is insane.
Yeah, no, people absolutely notice in Star Wars. Like, you can't miss it.
I talked around it. I'll get a lot more avert. So, no, I believe Irish comedian fucking Lemmy was playing the fucking Indiana Jones game, and he's just looking at how shit it looks. And I'm like, he's 50.
Yeah,
like,
he's a 50-year-old man. Gaming probably is not his main thing.
I mean, he's been gaming the whole time, but he's not like some tech whiz guy over here being like, the image quality really suffers. It's like, we have a problem.
Yeah, like we mostly won the frame rate fight. We mostly won the frame rate fight. Now we're gonna have the exact same fight over this, where it's like people can't notice. You can't notice that.
No,
like,
they're trying
it's
desperately.
fucking melting.
Yeah, the whole game is flickering at constant times. Like, what are you talking about? No one's noticing it.
Yeah,
like they know. They just don't know what it is. They just know the game looks bad.
Yeah. No, that's. Also, Digital Foundry did their image comparison, their video comparison of ray tracing off and on Indiana Jones, and every ray tracing off image, I'm like, that's a game that's not done. You can look at it and fucking tell. There's no ambiguity here. There's no mystery. That is an image of art that isn't done. So to sit here and be like, ray tracing looks so great, look at how great it is here. And I'm like, well, maybe if they finished that, we could have an actually fair comparison. I'm going to go get these screenshots just to show people, because it is fucking absurd. It is fucking dire how insanely starkly, and that's not fucking done. This is. So to sit there and be like, well, ray tracing is so fucking So fucking based, actually.
I cannot think of playing Indiana Jones and be like, what a beautiful game. That game is hideous. Like, there's nothing visually appealing about it at all.
Well, ray tracing, can look good. Okay, here we go. I have an image, and I swear to God, Alex is like talking about how, with the ray tracing, you can see how impressively shovel-like the reflection is. And I'm like, I've seen a game where metal looks like metal before, right?
Right? Shovel-like. You can
here's off.
You can pre-bake that in.
No, apparently we weren't able to do this 2 generations ago. So yeah, I showed this to a friend, and they were like, why does the window look worse? And I'm like, actually looks better because you could barely see Indy in it. Thank you.
Yeah, when I see my reflection in a window, I'm a weird monster. I'm like a thing you've seen in a horror movie.
Is it time for another round of which of these 2 identical images is different?
No, that's when I boot Zenless Zone Zero on the PS5 Pro. Anyway,
that's how you boot. That's most things on the fucking PS5 Pro. And if it isn't, the PS5 Pro looks worse.
And the worst part is when it does look better, I go, I need to sit closer to see it. I literally moved everything around in here so I could sit close enough to be able to reliably and instantly go, that one is Demon's Souls on the PS5 Pro.
Man, they really should have engineered the Pro and then be like, oh, we don't need to put this in production.
Well, Jim Ryan did, and it was too late to fucking cancel it.
Mm-hmm. Because hey, you made PSSR, cool. Save for PS6, sure.
No, they gotta roll it out now so that way people are able to use it and they can test things out and they can learn with the experimental $848. So Bob, I feel like neither of these are correct. The right is way too dark.
And the left is way too washed
dark.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say the right certainly looks better, I think. The left looks like a PC game from 10 years ago.
I know, it really just made me go, wow, Crisis, what are you doing here?
Right?
See, that made me think Far Cry 4, is that you?
So yeah, every time I see the image on the left, it looks not done. Oh, I see the tweet and chat. Oh, Dan, they released an update for the Series X version. It looks better now. Yeah, no shit, all the fucking comparisons made me go, this isn't done. You're comparing ray tracing against a game that's literally not done.
Well, yeah, it's a modern AAA game. None of those are done when they come out.
It's so true.
I keep saying it. 2025. No AAA games at launch. Not fucking one. Maybe Monster Hunter Wilds. I take it back. Maybe Monster Hunter Wilds if it hits solid performance-wise. But
okay, last one. Reminder, this is on the Digital Foundry video channel. You can go watch the video comparison of ray tracing comparison of Indiana Jones. Last one. Bob, you're supposed to be impressed by the plate behind it that reflects those things in it. Because the ray tracing reflects.
Oh.
It's reflecting.
Okay.
I'm like, I have seen this faked very well in countless video games.
Yeah. No,
I kind of feel like the left one looks better, but okay.
There are aspects of the right that I really like. The inside of the goblets, like glowing the correct color that it would. Every time, though, I'm just like, the left just doesn't look done. Also, the thing you're not seeing, because this is a still image, the reflection boils constantly because it's ray tracing.
Yeah, no, all that I'm sure looks actually hideous.
So anyway, I got really off tangent. I thought the Mark Cerny talk was very, very cool. I think Digital Foundry's interview with Mark Cerny is very, very cool. I like Digital Foundry's reactions to the Mark Cerny talk, wherein Alex Battaglia is sorely disappointed that the word spectral in PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution literally means nothing, because Mark Cerny goes, it's like the Tempest audio engine. It's my cool word. All of our machine learning top related operations APIs libraries will be called spectral.
Okay.
So spectral super resolution. Presumably there will be a PS something else. Not frame gen. Do not do frame, because I'm already sitting here with the TAA being like, I guess I should maybe just hang out on PC.
Right.
And if you've known me, I'm the last fucking human on earth who should be thinking that.
Yeah, no, they that they don't know they're scaring people away from there.
Yeah, I do wonder like how bad. I feel like we're gonna see a bizarre gaming collapse at the absolute top level. Like everybody at everybody in the our budgets are 9 figures tier will eat shit or outright die. And then everybody who's making more rational shit that doesn't have to use all this dog shit will be like, we're fucking fine. And Nintendo will be the new god.
I was going to comment earlier on Chris saying, oh yeah, no more AAA games at launch. And then I was had to have like, oh well, he has the exception for Monster Hunter. It's going to quickly become like no Western AAA games at launch. It's like, well, that's easy. That ain't happening.
Yeah, what moment will I cut this for my diet? Nothing, because there's nothing here. It's just Ghost of Yotei.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
That game's pretty Japanese anyway, so you know.
I mean, I'll still wait till
Jin
Black
Sakai
Friday.
said
Probably.
we get the pass. I'm pretty sure that was a scene in Tsushima.
We look at the CEO of Sucker Punch, and he's dressed up like James Bond and Moonraker, where they dress him up to be Japanese.
He's like, Konnichiwa, Xbox Phil Des.
Ghost of Tsushima was a technological marvel in a lot of ways. Like at first, it looked insane on last gen for a last gen game.
It looked better
also
than most
loaded
next-gen games.
insane.
It still looks
It
better than
also-
most next-gen games.
It also loaded insanely fast for a game that installed to a hard drive.
Yeah.
So I'm scared that it'll just come out and be like, yeah, we're shitting on all of these people. How come you can't operate at this level?
Yeah, I don't get a.
Yeah, no, that game is crazy looking, and it's so funny. I don't think Microsoft will ever make a game that looks that good.
As Ghost of Tsushima?
Yeah, no, I don't think it's gonna happen.
But actually, Halo Infinite, if you turn all the settings up, has really high quality textures. So
Okay.
The cutscenes
neat.
don't play correctly on any hardware.
Do you understand that the design of the Spartan armor is partially because that's easier to make look good than a human being?
What?
Do you understand that a lot?
Hmm.
Man, I'm really not looking forward to the new generation of Halo looking like everybody's wearing cosplay armor because of the fucking.
Yeah, I still don't know
Unreal
how they're
shit
like,
they're
we're so
using.
proud to fucking show Unreal Engine 5 Halo. It looks like a toy.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking nuts. Anyways, Mark talk is really interesting. Basically, when he said we're basically capped out on rasterization, so it's easier to make large innovations in both ray tracing and machine learning stuff, I was like, reasonable enough, because once again, like Mark said, you can count the number of AAA games that didn't eventually run at 60 frames per second this gen on a single fucking hand.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need that much more GPU. We're good. Now, if you could, I don't know, literally make it illegal to ship a game with FSR2. If you could do that for me, Mark, that'd be great, because I literally have not hated any technology in video games nearly as much as FSR2 ever.
FSR2 and his buddy Ray Tracing doing that Predator handshake.
They're doing like the full grip Predator handshake, but they also have shit on their hands.
Yes.
They wiped incorrectly before this handshake. Anyways, that's it for the Dan news segment. We're gonna move on finally to anyone else's. Hey Bob.
Hey.
What's happening in your end of the news?
Sonic Movie 4 was announced. It's gonna be out spring 2027.
I'm curious to know what the fuck it could be about.
Well, I'm sure that once we see it and see the after credits scene, we'll know.
Vector,
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true.
No one teased. No one tell us.
No one show up tomorrow and spoil this third Sonic movie.
I'm seeing
I'll be
it
upset.
tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. So
That's the way to do it.
Shit, we should do that.
Yeah, maybe we should do that.
Then we just show up to our stream looking like shit, but no one can spoil
Jesus,
it.
we'll be so dead. But
Well, let's get our friend on the phone and be like, hey, you free for a 9:30 show?
The problem with that bagel place is I got there at noon and all the bagels were sold.
Oh.
But they
it's
still had some
bagels.
really-
Go see
So it
Sonic.
was just a place.
They had other manners of bread.
Does it have a stupid name?
Yes, it has a really stupid name. It's called Canadian Bacon, but bacon spelled like baking bread.
See, the one that I used to go to was called Lock, Stock, and Bagel.
That's good.
That is good.
That is good. That's
But
real good.
yeah, they were really good. So that would be easy to go back there.
I don't know. I could easily sleep a few hours, watch the third Sonic movie, go back to sleep, and then stream a little bit later in the day.
Uh-huh.
I'm really feeling this plan.
This plan's pretty insane, but I'd do it.
Yoshi be like, yo, I'm feeling this plan. And he's like, you're not in it. Oh. It's going to be about Vector.
Of course. That's what we need.
Yeah, that does feel like, man, who should voice Vector? Dan, now go.
Unfortunately, it's going to be Charlie Day.
Eddie Murphy.
Aggro.
A collection of sound effects they used for Vector Man.
I'm going with Eminem.
That's a good pick.
That is a really good pick.
That's a good pick.
Or they go the other way and they're like, this is now the Blaze universe.
I mean, that would be
They should
great.
certainly introduce Blaze before they introduce Silver.
Yeah, God. Maybe we just don't ever introduce Silver. I'm sorry.
I kind of
You
feel the
failed.
same way, but Silver heads are going to get upset. I'm like, sorry. Yeah, he's based on Trunks, but you know what Trunks has? Trunks has a look. If you give Silver, if a game comes out where Silver has a cool jacket and a sword, I will reevaluate Silver.
Like, I think that we've been over this. That he's the drink? Like,
I think that was firmly established by the scientific
whereas
community.
Silver, no, he is not.
I am so
He thinks he's the drink.
unbelievably
He's not
mad.
even the cup.
The idea of Silver in Trunks' jacket with his sword is actually kind of awesome.
Right?
It's a chance for the movie to fix what the game couldn't. But yeah, Silver seems like a shoo-in just because.
He is the next hedgehog.
Well, no, it's not even that.
It's true.
Time travel.
Yeah.
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 That's it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a movie. Of course they're going to jump to that in the fourth one.
Of course.
Of course. They ran out of shit. The writers exploded their brains writing the first three because they're just so good.
I love that the IGN review is like, this is the best one yet. 6.
I love Cybershell being like, I don't know why people are upset. In their defense, there is no gameplay in this movie.
I mean, they're right. I wouldn't give the other two a 6. If I might be able to give this one a 6. We'll see.
Let me see what we gave those. Because we have reviewed every Sonic movie, haven't we? Wait, we didn't review one.
I don't think we reviewed one. I think we just did 2.
Yeah, it's just 2.
It turns out I thought we were reviewing Sonic 1. We were reviewing Olive Garden. That's right. We just did a spoiler cast of Olive Garden, and that's why I mixed them up. Ah, jeez. Can't believe that.
Oh, geez, Rick.
Ah, jeez, Rick. Okay, Bob, let's move on.
Okay. Lost Soul Aside is launching next year, allegedly.
Cool.
They put out
allegedly.
Yes. They put out a new trailer. You can wish list it on PlayStation now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Looks cool. I'm excited for it.
Yeah.
Please don't charge $70 for it.
Oh God. They also put out a tiny live stream had some gameplay. So I saw postings of that as well.
Oh, cool.
So they showed off a little bit of the training mode and just fighting one boss, which we've seen the boss before, but a lot of new weapons. There are an insane amount of weapons this main character has. He's going to have a much bigger moveset than Clive.
I mean, it's trying to be a DMC like, so
yeah, it actually might be kind of like DMC.
Yeah, that would make
Weird.
a lot of sense. I remembered a bit of news that's coming up later, and I got mad. I'm going to quell that for a moment,
Right?
because I'm looking at our spoiler cast scores.
I still think it's really funny that Lost Soul Aside is just obviously they saw versus 13 and wanted to make that real.
I mean that's literally I think even the creator has been upfront is like, yeah, I hated that his combat system in that game wasn't good, so I was like, okay, well, I'll use that same idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And it's like Noctis does have a really cool power set.
I pulled this up to look at our Sonic movie score. You gave Killzone Shadowfall a 2.
Oh, Jesus, okay.
Yeah, you were upset to say the least.
Yeah, that is not a good game.
Correct.
I think it was all right.
Stop it.
You like shooters a lot more than me.
I do enjoy shooting games. Yeah.
Well, you like military type shooters a lot more than me. I think we enjoy like boomer shooter type games roughly in equal amounts.
Yeah, which is why, Doom Eternal came out, and by and large, broadly, we were like, oh, this is really great. And everyone else was like, no, they ruined it. I'm like, how?
Oh yeah, my last thing in news.
Uh-huh.
Capcom saying they want to reactivate a bunch of dormant IPs. So that's cool.
That makes sense. They have a lot.
Please bring... Okay, first of all, one, you don't have to bring them back as the same genre. All those fighting games you're never going to make again because the current market is... It just doesn't make any sense for you to have more than one big fighting game going at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Bring those back as other genres. You really could.
Yeah. I feel like we'll never see a situation where Capcom makes 2 fighting games in-house and again, but maybe they could do something like with another developer and get a smaller fighting game off the ground.
Maybe.
But that's like the only situation I could imagine is if they got the people who are working on Skullgirls to make a Darkstalkers. Something like that.
Yeah, something like
That'd
that.
be cool.
That'd be cool. I think you could make a rival schools beat 'em up. That'd be real cool.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
You could just make a new Final Fight.
Mm-hmm.
Streets of Rage came back and was fantastic. You could make a new Final Fight.
The turn-based Power Stone JRPG.
You could even
Dope.
shit on Sega a little bit and be like, here's our new Final Fight. It's a Like a Dragon game.
That'd be dope.
That'd be pretty insane.
A
Breath of Fire, also very cool. I would love it to come back.
Power Stone turn-based JRPG. That's just Saga Frontier, if you ask me. The characters have such disparate designs that could have been their own anime.
That is true.
Yeah, that's fair.
That'd be fucking dope. Oh, hey, you could make Breath of Fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, you could start with some sort of really nice version of 3 and 4.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll play. Have I told Dan and Ba, I think I told them this off content, the story of how I quit Breath of Fire 3, like in the back 20%.
Mm-hmm.
So in Breath of Fire 3, you fight a guy and he dies and bursts into flames and becomes a pile of ash. If you inspect that pile of ash immediately, you get a character's best weapon. If you even leave the room, it vanishes forever.
God.
And I did that, and that demoralized me so much, I dropped the fucking game.
Yeah. But yeah, you could do, you don't need to remaster them all. You just need to get them on modern platforms. Like, people still post images of Breath of Fire 4, and that game looks like it's from a different world.
Yeah, that's a
looks
different
so good.
timeline. Reminder, video games could be that if there weren't the stupid pressures of, 3D games are good and 2D are bad. That happened back then and are happening again?
Mm-hmm.
It's just...
Oh yeah, fucking re-release God Hand. Fuck.
Oh yeah, of course. God Hand would be great.
Now that Clovers exists and you're working with Kamiya, where's our Beautiful Joe collection? Where's our God Hand port?
Yeah, get it done. Get it done.
Luckily, one of the unintended benefits of the fucking industry burning down is these companies are thankfully, if nothing else, going, oh shit, we have these old games that we can re-release and make money.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Except for Sony for some reason.
Yep. Please fix Ape Escape 2, for the love of God.
No. I'm busy.
Sony has executive dysfunction. They're
Yes.
just like,
Sitting
I'm
in his
busy.
chair doing nothing.
I'm busy. I gotta do so much. Let's go to Chris.
Mega Man better come back.
Yeah,
it's been
of
too long. I know that he's had a game sometime in the last 10 years at least, but that's not enough.
They did add more people to the Mega Man development team this week. They're we have a Mega Man team. We added people. One of them worked on that secret level episode. It does seem like anything that was in that secret level show is alive.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Except Concord.
Except Concord.
Yep. And yet Concord immortalized. Really. That game would be more forgotten if it was still up. Now it's a star.
It died a martyr.
Yeah.
No, it's not a star. It's one of those effects where we think it's a star because its light is still traveling to us because it's millions of light years away.
Oh.
But it actually died 4 billion years ago.
Yes.
Wow.
Bamco intends to re-release old Tales of games.
Oh.
Good. That Grace's port seems to be the quality these need to be coming in at. So please do that. I enjoy pretty much all of them on some level, at least. I will happily play Tales of Grace's with Asbel in his weird fucking disco pants.
They're great.
Uh,
You got bell bottoms.
look up.
He
As bell bottoms.
Where's Abyss, you cocks? Apparently you're doing Zillia first, which I wouldn't, but as long as I get Abyss eventually, I don't give a shit.
That is a weird choice, but I guess that they already had the PS3 emulation or stuff done, figured out for Grace's.
That is what it seems to be. They figured out how to push shit from PS3 to their original engine.
Is this who we're talking about?
I assume that's Asbel. I can't remember. It's been too long. But yeah, his design's really good.
Okay.
I mean, if he looks like he belongs in like a weird isekai version of Code Geass.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's the same designer.
Oh, that explains it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the game that has a crossover with Code Geass, so you can put them in those outfits.
Jesus. You gotta be kidding me.
It's like a specific character designer that I think works with Clamp.
Oh, okay.
I think it's the creator of Oh My Goddess. I think he's the character designer of all these Tales games. I think there's two character designers. He's one of them.
Yeah, they kept switching back and forth, and I got really confused. Because I think they
there's
both work
Inomata.
on individuals.
But yeah, I think that's right. Anyway, that's good news. Dungeons and Dragons Dark Alliance is shutting down February 24th. That's the Drizzt GoPro TikTok.
Oh my god.
I didn't realize this
Oh
game
my
even
God.
had like links to internet that needed to be there. That seems stupid. What?
It was a service game. Not a service game, but it was a big multiplayer game not a big multiplayer game,
Right.
but it was a multiplayer game.
Yeah, but you don't.
Single player will still be available, but online will be taken down, and the game will be delisted. So you better hop on that if you want to give it a chance.
God. That
It
sucks.
launched
Why-
summer 2021.
Why do you even need? What are you like? The servers are. What servers are you providing that makes this impossible to keep going? It seems crazy.
It cost like $100 a month, and that's too much.
They're just like, nah, we can't do it. Those 12 people, we don't care about them anymore.
Walmart opened a gaming site. It promises independent gaming news powered by Walmart. It's called Restart.
What?
Yeah, they started it like this week, although it lies to you, and they have articles from further back than that.
I assume every article is AI generated.
I don't know. They certainly seem like they could be. But yeah, it's all really generic looking shit.
That's bizarre. Why why would they do this?
Well, at the top of the page it says Triple I Gaming News powered by Walmart.
Oh my god.
And the reason is because there's an entire category called deals that tells you what you can buy at Walmart.
Yeah.
That's on
it's an ad.
sale. And I'm sure this gets them into Google's news feeds and gets them maybe into Steam's bullshit and gets them into all this horse shit. Like that is what this is about.
Right.
Their editorial mission is basically like, you think being owned and operated by Walmart affects our coverage? Kill yourself. Like that's basically what the editorial message says.
Based.
What?
It's real defensive. It's bizarre. I've never seen.
Yeah, no, like the list of people I believe less than a Walmart corporate official message consists entirely of Donald Trump and the devil in case he's real.
Look, just
I'm
because
looking
we're
through
bought
some-
and paid for by a cherry-flavored soda company doesn't mean that we're underselling the effects of diabetes. So kill yourself.
Yeah, I've been looking through their articles. They don't seem to be AI generated, but they are all basically ads. Like here's an article from 2 days ago. Escape the winter blues with these vacation-worthy video games. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, Horizon Forbidden West,
Okay, at least
Ghost of Tsushima,
parts of some of
Flock, and Flock. So a bunch of games that are all pretty new, and
in Flock.
Flock, Flock. That seems to be a new game that relatively new indie game.
That seems so.
Yeah, left field after the first three were like biggest games ever made.
All right.
Yeah, like this is just transparently fake. Like just an embarrassing attempt. I hope nobody moved cross country to work on this the way people did for Netflix's pop culture news site that I think lasted for 4 weeks.
Yeah, I don't fucking remember that. What the hell?
Oh, you don't remember that?
No.
Netflix like tried to have their own BuzzFeed and people like moved cross country to work on it, and it stayed up like an embarrassingly low amount of time.
If anything, I think the most fascinating part of this, and the part that you can like at all have any confidence in, is them at all even beginning this initiative says Walmart will not stop selling games in the immediate future.
Okay.
Because there was the discussion of consoles
things
becoming
going
more digital,
and-
Xbox bombing out entirely.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows what the future holds?
But they probably see the market of Nintendo and like, yeah, we're not dropping that. What are you talking
Oh
about?
yeah, no, undoubtedly Nintendo was a lot of the sales at Walmart.
Yeah. So Falcom announced some stuff.
Okay.
They announced the Trails in the Sky first chapter remake. It launches worldwide fall 2025. This is the first Falcom game to launch worldwide, probably because the localization script already existed. Switch, PS5, and PC. It's being published by Gung Ho Interactive, not Nisa. A bunch of Xseed staff, including I think the president of Xseed, ended up at Gung Ho, so that seems to be why Nisa is still doing like Daybreak 2 and the other one that isn't, like, that came out in Japan but isn't here yet. Kai is what its Japanese name is. So, okay. I mean, it looks fairly nice visually.
So,
You should-
real quick, the Sweet in chat and I actually know a little bit about this too, so I'm going to say it. Update on the Gung Ho thing. The only person I can confirm still there from Xseed is the old Xseed president. The rest of the folks may have left already.
Well,
I've
that's
heard
enough.
similar things. The president's enough. That's it.
I mean, for them to get it.
I don't know. And this is after statements just like last month about the guy wanting to use AI for future.
Oh no,
translation jobs.
he actually brought that up again, and he basically said no. He said, we'll leave that to the people localizing it. We will not push for that. If they want to use it, that's their business. Which, not a great answer, but at least he's not going to be deliberately ruining shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not confident in Gung Ho at all. With
It being Gung Ho,
Yeah,
like
with-
everything Gung Ho's
yeah, like
names
the-
have been
Yeah, they
attached
don't
to
do
hasn't
this
been good.
normally,
Yeah,
so we'll have to see, I guess.
they brought over the Grandia games, which those already were fully translated. They just did the remasters that were bad.
They brought over Lunar.
They brought over recently.
Well, they're
Gungrave,
doing Lunar.
and Gungrave is
was
bad, really bad.
Yeah, that was rough. That was the one where it was like, have these people ever voice acted in their lives?
Right? I was like, these might just be like native speakers of a different language.
They were, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's
So
not
that
promising.
I don't have any confidence in this at all.
Wait, that was Gung Ho?
I'm pretty
Publisher
sure.
on Wikipedia says Prime Matter.
Who the fuck's Prime Matter?
Huh.
I don't know. I'm looking at Gung Ho's Wikipedia page and it does not have Gungrave on it.
Huh. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe
They
that
did
was-
do Ninjala. You played some Ninjala, Bob. Did it just seem fucked up in terms of the text?
No, that seemed okay. But then,
they also do the Puzzles and Dragons. They run Puzzles and Dragons.
That's a online Splatoon style shooter. Like there's almost no dialogue or text in that game. So.
Let's see, Ninjala and Both Let It Die games. What if?
One of those games isn't even real anymore, is it?
No, it's not.
Yeah, they haven't. They run Teppen. Teppen is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I just when it comes to Nihon Falcom and the shakeup of who's bringing it over constantly, I do worry about it.
I am also worried, but I guess we'll have to see. It could literally be as simple as Nisa going, "We're busy doing the ones you told us to do. That's going to take like 2 years, and we still don't. And they're still making that Kyoto Xanadu, and I don't know who's doing that either.
Really,
Falcom makes a lot of fucking games, possibly too many.
With
they should
scripts that are
probably
maybe
not
too
release.
big.
Yeah, they should probably release fewer. At least go like 18 months between games instead of a year. So I guess we'll just have to see. I don't see any reason to be especially black-pilled at the moment. Like if a new character that isn't supposed to be there because this is some weird fucked up time loop shows up and they're speaking in an AI generated voice. Obviously my opinion will change. He also said that they might use AI in the concept phase, but never anything that players saw, which is about where I expect. If AI continues to exist past the bubble bursting, I feel like that's probably where it'll end up. Where it's like, yeah, generate 800 things to narrow down what you're making and then make it.
God.
Yeah.
So dumb.
No, it's cool. We'll just end up with the Fooly Cooly thing. Here's our kind of characters thing they do. Oh, that was stolen. Oh. Fuck. Well, we've got a lawsuit on our hands, fellas.
Well, Dan, it won't be stolen because the UK is about to give AI a complete copyright exemption, and they won't be the first country to do that if that happens.
The UK's like, we want to be the technology center of the world. We got really scared after Game Pass almost left.
As they say, once the government approves something, it's no longer immoral.
Of course, obviously.
Obviously.
So they also announced East 10 Proud Nordics. It's East 10 again, but with some new mechanics and a new area crowbarred into the plot. 2025 Japan, no Western date. This game came out in English 6 weeks ago.
What the fuck?
Why is Falcom so fucking shitty about this? Even if this is what I suspect, like them giving them an excuse to release it again on Switch 2, you should have waited until the Switch 2 was real before you announced it.
Yeah,
Nobody has you literally fucked over your Western publishing partner. Why are you so shitty at this? Every time that motherfucker Kondo runs his mouth, it's like, the West is really important. We had a lot of success in the West. It gave us so much additional revenue. Let's fuck our publishing partner every chance we get as hard as we can for no fucking reason.
Yeah, it's fucking insane. It's absolutely fucking nuts.
You could have waited even a month and let them get some more Christmas sales.
No,
I feel completely fucked over by this.
Yeah,
because the broad.
I'm taking that fucking game to GameStop tomorrow.
Oh, cool. Mine's a Steam copy,
right? Yeah, like
At
this
least,
is fucking.
I'm genuinely like, okay, that's it. I'm just never buying a new. Because for those who don't know, I skipped all the recent eases. The last one I bought was the one on the Vita.
Yeah, you had no reason to suspect that they would do this because they've never done
this. This is the first
Let's
time they've ever done it
with ease. They apparently did, what was it, the port off of the Vita to the PS4 of, what was it, Ease 8 technically, and that was a short period in the States.
The console
but at least
ports,
it's going from a smaller thing
to a
much more
console ports
thing,
typically
which
are
makes
enhanced,
it reasonable at all.
Console
this is
ports.
just they didn't finish a game and then they decided, well, now it's done, and I'm like, fuck you. Just
if it's even that, and not just because this is going to be like more than 2 years after the original release. They don't take that long to make games.
No,
it's probably just we want to cram some more shit in and sell it again.
It just feels shitty to me.
Yeah,
it is shitty.
And even more so than that, I'm sitting here and I'm like, is this even going to be built on the Durante version? Like, is the PC version even going to have the proper improvements integrated at all? Or are they... Because you constantly hear these stories of like, and then they just threw out this version that was good to do their own version again through some other channel.
They'll get Durante to fix everything again.
This doesn't even have a Western release, like even hinted at by anybody. So who the fuck knows? Like Like I said, I really expect it's as simple as, well, we wanted an excuse to sell a Switch 2 version. I'm like, you should have waited to announce it.
Yeah, you could like this sounds like it could just be DLC even.
Right. And then no one would feel fucked over.
Right. And they just,
Or it could just be an upgrade path. You can do that. Falcom can't because they're two guys in a closet. But even Atlas hasn't fucking figured out upgrade paths yet.
Man, I got to tell you, it's going to feel real bad to bring that game into whatever game of the year it lands on.
I'm gonna buy it, so
I'm not buying a fucking Neon
I'm a
Falcon
fucking
game at
rube.
launch ever again. Like, they fucked me so hard on this. I'm like, I don't get it. It's not even 2 months old.
yeah.
What?
Yeah, no, it
well,
it
here
sucks.
in Japan it's 18 months old.
Good for them.
Falcom doesn't acknowledge. Falcom probably isn't aware that
And
we
I
get
don't have to
Japanese
be
news in
respective
America.
of that at all as a consumer.
I definitely like have no confidence in just buying Kyoto Xanadu off the bat, like because that's
Right.
going to be another one of their action games like this. I feel like they'll do this again. Whereas with the Trails games, it's like, yeah, they got a new one to release every year. They're not going to do it for those.
Yeah.
But something standalone, it's like doesn't feel confident anymore.
They did it for Tokyo Xanadu. You're right to wait, Bob says this week.
Well, didn't they only do it with the upgrade when they ported it though? That's different. If you port it from a portable to a console, you should expect there to be some kind of upgrade.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
that's-
not a direct.
Although I think they also released it on Vita, so. But at least that was accompanying a console port.
It's just fucking crazy to treat the individual releases of your game as so disposable now. It feels fucking insane with
Right,
the
we're
market
n-
being overcrowded the way it is to tell your customer, fuck
Go
you,
fuck
buy the new
yourself.
version.
Yeah, it's. I don't get it.
Yeah, it does just seem weird and outdated, sort of.
This was
thinking.
just a DLC.
Instead, they're out
It
here
would-
being like a Super Street Fighter. Go buy it.
I don't fucking know. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I'm curious if because it has new features, if they're like we made the blocking feel good.
No, probably not.
And if they do, Chris, do I have like eternal rights to be angry? Because the blocking in that game is just.
I mean, I
not
think you have
okay.
eternal rights to be angry anyway because they did it 6 weeks after you bought
It's
it.
so fucking insane.
Yeah, no, it's
I cannot.
ludicrous.
Like, I'm pissed. They took away the good feeling I had from that game.
Yeah.
For nothing. For nothing. They could have waited one more month and it wouldn't have been 6 fucking weeks.
Yeah, wait till the new calendar year. At
They
least.
could have waited until Nintendo revealed the Switch 2 and then be like, we're making a new version for the Switch 2 and also it's on this other shit. I would have been fine. It's on a new platform. You did a big thing for a new platform.
That would have been anything. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that would make it feel a lot more logical than whatever they just did.
Is Falcom even lacking in games right now?
Never.
No, they released 2 fucking mini.
Yeah.
Next year, they're releasing Trails in the Sky FC and Kyoto Xanadu. That's 2 games from a tiny company in the modern climate. It's like we're fucking past this. Every one of these Japanese studios, it's like, yeah, we can just do it again. Like, you need to fucking stop. Nobody likes it, but they won't because people keep buying it every single time. People bought up fucking Vengeance, even on Switch. People will buy up whenever they do it to Metaphor Refantasio in 2 years. People will buy that. They just won't quit.
Fucking insane. Let's move on.
So New York Jets owner Woody Johnson, that's really your fucking name, nixed a trade for a desirable player, like a first string draft pick, because their stats in Madden was too low.
What?
The
Understandable.
owner looked at Madden, looked at this guy's stats, and were like, why would we trade for this guy? He's trash.
Why would you pay someone hundreds of dollars to do statistical analysis when all of that work has already been done and you can just buy Game Pass?
This apparently isn't the first time he's referenced stats in referenced stats in Madden to make decisions.
Why?
This also apparently just every single actual player in the NFL fucking hates Madden because of this. Because they are constantly dealing with this shit.
Yeah. What? Yeah, that's insane.
I want to go back to the other timeline where things made any level of sense. This is insane.
Yeah. How? How does it come to this? Man's supposed to get their stats from these people.
Right.
What's happening?
Exactly. You have to wonder if this happened organically or if this is the dynamic generation of new revenue streams as they try to engender a situation in which players are paying them under the table to boost their stats.
Some NBA Jam shit.
Everything is so stupid now.
Yeah.
Kadokawa and Sony have formed a strategic partnership. Sony has 10% of Kadokawa's stock and their largest shareholder. I assume this will be the end of it because this does make it obvious that Kadokawa's thing really did seem just be like, please don't let this Korean company hostile acquire us. Please help.
One can optimistically hope that.
Right.
And fucking comic book resources, CBR.com was like, Sony successfully completed their deal with Kadokawa. And I'm like, no, they didn't. They wanted to acquire them. They own 10% of them.
Yeah.
I feel like if Sony was still going to be going for them, they wouldn't have announced this. At least not without the obvious thing of, and we will be acquiring more of them.
God, I hope it ends here.
Right. Yeah. I just don't know what to think. Like, hopefully, we'll just have to wait and see.
What
like maybe the Japanese government is like, yeah, we actually function. No. Like one company doesn't get to own almost all our cultural output that we ship to outside the country. Like, no, that ain't happening.
Like when Japan's finance minister has to come down to your office and say, port Bloodborne first, you fuckers.
It's fucking insane. How is it this bad? How is it this bad? It just feels absolutely fucking nuts that this is how business is done, right?
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully, this is where it ends.
Right.
I'm sure that'll be the case. Positive. The audio listeners can't see my craven stare into the distance.
Yeah.
So, Kamiya did a big interview about leaving Platinum.
Uh-huh.
This interview was being very nice. Extremely nice.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things that did kind of come out is like, yeah, Inaba was just trying to get that service shit into the Project GG, like trying to shove it into, like he was trying to turn that fucking Ultraman game into a service game somehow. To the point where Kamiya was like, if it had come out, I wouldn't have been able to claim responsibility for it. It wouldn't have been my game.
Right.
So I left.
And he also pointed out the investments from Tencent really did change that company. Like
you can actually
service game
like
now.
You can go look at the reveal trailer of Babylon's Fall, which by the way, once I'm taking every opportunity I can to say this, there was no single player version of that game.
Mm-hmm.
People look at that vertical slice they showed off in 2019 and are like, that was a single player game. I'm like, no, it wasn't. It ends with a shot of 4 characters looking at that tower, and 2 weeks after, they announced a service studio. So it was literally Tencent gave them a bunch of money, and now they had to make more money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Nothing surprising here. It's all stuff we kind of inferred. But it is nice to just see it out in the open. Like, yeah, that's why Platinum completely is collapsing.
The funny thing is how many people want to be like, well, we're not sure. It's like they've burned literally every publishing partner.
Yeah.
It feels like they don't have any left.
Right.
I mean, the Astral Chain director just left alongside, what was it, Revengeance?
Yeah, the Revengeance and Babylon Fall director. Like, those are both gone. The guy who directed Bayonetta Origins is gone.
Kami is gone.
Kami is gone. I don't
obviously.
feel like there's anybody left there.
Yeah.
They've burned every one of their partners. Like Inaba, you just only hear horror stories about that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like they fucked over Psy Games. That's why they got kicked off Platinum.
So they
Link
got,
Sounds like
apparently-
some
fucked
got burnt
over.
with Square-Enix.
They
so-
fucked over Square, Games,
Nintendo,
Microsoft. Jesus.
Activision.
Oh God, wait, what was the Activision one? I'm actually. Oh, those
Well, they-
branded games.
Those licensed ones. Yeah.
Oh,
Although I don't know if that
Yeah,
was
I
they
don't-
burned them or just that TMT and T1 was really bad.
right. I'm not sure exactly how that went.
Uh huh. Jesus. Yeah. So was this on a Gamer Premonitions?
Maybe.
I don't
Oh,
think
wait.
so.
Chris, didn't you bring up we called something with Platinum specifically?
Yes. I think it was more than a year ago in Big Think Dimension. I forget the number, but the title was "Is Resident Evil 4 Scary?" Question mark.
That's a good title.
It is.
It's maybe one of our better ones.
Yeah, the suite is talking about how Tara, as the director of Astral Chain's project, got canceled. Wonder what it was.
It's a mystery.
Wonder if it might have been a game that was supposed to be coming out with the Switch 2, and maybe Inaba fucking it over and it wasn't coming together at all.
What a
Well, he's also the director of Nier Automata, so it could have been a sequel to that too. It's one of those
man.
two.
Either way, I'm pissed that Aggro
Yeah.
doesn't have to play Astral Chain.
Oh, absolutely.
If they fucked over Nier,
I mean, that thing was such a big win, Nier Automata.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
that
no, they
saved them. That saved them after Scalebound, because Scalebound also was a horrible blow. It's
I'm so pissed at you, Aggro. It's not fair. You keep escaping Astral Chain.
just make him do it anyway.
It's okay. Nintendo still owns the rights to that. They like retained that, so they could make someone make Astral Chain too.
I mean, it's true. In fact, some of these Platinum people could end up at Nintendo making Astral
Yeah,
Chain too.
That's fine. I don't think it's worth putting a team together to do.
No, we need an initiative. We need a plan.
But yeah, that's God, like just it's not enough. Not enough to have your small studio that makes things that have their niche and everybody really loves it, and you let talented people work and you make money on top of that. There's something wrong with me, so I need more. We need to make more money. We need to go bigger. We can't make these games for other studios because I don't know why. We can't pitch our own projects to these studios to publish them. We have to publish them ourselves, even if it means killing ourselves. Did Platinum self-publish a single fucking thing?
Did they
That wasn't those wonderful one port.
They might have self-published that flying shooter, that shmup that's Kami did.
That one.
Soul Cresta?
Yeah.
That's not.
I know it's not a real game.
Well,
not a
it
real
was $40, so it seems pretty real to me.
True.
They might have self-published World of Demons, that game that no longer exists.
They did publish. Okay, the only games they self-published was World of Demons, The Wonderful 101 Remastered, and Soul Cresta. That was worth fucking burning your company to the ground for, right? That was fucking worth it.
So I think that their only IP they actually own themselves is Wonderful 101, which seems crazy. But like Sega owns Bayonetta.
Nintendo owns Astral Chain.
Sega owns Vanquish. Sega owns Mad World.
They got this.
They got this.
They're going to do a sequel to World of Demons, and it'll have Wonderful 101 characters in it, and everyone will be like, what is this? And then Inaba will go, a service game.
You can roll for these Wonderful 101 characters you know and love.
No, I don't love this guy at all.
In that episode of Big Think Dimension I mentioned, I think we literally say that our expectation is for them to shut down in March 2025.
How are you feeling on it?
That might be.
That seems disgustingly likely.
Yeah, I know.
Into the fiscal year.
Uh-huh.
There's no way Project GG's coming out Like it's dead with its director and all these people gone. They're all this shit's been canceled. I don't see any, like, they will be dead in the next year.
Even as like the biggest Platinum fan on the podcast, I'm like, they had it coming at this point. Like
Yeah, they had it coming.
It sucks.
It does.
I hate that we got here, but that's where we ended up. Thanks, Inaba.
Thanks, Inaba.
I wonder if the director of Bayonetta 3 is still at Platinum. I don't even remember who that is. So maybe they're still around.
I don't think they are.
Yusuke Miyata, is he still at Platinum?
Oh yeah, that's right. The director of Fuga ended up at Platinum, remember?
Oh, yeah.
The furry war game where you put the childs into the cannons to fire them.
No, that's not good.
No, that's going to create something truly rancid.
I don't think it's going to create anything.
At this rate,
Right.
It seems like it won't.
Mm-hmm. Platinum just becomes the next, like, what's KG Infune's company?
Concept?
Yeah, Concept.
Yeah,
So they're an
Concept.
idea house?
Yeah, they're an idea.
Inaba's going to go around with his plans. Going to be like, here's a cool game. What if people kept paying you? That's not a game, sir.
Yeah, I was like, everything that Kami has said has been like, he's the money guy. He's more about planning the money side of things and all that. And it's like, I don't think this guy knows like anything about game design.
So it makes a really good parallel.
Mm-hmm. It really does. I was like, oh, did he work on Chaos Legion? No, that was Ono. Oh,
Yeah, that was Yoshinori Ono.
Oh no.
Weirdly enough.
He doesn't even have kind of bad ideas. He just doesn't have ideas.
He doesn't have a street record. He's got no
The worst
record
part
at
of
all.
this, since most of the creatives have already found greener pastures,
Uh-huh.
the worst part of this is fucking JP Kellum's crowing about it.
You hate that guy that much? I don't know shit
I
about
fucking
him.
hate that dude.
That
He's
guy
an
does suck.
asshole.
That bad? Wow. Okay.
What happened is he transparently wanted to have a lot of power at Platinum. They wouldn't give it to him, so he went to work on Madden and went insane.
Works on
And
Madden?
like clearly has some psychotic vendetta about it.
Cool. Great.
Yeah, he got really he's posted really weird things about 2B multiple times. Like he genuinely just seems like it seems like he just became a racist.
You know, in VR chat, I saw an outfit that looked a lot like 2B's.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Just thought I'd say that.
Okay.
Just thought people would like to know. Anyway. Dan, when he sees a maid. Yeah. You nailed it. That's what it was. I was like, yo, you're just like the video game woman. Anyways. Fuck Platinum. Good
Yeah.
riddance.
Yeah, hopefully Clover's works out, and hopefully the other people all end up somewhere.
I'm feeling confident about Clovers.
Yeah, he sounds like that's a much smaller company. Like I think it's got 20 or 30 people right now, and he's looking to expand to 70, and that's kind of the top end of where he wants to go. And talked about a lot.
Yeah,
in
it
his
doesn't
interview
seem
about
like they're going to
doing
make
more
big
indie scale
games.
games. Yeah, which is interesting. I have to wonder exactly how big Okami is going to be.
I'm apologizing here. Where did Mikami end up?
That studio he named. What was the name of that?
I forget what it was called, but yeah, he has his own
Oh,
studios, I think.
yeah.
His own studio, I think.
It's very small. Chat, no, he did not end up at Tango. You jumped 6 years into the future. Kamui.
The past. Yeah, Kamui is his studio, which I assume will be kind of a similar thing.
Mm-hmm. But maybe even smaller, because it sounded like everything he did was his thing was he wanted to empower new creators a lot and like prop them up. Whereas Kami's like, I want to do that and work on my own stuff.
I mean, Kamiya really obviously loves making games, so he wouldn't stop. Like, in fact, a lot of that interview was like, yeah, I didn't like being vice president of Platinum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I had all these responsibilities that were really important to me because they fed into everybody else, but I wanted to just be making games.
Meanwhile, Mikami saw the
in-
game Slitterhead and he was like, wow, I wish I was on that team.
he even goes into like, yeah, I would have left sooner if it wasn't for
Project GG.
like, no, if it wasn't for like he didn't want to leave the company in the lurch.
Yeah,
I know that feeling.
Yeah, no, that's an easy feeling to start feeling.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, let me. I want to find the quote about because he said who each because when they said that Clover has the 3 C's. Challenge, creativity, craftsmanship, and then each person brings a 4th C. Koyama's 4th C is cleanness, and Kamiya's 4th C is curiosity. But yeah, I hope we get back to like, yeah, you can make a great game with like 50 people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just keep the scope and fidelity under control. You can make a fucking great game with that many people.
Yeah, you don't. We like the Okami will be a great game, and it doesn't need to look like a
Horizon. It doesn't need to look anywhere near as good.
Yeah, no.
And considering how much the original made, I would be stunned if it had anywhere near AAA money. Like I can't like Capcom wants to make it, but I can't imagine they're like, yes, we will give it $100 million.
It needs to look better than Monster Hunter Wilds.
Yeah, that strikes me as unlikely.
Right.
It's worth noting that even with thanks and localization, the original Okami only had 132 people in the credits.
Yeah.
Like you can make games with small teams in 3 years. You just have to not be like, okay, this isn't going to be Horizon, and that's fine.
I don't know. I'm starting to get worried that these tools nowadays are so bad, even that's not true. Slitterhead took 4 years. I don't know what the dev team looks like. I hope it's insanely small if it took 4 years.
Yeah, that seems insane.
I think even
for
that game is higher fidelity than it needed to be.
It's certainly not bigger than it needed to be. Shit's like 3 streets of
That game has
right?
that game has 289 people in the credits, but that also includes all the voice actors and stuff.
Yeah, and I'm
There
sure
are-
localization for a bunch of places.
There aren't that many characters to voice.
Right.
So that would be like plus 12.
Bob mentioned Monster Hunter a little bit ago, and I haven't stopped being able to think about hitting a giant Amaterasu with a switch axe, and I really, really want that crossover now.
No, I don't want to kill Amy.
I'm sorry, you have to.
We got farmer fur. It's like I don't think anyone approved of this.
But that's how you get the armor set, Bob.
And I don't
Why
know,
won't
Dan.
we
Like
have-
at the end of the day, somebody made pseudo regalia in 40 days.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I know a small, like an individual can make something really great that is really, really low fidelity in a reasonable amount of time. The thing I'm having difficulty figuring out exactly is where does the middle tier reside in this, right? Where can we expect that to actually settle? I genuinely do not know. I wish I could confidently go, here's like, as we said, 289 people involved with Slitterhead. That game doesn't look like it should have more than 70 people working on it.
No.
Like it seems unreal that there are that many people.
Well, like Falcom's right there, and they release one of these games every year. Like East Nordics has 269 people in the credits, including voice actors for both languages.
Mhm.
And that game has a lot of characters. So
And it's-
like I think and they put in and like they stack it so it's not just made in a year, but those games only have like at most 2 years of development time, maybe 2.5. Like you can do this,
And then,
just nobody does.
right. And another thing to consider with the credit number is what we ran into before of like, oh, you have to credit this publishing house.
Yeah,
and
I'm
all these
looking
people
at that.
here.
It's
and-
definitely more people. It is. It's not enough for me to be like, okay, I don't know, maybe this core dev team without any of the contracted work, like any of it, and there's a decent amount, CG cutscenes went to this company, which rendered it using Unreal Engine, and it has ghosting when the game doesn't. Anyway,
But yeah, like Kami also talked about using external houses like that as well. Of like, oh yeah, the core team, but we'll use external development for some things.
I just stress out about this.
Yeah.
If it feels like if it was this easy to make a middle tier game, it would be happening reliably and successfully.
I don't think that's it's just an issue of the people with money don't want to do it. We see it happening in tech where like one person, the top level makes so much money, we have to be the top level to get the biggest return.
Right.
It's as simple as like you talk to these devs and you just hear it's like they'd rather these morons think that if a $30 million game will get a 60% return on investment, it might as well be a $300 million game, so that 60% return is bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Not considering why that logic is insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that's definitely what's driving the high end.
Like, and I do feel like we're going to get to this point where the AAA is collapsing. Somebody's going to go, some publisher will go, what if we just made something smaller? And then that one of those will be monumentally successful. And then the industry will be cured almost overnight.
That is the hope. That is the dream. I really hope that's the timeline we end up on.
Like, that's also what's going to happen with gaming journalism, which is fucking dead right now.
What are you talking about? Walmart just got into it.
Yeah. Journalism's alive and well.
At Walmart.
Somebody with money will go, you know, if we just hired like 6 people and let them mostly do what they wanted and paid them, we could probably sell some subscriptions and make some ads and sell some ads and then these fucking morons who are all follow the leader, they don't have any other logic to what they do. They're like fucking lemmings. We'll just do it and then it'll be fixed.
I hope you're right. Yeah. But yeah, obviously I have a lot more interest in the middle tier and the lower tier. So I'm excited for whatever Mikami Studio Kamui puts out. And of course Clover's.
Yeah,
I'm more interested in that than the big stuff, generally speaking.
If nothing else, indies are finally punching into that PS1 N64 tier that we've been waiting for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they're finally getting up to that level. So I don't have to be like, okay, it's an indie game, it's another 2D thing. It might be like we're finally escaping the doldrums of we don't have enough money to make a real thing. Here's a roguelike.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, I think that was it. Did anyone else want to spit on Platinum's corpse before we?
I mean, not until I play Astral Chain.
Yeah, I'm just sad, you know.
Yeah, it is a lot of wasted potential. It feels like they got that whole group together, and everything seems so bright for a few years, and sounds like Inaba just screwed it up every turn.
I actually do. There is actually a couple more news things that I took note of before we started that I guess we should talk about real quick.
Real quick, let me get my last statement on Platinum on. They were really good for 2 years. Okay, that's it. Go ahead. Then they shipped Nier Automata against all odds.
I think it was a little longer than 2 years. Bayonetta and Vanquish.
Yeah, and you're done. Then there's Nier Automata. That's great.
And Nier, I like Transformers. It's like one of the best licensed games ever made.
That's what I hear.
Revengeance is really good.
Revengeance is great. Revengeance is fucking
so that brings it up to 3 years.
Man,
Bayonetta was 2010, wasn't it?
It would sure be terrible if there were stories about a certain executive whose personal actions are why we didn't get Metal Gear Rising 2.
Yeah, what?
That'd sure be great. That should be a nightmare.
We don't have any articles about the news stories, right? Nothing happened. You can't prove anything.
There's no news stories.
Yeah,
there's nothing. Nothing has been said on the record.
Nothing has been said on the record. You don't know.
But are you guys ready to beat off?
I'm not sure if I'm going to beat off.
Because in 2025, on the Switches will beat off.
What?
Yeah. Are you not excited?
I don't know what I'm excited for.
Off, a freeware RPG built in RPG Maker 2003, originally released for PC in May 2008, is coming to Switch and Steam in 2025 with a new battle system, new areas, and more stuff.
Wow.
This is a lot of people I know really like this. It almost certainly inspired Undertale because I'm gonna post this fucking screenshot. in the
Sure,
Big
yeah.
Thing channel.
Well, let me just look at this real quick.
Nothing,
I don't know
nothing,
if anything's
not
gonna
familiar,
really-
not familiar at all. I don't think this looks exactly like something that might be in a Toby Fox game.
Nah. Never.
This photo has been altered. There's literally no way that this exists in this game.
Poor guy surrounded by reishi.
There's reishi everywhere.
The creator originally wanted this game to be a fusion of Final Fantasy VII, Killer 7, and Myst.
That's quite the fusion.
And people were like, was this inspired by Earthbound? He's like, I didn't fucking play Earthbound until after this came out. Which I'm like, that interests me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I knew a lot of people who were really big into this when it first came out in 2008, but I never got into it because, I don't know, it was 2008. Secondly, Hunter x Hunter Nin Impact comes out in summer of 2025, and they actually are adding the character that was if he's not in it, I won't buy it. They are putting in Moral Macernassi.
Is that the guy with the gigantic smoke pipe?
Yep.
Okay.
Damn right.
Fucking love that guy.
What the fuck is this guy's
Yeah, his name
deal?
is
This
Moral
name-
Macernassi.
That's insane.
It's like, there aren't that many Hunter x Hunter characters, and this one actually has a full-blown fight scene. It'd be weird if we didn't have him.
I forget what his name is a reference to. Like, Macernassi is a reference to something, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember what, though.
Wasn't this game originally going to come out, like, right now?
Yes.
Okay, I
Yes.
thought so. So they
It got delayed.
6 months to be like, we need to get the online working.
But yeah, he's a great character with a great name. Yeah, there's the screen cap of him smoking his pipe because he has smoke powers. It's so great.
And that's not a perspective thing. His pipe is that big.
Yeah, he's not doing the blunt smoking meme where it's a fucked up perspective thing. It actually is that big. He beats the shit out of you with it.
Man, nice white hair and red tie.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Dan.
Shut the fuck up.
Just saying, I'm really appreciating his gray shirt and
I
how it
wonder
works together.
what color his eyes are if he takes his shades off.
Has he done that?
I don't think he has ever taken them off.
I feel like some fans could speculate though, right? Reasonably.
Hopefully he doesn't get any chin-related damage.
Oh man, yeah, it'd be
hopefully.
terrible if he got harmed on that chin. That would be right.
Now all that's left is they have to put in Knuckle. I want to play as the dude whose level 3 is giving you a high interest loan with compounding interest.
Mm-hmm.
This game's gonna be so dumb.
It will.
He has concepts of a pipe. Oh man, we make the worst things on the internet.
I wish I had that MS Paint drawing some FGC person made when this game was announced, where it's like on the one side a person's playing as Gon with his rock punch because he has rock paper scissors moves. He's like, I use rock and punch you. And then on the other side is one of those 8-page explanations from an up-to-date chapter of one of the character's powers.
And no, what are you doing?
What's the problem?
Why?
Ignore me. I'm not important. Ignore the man behind the curtain. So I hear tomorrow we're playing Shadow Generations and Sonic Generations as it originally was.
Will we actually? You've played the game, Chris. Will it actually be called Shadow Generations? We boot into? Because I know
I don't remember.
Because the game itself is just called Sonic X Shadow Generations, and we'll be playing the Shadow mode.
Yeah, no, there's countless people
think
I've
it's
talked
just
to
Shadow
have literally
Generations
called
if you
it
boot
Shadow
that side.
Generations. I'm not pulling this out of my ass. This is
Okay.
what?
It's just I didn't know. That's why I was confirming.
Yeah. You could ask me.
Yeah, I forget. Like, I don't look at title screens very hard most of the time.
I'm trying to remember. There was something funny about the title screen on that game. It may have been just a dumbass fucking video. I saw that edited it though. So anyway,
I remember I remember like the weird split. Oh yeah, okay. It does just say Shadow Generations on the title.
Yeah, all of chat has confirmed this, but
It bothers me so much how much the shadow emblem looks like the fucking Billy Hatcher emblem.
understandable.
They look so bizarrely similar.
Huh. Weird.
Anyways, I'm really excited for that. It'll be nice preamble to watching the third Sonic movie.
Or maybe post-amble.
Yeah, Chaser.
Or maybe that. I have a friend to text to let them know the plan may have changed.
Yeah, you could even go to like a 10:30 showing and still have plenty of time to set up the stream and do it.
I thought he was going to say plenty of time to sleep, and I'm like,
No.
I'll still be up.
Yeah,
You
no.
could sleep beforehand.
No, that's not possible, Chris.
No, that's not. That's not.
Oh, I forgot that Dan woke up at 2 p.m. today.
Yeah, two.
Yeah, I was like, there's no way it was only
Okay,
2.
Dan woke up 15 seconds before we went live.
Yes.
There we go. Anyways, Chris is going to be streaming Yick 2 over on his channel.
Yeah, and
Saturday.
if we somehow finish it in like 2 hours, maybe I'll stream Mighty Number 9.
Aggro, you got
I'm not
anything
promising that.
going on this weekend?
Beating off to cartoons.
No! Stop doing that!
This time it's actually true. He told us about Outlaw Star.
Right?
That's true. He can beat up, but he can't beat the allegations.
Once again, deeply funny that I dodge all these allegations. I'm right here, but Aggro keeps catching them.
Well, he was talking about, since we're staring at Aisha's clans already, let me tell you what my plans are for tonight. I have a fine battle. Right, I'm supposed Patreon.com/GB Podcast is where you can go to support the podcast. As we've only been able to make it this far and do this much damage with these plans because of you over at Patreon.com/GB Podcast.